What's up, everyone?
Kind of a take on who you are, how you got into this space, how you got in particular into this focus. Maybe learn a little bit about what brought you into these kind of social media spheres where you're out there, as essentially a public figure on theology. And then maybe after 60, 90 minutes or so, we can open things up for a Q&A. And I think there's going to be lots of individuals eager to ask you questions about some of the takes that you have. And so just, first and foremost, again, want to just thank you for hopping in here and maybe just ask if you wouldn't mind, for those that might be less familiar than others that might be listening in, perhaps if you wouldn't mind giving a bit of an introduction on yourself, and then we'll kind of veer into your areas of focus and how you developed a passion for them.
Thank you, Ian. I was pleased when you invited me to come on and talk about this. A lot of people are scared. This is the third rail and a taboo topic to question if Jesus existed. And we do have a growing following of people that understand that Jesus is a mythical character invented by Jews. That's the main premise. And how did I get here? I started No More News in 2014. Didn't really get any traction on it until Trump, basically. Trump, I started off being a fan of InfoWars, but then exposing them on my channel for all of the Zionist stuff that they wouldn't talk about. And then when they started promoting Trump, I was talking about Zionism and Trump and all the Christians around him and the rabbis and Chabad and Third Temple, end times prophecies, end times wars. And at No More News, I do news streams covering religion and politics and interviews, debates, mini documentaries compiling clips of rabbis on different topics, that sort of thing. And the Jesus myth thing I didn't really start until about 5 years ago. And I read a couple books, which before anybody can have a good opinion on if Jesus existed or not, they really have to read these books. These are the top books questioning if he's invented whole cloth or if there was a minimal historical Jesus, like even a very base core figure, kernel of truth that it's based on, because mostly everybody knows that the miracles and the myths of the Gospels are just made up fiction based on prophecy. If you don't, you're a Christian. Everybody else pretty much knows nobody really walked on water and raised people from the dead and turned water to wine. Most people know that those are all mythical stories. So I read Nailed by David Fitzgerald, one of the top books I suggest for people. The biggest and best on Jesus mythicism would be Dr. Richard Carrier. He's a Columbia PhD in ancient history, and he wrote the book On the Historicity of Jesus. And it's like 800 pages. That one's the very best. And he kind of based his info on Oral Doherty's The Jesus Puzzle, another great one for people to read. And I've also read Bart Ehrman's. He's the top historical Jesus proponent, Dr. Bart Ehrman from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And he wrote the book, Did Jesus Exist? But I've seen what all of the critics of him have to say, and I've followed this debate for several years. It's been happening online between these figures, mostly Carrier and Ehrman. And I also read another PhD, Raphael Lataster, wrote a whole response to Dr. Ehrman's book about a historical Jesus. And basically there's just terrible evidence, next to no evidence. When you really dig deep into it, it's completely obvious that they just it was like a literary exercise in creating a fan fiction story from prophecy, from scripture. Do you have a
Wow.
question you want to? Yeah.
No, I mean that's so. What a great kind of opening presentation, because that's kind of what we're gonna dive into here, and in doing so, we'll probably look into unpacking some of those experts that you were just mentioning, kind of the the presentations that they've given for that side of the argument. And again, this is not something that I intend to debate or to argue. I'm curious to learn from your expertise on this. So those individuals and their literary work, obviously very contentious, right? And so maybe first and foremost, we could start with the why, right? So why would a group of individuals want to bring about a character to use them for whatever purposes? And I mean, I would have my theories on why that might be, and it would probably link back to the JQ, but maybe for some individuals in here that might not connect those dots or might not be aware, do you want to kind of speak to at 50,000 feet, what would be the purpose of doing something like that, and who might have ideated that to begin with?
Perfect setup. So let's set the stage. You've got Judaism. The ultimate goal in Judaism is that Yahweh is going to have a one world religion, and all of the pagan idol worshiping nations, all of the goyim of the world, are going to put down their idols and then worship the God of Israel, the God of the chosen people. And that is the ultimate mission of his chosen people, the nation of priests, and their messianic apocalyptic prophecies. So we've got the Greeks conquering and occupying Jerusalem and forcing statues, pagan statues in their temple, and the Jews are pissed. They have the Maccabean revolt. And then we got the Romans do the same, occupy Jerusalem, and they couldn't, the ancient Jews couldn't win on the battlefield. And their prophecies is that they have the one true God, and the Messiah is supposed to come and redeem them and conquer the world, and everybody's going to worship their God. But that wasn't happening. So some sect of Christians invented this messianic figure, and the whole goal of the Messiah is all the goyim knee will bow. Every knee will bow, like it says in Isaiah 45. And the Son of Man in Daniel 7, it says he will have dominion over all of the world. The law will come forth from Zion. People of every language will worship him. So the ultimate goal of the Messiah is to subdue and have dominion over the nations, the goyim. So they invented this figure. They realized the pen is mightier than the sword. They couldn't win on the battlefield, but they could fight with spiritual, theological warfare. They could theologically conquer Rome, which was the goal of the Messiah to begin with. So they searched the scriptures for a hidden secret Messiah. This is what ancient Jews believes, is that there were secrets hidden in the scriptures, in the prophets. And if they could read them correctly, they can connect a couple passages in Zechariah and Isaiah and the Psalms and Daniel. And then just from a couple related passages, you could basically get the whole Jesus story. So we have a story from Paul, who never knew Jesus, and says explicitly that he learned about him from reading the scriptures and from Revelation. So it's mystical Judaism, basically, that invented a mythical cosmic Messiah that has a spiritual victory over Satan and his demons, was the initial story. And then they sold this Jewish Messiah, the King of the Jews, to the pagans, to the Romans. And they wanted the Romans to abandon their idols, become essentially Noahides, and worship the Jewish Messiah and the God of Israel. So Paul thought he was fulfilling prophecy. And he says explicitly, Paul says, I mean, it's not even a question. Paul never knew an earthly Jesus. He says he learned about him from Scripture. He says he's a mystery hidden in the Scriptures that are only now revealed. And then Paul says he has seen the Lord. He goes, have I not also seen the Lord? Which implies that the original Christian sects, probably the Ebionites, Essene type of sect, like James the Just and Peter or Cephas and maybe Jude, I mentioned Peter, and Paul. So they knew not of an earthly Jesus, but they were the apostles that could see the heavenly, divine Son of Man figure. That's where it comes from. So we have a story which later the biographical details come in the Gospels. They're not in Paul's letters. They're not in Peter. They're not in Jude or James or the Hebrews or First Clement or Ignatius of Antioch. All the earliest layers of Christianity, there's no biographical details. It's not a preacher on earth. It's a logos, celestial, heavenly high priest figure. And then in the Gospels, which are written decades after, at minimum 4 decades after Jesus supposedly died, they add on all these biographical details. And so we have a story of an ancient magical Jewish superhero that fulfills hundreds, like 300 prophecies. Everything about the story of Jesus fulfills some prophecy, and they make no secret about it. Paul's always talking about, and that scripture fulfilled, and this scripture fulfilled. And in the story, in the narrative of the Gospels, it says like, and then this happened so the prophets could be fulfilled. And then Jesus said, go and get me a donkey so I can ride into Jerusalem so the scriptures are fulfilled. And then they offered him wine and vinegar to drink so the scriptures are fulfilled. So the main question I have for everybody is, what's more likely, that an ancient magical superhero predicted by the Jewish prophets came and fulfilled all these hundreds of things and nobody wrote about it outside of the Bible? Nobody even mentions it until 60, 80 years later. Or some ancient Jew just made it up. We have all these prophecies fulfilled. What's the more likely explanation? That all of these miracles happened and the Jews were really chosen by God and Jesus really did all these things, but nobody realized it and broke all these laws of nature, or an ancient Jew just made it up. So one requires magic and magical Jews and magical prophecies, and the other one is an ancient Jew wrote a script, wrote a story, wrote a fan fiction from scripture. It's called midrash. It was a traditional form of Jewish exegesis, and came up with these stories. It was catered and created to appeal to the Gentiles and to Rome so that they would ultimately adopt it. Rome abandoned their pagan idol worship after a few hundred years, adopted Christianity. It outlawed paganism. It protected Judaism while giving them some persecution. It protected them and ensured their survival until today, and now they're more powerful than ever, while the paganism was essentially wiped out, which was the whole goal of Judaism. And the rabbis all brag about this. They say Christianity and Jesus and Islam Judaized the world. It brought the world, weaned them off of their pagan gods, and to be fearful and on their knees believing in the God of Israel and the God of the Jews. So that's basically the whole conspiracy in a nutshell.
Well, and I say this for everybody that's listening. I say this as somebody that does. Well, let's say it this way. I have my religious beliefs. They've been kind of core tenets for very, very, very long time. I like to believe, and I would say, if asked, I do believe that this man existed and these things took place. But there is, of course, a emotional bias that I have to that, right? And so I just want to caveat this whole space with that. But what I would also add, Adam, is what's so fascinating is having now spent a lot of time diving into the JQ over the last couple of years. And it's probably been, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 that I've really felt like I've unlocked this mystery of who is ruling the world, pushing these different things, and all the common detrimental trends that we see in the West and largely at the world. One of the big mechanisms of control there is the ownership of 96+% of the media, almost all of big tech, and of Hollywood. And I bring those things up because obviously they're the information, they're the culture, they're how we understand the world around us. And whether it's the movie Titanic that pushes the notion that this is how the boat went down and all these other types of things, whereas I would maybe, pun intended, I would poke holes or an iceberg in that story because I think there's more to it with the passage of the Federal Reserve. But they use those films, those books, that literature to craft our understanding of the world, just like Neo within the Matrix. And so, for you to say that this was happening for centuries on end, it's something that I would say, well, that would sure as hell make a lot of sense, because just like you were saying with trying to take over the world, I mean, here we are, arguably 2,000 years later, and we see the continued push for the enslavement, essentially, of the world under Zionism. The same types of manipulations of the mind taking place, and the same type of subversive warfare where Israel is, I mean, they are literally going out and bombing citizens at this point. But when it comes to a military conflict, they're largely just like a hornet's nest that is just poking at the lion, if you will. And they know that when the lion gets upset and attacks the hornet's nest, that let's say the bear and the eagle that is America is going to swoop in and save the day. So all of that is not it's not the sword, right? It is the pen. It is the intellect, using these little chess pieces and moving people around in their minds and their theologies to ultimately defend, protect, expand Israel. And we even see this idea of the Christian Zionist, which is it's laughably in line with what you're suggesting, right? How do we take these individuals and subjugate them to our will? And so while initially I might hear this and say, oh, I don't want to give it any credence, if I am honest with myself about the trends of the world and the people that rule it, it sure does seem like a pattern at hand. So, I mean, I guess you're just suggesting this has been going on for thousands of years prospectively with this same group of people. And what do you think that enslavement would look like if you were to try and extrapolate from here going forward? And then we'll go all the way back in reverse and go back to some of the actual literature, the whether it's the Roman involvement or some of these other individuals, and talk about the historical aspects.
Good points. Is there any other? I mean, people online think everything's a controlled opposition, but if you have another sect that's basically just a Jewish spin-off sect that agrees that the Jews were even once God's chosen people, you believe in their covenant. Now the Gentiles, because of Christianity, believe in their covenant, believe in their once chosen status, happily bowing down to the Messiah that was meant to conquer the Goyim all along, worshiping the God of Israel, which was the ultimate goal, believing in their fake history of the Torah as the word of God. Like, there's no greater mind control over the world than that. The two major religions, that Christianity and Islam, that are both spin-offs of apocalyptic messianic Judaism. They believe in apocalyptic end times. They believe in messianic prophecies about Jesus. So Christianity and Islam are textbook controlled opposition in the sense that they're not exposing the Yahweh prophecy messianic conspiracy. They're not fighting against Judaism. They're fighting within Judaism for their own specific detailed version of Judaism, fighting over who the Messiah is. And at the end of the day, Christians and rabbis ultimately want almost the exact same thing. They want the messianic Savior from the Bible, from the Torah, the Messiah of Judah, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the seed of David, who is the king of Judah, to rule all the world. The rabbis want that. They cite the same verses that the Christians cite about having all of the world bow down and worship them. So it's just, if you look at it from that perspective, from the outside, it's just two sides of the same shekel fighting over the correct version of Judaism. And who is the greatest allies and supporters of Israel and Zionism? Clearly Christians. There would be no Christian Zionism without Christianity. And there's no greater psyop than the ancient Jews convincing half of the world with these religions that they were ever chosen by God and that their God's the one true God and their ancestors are the prophets of God, which Paul explicitly says in Christianity, that they're the oracles of God, is the benefit of the circumcision. So in that sense, like, we really do live in like a Judaized world. The rabbis aren't wrong when they say that Christianity and Islam helped wipe away paganism, which is just all the other gods of the world, with the Messiah, and they brag about this. And how has it worked? Has the history of Christianity and Islam, has it stamped out Jewish power, or is Judaism and Jewish power, especially over Christianity, more influence than ever?
Well, it certainly seems the latter. Now, one question that I might have is this idea of the Jews of the Bible, and I say this just because in this premise, right, it would state that basically the Jews of, let's call it 2,500 years ago, if we're going to believe the biblical timelines here, that somewhere 2,500 years ago, there was this idea, okay, somewhere in the next couple hundred years, we're going to come up with this mythology. We'll use this mythology to X, Y, and Z. So this would presume that the Jewish faith predates Christianity, predates Christ, all those kind of things. There's also this reality around Khazaria and, the what it was, the bottleneck
That's 1,000
of
years
the
later.
Ashkenazis. Yeah, exactly. That was like 7 or 800 years ago, roughly, maybe 600 years ago. So if you try to zoom way out, can you give me just a rough timeline in your theology of when did some of these different pieces come about? So Judaism did in fact predate all of this? If so, when do you think that came into existence roughly? And what would be your take on that historical timeline?
Yeah, Judaism definitely preceded Christianity. Christianity began as a sect of Judaism, exclusively of Jews. It was only Jews and people known as Jews at that time that were circumcising and following the Torah commandments and reading the Hebrew Torah and waiting for a Messiah to come and save them from the Romans or the Greeks. So it definitely came out of Judaism. Nobody besides people, fringe circles online are going to deny that Jesus was Jewish or Judaism came before Christianity. Those are all just like ridiculous copes that no major church or denomination or any serious scholar even entertains as a thing. And as far as the fake Jews thing, it's like, hey, what's with the problem with people who say, oh, they're the fake Jews, is they're not willing to criticize the Torah and the Torah agenda of the Jews. And the ancient Jews believe all the same stuff as the modern Jews. They had an oral law back then. It just wasn't written down into the Talmud. I mean, the ancient Jews and the modern Jews, they believe they're descended from Jacob, that they're the chosen people, that they're going to have a Messiah that's going to fulfill prophecies and redeem them and conquer the world, that they want to have animal sacrifices at a temple. The list goes on and on. It's basically exactly the same religion, just 2,000 years later with minor changes. So the Khazarian thing is another just distraction and scapegoat. It's, if you're saying it's not Jews and the messianic conspiracy to have a one world religion and conquer the world according to the prophecies, that's not the problem. It's only these fake Jews that are giving the real Jews a bad rap. And Revelation was not predicting a huge Khazarian conversion 1,000 years later. It was one sect of Jews calling another sect of Jews satanic, which Christians do all the time, which Jews still do all the time. So the real conspiracy is not that it's the fake Jews that rejected Jesus and gave us our Messiah. I mean, it's so silly for Christians online when this is how Christians are controlled opposition online, the so-called anti-Zionist Christians. Their problem with Judaism and Jews is not that they think they're chosen and believe in the prophecies and want their Messiah to rule the world. That's not the problem. The problem is that they rejected their Messiah that was meant to conquer all the world. So the problem shouldn't be that they rejected the Messiah. It's that they invented the Messiah. And that was the bait. Nietzsche even says this was the bait of their vengeance and, the fulfillment of Judaism. Paul, Saul, who was a Pharisee, thought he was chosen and for whatever reason became the apostle to the Gentiles to make the Gentiles worship the Jewish God. That was the ultimate goal that he had. And it was a huge success. And look at where it's led us today. Now, the Christians believe that in order for Jesus to return, the Jews have to return to Israel. They have to build their temple. They have to anoint the Messiah. They have to have the mark of the beast. There has to be major end times war. And then trust the plan. Jesus is going to come and save the day. on a horse in a cloud with a robe dripping in blood and a sword is going to save the day. And in Revelations, it actually says he's going to smite the nations and tread the winepress of the nations. So
it ironically sounds a little bit like Operation Q, which sounds a whole lot like Operation Trust under the Bolsheviks 100 years ago.
Yeah. Trust the plan. Trust the Jewish plan. When you
lose
and when your church falls and when there's a falling away or when it's hijacked in Vatican II or Schofield Bible, that's the plan. And it's got to get really bad. And then you're really winning. And then Jesus will come and save the day. It's total false hopium, just like QAnon. Yeah, go ahead.
So on that, and you, with Schofield, you kind of sparked my thought here. So if this theology is accurate, there are obviously a number of pieces that people will say in the Schofield Bible were edited, right? Vatican II, they made additional changes. And we certainly see the Catholic Church today kind of bending over backwards to appease the wokeism, right? And so I say that just over the last 100 years alone, Christianity, in particular the Catholic Church, has certainly there's been a lot of changes made, many of which in the Schofield Bible kind of allow for Jews to sidestep. The same thing was true with Vatican II, right? They basically changed the narrative a little bit from the Jews killed Christ to the Romans killed Christ. So prior to that, it was pretty much common knowledge amongst all Christians that, hey, the Jews were behind this. So I'm just kind of curious your thoughts there, because if I was in their shoes and I'm trying to create this character that I'm going to use to subject and subvert all of these people by having them believe in it, why make themselves the villain for the first, arguably 1900 plus years? Why not just have the Romans be the bad guys from the break when it comes to the asking for Christ to be crucified and Barabbas and all those things? It seems odd that they would make themselves the villain of it, right?
Yes, there's a perfect verse. They are the villains that are chosen.
Dominic, can you hear him?
Oh, sorry.
No,
I was on mute. Sorry,
okay,
I was on mute.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. According to the gospel, Paul writes, the Jews are the enemies for your sake. According to the gospel, Jews, I'm looking for the verse. A perfect verse that outlines this. It's Romans 11:28. So they're the villains that, according to God's plan, were hardened and blinded and stumbled and didn't recognize their Messiah, which is actually a good thing in Christianity, because their transgression and them killing their Messiah is what brought salvation to the Gentiles. So Paul writes in Romans, as far as the gospel is concerned, they are enemies for your sake. But as far as election is concerned, like their chosen status, they are loved on account of the patriarchs. So they're the villains, but they're the chosen villains. And without them doing what God chose them for, according to Christianity, to fulfill the prophecies and reject the Messiah and shed his blood. See, it's silly when Christians are going to be online and get mad at Jews and hate Jews for supposedly killing God. It elevates them to supernatural, God-slaying villains, for one. It's discrediting. Vatican II didn't change and say that it was the Romans that killed him and not the Jews. It just said they're not going to blame all Jews today for some Jews rejecting Jesus back then. And as far as Schofield Bible being edited, there's no major edits. It's the same translation. It's just footnotes were added in, interpretations. I mean, the whole Bible is about the Jews and God's chosen people and the Holy Land and the Messiah and the prophecies. Like, to just blame Schofield Bible, like, oh, all these Christian Zionists, it's all the Schofield's fault. No, it's the whole Bible is about their being the chosen people. And most Christians don't care about Jews killing Jesus. They know that's what the story says because they had to do it. Christianity wouldn't, I mean, it's silly to get mad about the Jews fulfilling God's plan and Jesus's plan and fulfilling his scriptures and then giving the Gentiles their Messiah and their magical blood atonement scapegoat sacrifice. It's a silly, discrediting thing. and it's a controlled opposition talking point that was given to Gentiles by Jews, which, while opposing them, still upholds that they were ever chosen, worships their God, and believes in their prophecies. So it was a bit of a gambit, a bit of a trade-off, but look how it's paid off. Look at where they're at today. They got their state of Israel. They're about ready to burn up their red heifers and destroy the Dome of the Rock and build their red heifer. They got American Zionist politicians ready to get us into war with Iran and Russia, which is, the rabbis have been saying, is their Gog and Magog war, where the Western civilization, Edom, Europe, and America is destroyed according to the end times plan, which is their vengeance for the history of Christian persecution in Europe and the Romans destroying their temple. So that's where we're at today, and it's because Christians and Muslims got hypnotized into this prophecy con. They're adopted the roles that the script written for them designed, and now they believe in these prophecies. They're help manifesting them. And even last thing, even the so-called anti-Zionist Christians, which every Christian worships the God of Zion and believes in the God that dwells in Zion, so they're really Zionists. But when anti-Christian Zionists pretend like they're against the third temple and the Jews are trying to bring in the Antichrist, like, you're against it, but you still think it's God's plan and it has to happen, and Jesus won't come unless it happens. So in a weird paradoxical way, they kind of want it to happen, and they're contributing and enabling, and they're all codependents in this whole Abrahamic Judeo-prophetic paradigm.
Well, it's actually, it's really fascinating that you say that, because I do find that to be one of the curiosities, the concept of the red heifer and destroying the rock so that they can rebuild this third temple. I mean, all of these things, it is the prophecy of the Jewish faith, which curiously, it basically rejects Christ. It says we are going to bring about the real Messiah, which it's my understanding that Christianity would always define that as the rise of the Antichrist. But I guess what you're saying is that in Revelations, that has to happen in order for Christ to then come and take out the Antichrist. Is that essentially
Christians need the Antichrist, basically.
Adam, can you point out any differences between like what Catholics think about the rapture and the second coming in comparison to other sects of Christianity? Because I feel like there is a difference. I mean, I know that apparently Catholics don't believe, they think that like the rapture is supposed to be symbolic and that it's not actually supposed to be a physical event. Like, do you know anything about that, or can you tell me more about it if you care to share?
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, Adam, real quick. I was just going to say, I'm going to bring up some of these folks that have requested, but I'm just going to ask that all of them, Stephanie, this is you included, please, let's leave all questions, all interruptions of Adam, and I apologize because I'm doing it here right now. We'll do a Q&A. We'll probably start that up in about 25 minutes or so. But until then, if you could please just not interrupt, not jump in, that'd be greatly appreciated. Sorry about that, Adam.
Mm-hmm. No, important point, Dominic. I never mentioned anything about rapture, but it is only like a subset of Protestants that believe in the rapture, including some of our top politicians that are friends with John Hagee, like Pompeo and others. And the people that believe in rapture are the ultimate sickness, because they want all hell to unleash on earth, and they think they'll be floating away in the sky and escape it all while we all suffer here on earth. But
yeah.
She asked you not to interrupt.
Unbelievable. Okay. No, Steph.
I mean, she could have talked in a second. I'm about to finish my point. So yeah, Catholics, Eastern Orthodox, they don't believe in the rapture. The rapture is a new development, but Catholic and Eastern Orthodox do believe that Jesus won't return until the Antichrist rules. That's the most important thing that they all have in common. So Eastern Orthodox will go, we're not like those Protestants, blah, blah, blah. But then they still do believe the Antichrist has to rule. So they're against it, but it still has to happen. So if it does happen, it's God's plan. So it creates like complacency.
Man, it's funny because I love your content so much, but it's like, I know as someone that's always been extremely, I have an inquisitive mind. I've been a truth seeker for the majority of my entire adult life. It's like a lot of times I just simply don't want to look into this stuff. And I almost sort of limit my intake of some of your content because I know the combination of, your sort of seemingly endless facts about this, along coinciding with my inquisitiveness. It's like, man, so, you're cooking, brother. Sorry, continue on. Sorry.
No, never, Dom. Never apologize. And
Thanks,
Dom, I
Dom.
wanted you up here as co-host, just being able to throw in these questions because, and it's so interesting the way that you just phrased that because these are, like I said before, I have my religious beliefs. I feel kind of like it's a tie to your family where they could do something, to upset you, but you're still tied with them. You're still going to be there at the end of the day. And I kind of feel like I have a similar level of familiarity and desire to forever stay committed to or convinced of the worldview that I have on this subject. But I do find it fascinating. And like I was saying before, if we look at Hollywood and the mainstream media and all the ways that the modern mind is entrapped by this one group of people, this certainly does seem like a pretty impressive way to construct that.
Think of it this way, Ian. Think of it this way, okay? People online, they think everything's a conspiracy. Everything's controlled opposition. Everything's a conspiracy, except are we not going to question the number one religion in the world the last 1,700 years that worships a Jew as God? That believes that the Jews were ever chosen by God? That once the God of Israel... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I like what you just said. You just took the words right out of my mouth, because I imagine for you, and also, like, look, I'll address the hypocrisy too. What you just said is completely true. I mean, there's not any event that goes on that people don't immediately have conspiratorial theories about. There's not a person that says something that someone disagrees with where they're not immediately like, oh, they're Jewish, or they're looking for all these things that simply are not there, as I know people foolishly say sometimes about you, Adam, which is ridiculous. But the point is, I can't imagine how frustrating it is for someone like you that seems like you've been shouting this from the mountaintops, just trying to say, hey, I don't hate you, but I just want you to realize the hypocrisy that you're practicing by, going through all these other events and going through every possible outcome and conspiratorial, theory you can come up with. But you refuse to question, even to a very minor degree, anything about a literal story that's in a book. And I'm not saying for the people that believe that it's not true. I'm just saying it is a fucking storybook. So it's pretty incredible, man. It's got to be frustrating for you, I'm sure.
It is very frustrating, but I mean, there's little white pills here and there. A lot of people are getting it. Like, it's not that hard of a sell. Like, already Christianity is in like a steep decline in Europe, especially in Europe and America. And so most people, you tell them like, oh, Christianity, Jesus, it's a mythical story. It's made up. It was made up by Jews. Like, that's not even the slightest bit controversial to most people. And then the next question is, okay, it's a myth. It's invented by Jews. Well, who invented it and why and for what purpose? And as I do in my videos, I break down, I'll show the prophecy from the Old Testament. I'll show where it's referenced in the New Testament. And it's clear as day. It's all just about theological conquest of the rest of the world.
Can I add something really quickly?
Well, normally we'll keep all the Q&A, but Kurgan, only because I know you're certainly very familiar with you. You're always very respectful. So feel free if it's a question on what Adam said.
No, really quickly, just to preface, like, I have been following Adam Green for years and watching No More News for years. I am like a massive fanboy, so I'm not trying to like geek out here. Definitely not disrespect, and all the respect in the world to big tech. And he's been in spaces with me for hours and hours and hours talking about this stuff, and I fucking hate the Abrahamic Matrix, and I'm big onto that. But the one thing that I kind of keep finding myself thinking is, over and over and over again, when I research this stuff and I research history, is that Jews steal stories to make them about themselves, or Jews steal stories to further their motives. They don't always just make them up out of thin air. Like, the Old Testament is essentially an anthology of stories, basically that Greeks wrote, or that Assyrians wrote. Sargon of Akkad is maybe a character they base some of the stories in the Old Testament on. I've come to, in my understanding, the same conclusion with Jesus Christ, which is that, like, he probably was a real person, but the Jews bastardized his story and made it about themselves and their prophecies, their messianic prophecies. And they had done that previously. Adam probably could tell you better than I could, but like probably a dozen times where they were like, here's our Messiah. And not only did they do that before Jesus, but they did it subsequent to him a few times as well. Oh, he wasn't the real Messiah. Here's the real one. He's coming. And they're doing it again like now. It's basically a giant grift for them to try to find these messianic figures that we actually would follow and say that they were like this Jewish leader. And then now we're part of their grift, right? And it's my like kind of understanding that this is kind of like we could do a whole space about this. And I'd love to do it if Ian ever wants to do it. But I do think that Jesus Christ was actually probably the son of Julius Caesar, who was chased out of the empire by Augustus, found refuge in India, but Augustus was like the adopted son. And if you do like a ton of research, you'll find that like the Jews probably knew that he had to hide his identity.
I'm sorry. Thanks for the kind words, but I think this is all just silly and a distraction. Read some of the books I suggested at the beginning of this, and then get back to me, because this
I've read Burkness. Yeah, I've read.
Well, I didn't name that book. He didn't write a book on Jesus mythicism. Yeah, the idea he's Indian, this is completely baseless. This is a completely baseless thing. He went to India. Like, we have a religion today, Christianity. It's based on the Jesus of the Bible. Can we just deal with that instead of making up all these other wild conspiracies?
That was a minor point that I made, that he might have went to India, not like the major point.
But it's not a minor point when you say he's the son of a Caesar, dude.
Yeah, son of Caesar, and like.
Yes, his name was Caesarion if you look him up.
And how do you know that?
Jews might have,
and how do you know
because
that?
Caesar had a fucking natural-born child with Cleopatra.
So what?
So the Jews write about someone named Pantera in the Talmud, who was the real, quote, real son of Jesus, real father of Jesus. Pantera means breadbasket. Breadbasket meant Egypt back then. Everyone called Egypt the breadbasket.
Is this Ralph Ellis stuff?
No, this is literally just me reading about history, like just random history books about the empire and then the Talmud.
Let's maybe start promoting your theory on your space, because right now we're trying to talk about did Jesus. So you believe in a Jesus? So I'm trying to
push back on he existed.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
He was the secret son of Caesar. I'm sure there's lots of evidence for that.
He wasn't secret. He had a son. You could look it up. Caesar.
And what did he do? And what did this son do? What did he do, and how do you know it?
He was exiled because his adopted brother became the emperor, and he did not want him to become the emperor.
And
so
how do you know that?
From the empire.
And how is that Jesus?
How
is that the Jesus of the Bible?
Historical fact. There's no debate about it.
So how do you get from there to Jesus of the Bible?
I'm saying that the Jews made this story up about Jesus based on this real life character who was the son of Julius Caesar.
Okay. No, because we know that they invented Jesus from Old Testament scripture. They took motifs and archetypes from Old Testament figures like Moses and Joseph and Jacob and Joshua and Elisha and many others. And they also incorporated pagan motifs of Dionysus and others.
I said they've been grifting this a dozen times before Jesus even existed. I said
right. It's a syncretic mix of Old Testament prophecies and scriptures that they cherry-picked many times out of context for source material to drive their narrative. It's a fake fulfilling prophecy from scripture, like a fan fiction that they made up. No, there's no person at the core of it. Every piece of the Bible that we have. Hold on, listen to this. What a lot of modern scholars do that are crypto Christians, they like to start with the presupposition that there's probably a historical figure.
I didn't say probably. He existed.
I'm not addressing you.
Yeah,
making a point.
Kurgan, can you let Adam go, and we can come back to the debate piece if Adam is okay with that. Maybe after.
No, it's okay. I wanted to have this
So
conversation
let me finish my point. So
ahead.
what scholars say today, what scholars try to do today, is they try to strip away all the obvious mythical and prophetic, rooted in prophecy stuff about Jesus in the New Testament. They strip away all the magical, obviously fake stuff, and they go, if we strip that away, then we'll find the true historical Jesus at the core. But this is as useless as picking up Superman and saying, if we pull away all the Superman stuff, there's probably a real historical Clark Kent. Even the mundane things that Jesus does, everything about Jesus in the Bible, we can find where it was pulled from in the Old Testament, or it's not an original story. It comes from something pagan. And same goes with the Old Testament. When they fabricated the Torah and Judaism as we know it, probably around 275 BC, it was triggered by the Library of Alexandria. It's based on Plato's Noble Lie of a
Yeah, you
foundational
took all
myth
of
to
that from
control
Heraclitus.
everybody.
He's the one that wrote all that. He's
They-
a friend of mine. I agree
I'm
with
cooking, bro, and you're interrupting.
you.
They
You're
incorporated
stealing
Greek
Heraclitus'
myths.
thesis,
They
but-
incorporated Canaanite gods, Egyptian, Zoroastrian. So yes, it's not real. Most of the Old Testament is fake. And
I agree
they,
with you.
They
but Jesus
reinterpret
Christ
their
was
prophet.
based on a real person.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, and Kurgan, let's leave that there, and we'll let Adam continue. We can come back to the Q&A if that makes sense at a later point. And Kurgan, for what it's worth, if you want to do a specific space on the concept of Jesus Christ being the son of Caesar, I would certainly welcome it. It sounds like a very interesting suggestion, and that's just like this space, right? I'm not completely aligned, perhaps, with what Adam is sharing in terms
Well, the
of.
space is called "Did Jesus Exist?" Right?
Well, no, I understand that, but let's let Adam have the.
here,
the majority
did the
of time
Jesus
here.
of the Bible exist? How about that?
I agree with you, Adam. He did not. I think the Jews made all that
Thank
shit
you.
up based on their stupid prophecies. I agree
Okay.
with everything you say, but the one thing after watching your show for years and being a huge fan is I think that they based it off of a real life person. And that's the thing that you kind of miss is that the Jews stole the story of who was a great human being, someone who did great things for his people, who was a great Western man, and was a spiritual person.
So you
Jews
still
stole
want to
the
follow
story.
this true Jesus then, even though he wasn't the Son of God, he wasn't a messianic figure. You still think we should follow
Right.
this?
I'm not
unknown-
like a very
this
religious
is what the
person, but I think
Marcionites
he was a
do.
good person, basically.
Do you
A
think
guy
he was
that
named
existed.
Jesus at
Yes.
birth? Do you think he was named?
He was named Caesarion.
So what's
Yeah,
what's
the
more
Jews
important?
made that up.
What's more important
JC,
that this
JC,
regular guy?
Julius Caesar, right? Clue.
Oh, I guess it's settled. Yeah, Joshua, anointed Moshiach is where you get Jesus Christ from. So there's debunked that it's Julius Caesar. Who cares if there was initially some person and he had a life that was not at all what we have in the Bible? What does it matter? It's still a completely made up thing in
Because
a
then we
religion that
don't
has
have
conquered the
grift-
world that
because
they're
we
using.
don't have the grift that he's a Jew anymore, Adam. He's not a Jew. He was never a fucking Jew. He's a Greco-Roman. His mother was Greek. His father was fucking
Everything
Roman,
we know about
Yeah.
him in the Bible
which is important.
is all based on him being a Jew, though. Everything
Yes, because
you could say, oh, there's
bullshit,
some
Adam.
there's some the
Yeah.
Marcionites do the same thing. Oh, the real Jesus was super based in Aryan and whatever theory. It's like you know nothing about that. It's been
Adam, you're
completely
agreeing with me. You just
hijacked
said
and
that the
rewritten
Bible's
and
not right.
repackaged and faked.
Kurgan.
And you want to go back to it
We're
without
fine,
even
we're
knowing
fine.
what it is. I mean, it's a pipe dream and it's dead on arrival. It's a
No, but Adam,
non-starter.
we were agreeing
to
that the
even-
Jews made up a bunch of bullshit and made it about themselves.
And that's the
Bible's bullshit.
significant point. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter what you think was this
Right.
real secret, non-Jewish Jesus, son of Caesar. Like, it's irrelevant. It's just like even if
It's not irrelevant if we
It
can
is.
free ourselves from the Jewish grift that we belong to them, that they're the chosen people, and that Jesus was a Jew. We could tell them, you've been lying to us the whole time. It's not
Okay.
really who he was.
Well,
He
the
was a
lie is that the
European.
Jesus of the Bible didn't exist and he was made up from scripture and pagan motifs. That's the important part. You're trying to take it a step further and go, and there was actually a guy with no real good evidence at all, and he was this.
By the
important
way,
thing, and he did all
everyone's
these
saying
awesome
that there's
things.
no good evidence. Look up Caesarion. Jesus was Caesarian. Look up Julius Caesar's son Caesarion with Cleopatra. I swear on my fucking life, he
Is there
existed.
any scholar, PhD anywhere in the
Everyone
world that
agrees he
promotes this
existed.
idea? No, that this
Everyone
guy
agrees.
is
Anyone who's
Jesus.
historical.
That this guy is
understands that he
Jesus.
existed.
I'm not disputing that
The
Julius Caesar had a
Jews
son.
made their story about Jesus based on this figure. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so this figure did some things, but this is so silly that I'm wasting my time arguing this fringe theory I've never heard before.
Adam, and apologies. And Kurgan's he's a friend and a good contributor to this space and the cause and awareness of the JQ. So I certainly wanted to give him space for that. But I feel like we've gone down a rabbit hole that can go down many, many, many more layers. And Kurgan, we can talk about that in another space. But why don't we give the floor back to Adam and let him continue on, and then we'll open things up in probably 15 minutes or so for a larger Q&A with everyone.
And he dodged my question right there. I said, does any serious scholar or PhD or anybody promote this? And he goes, yeah, they all say that he existed. I didn't ask if they believe he existed. I asked if he's secretly Jesus. and that the Jesus of the Bible is based on him. And I can almost guarantee you nobody of any credibility does that. So we can move on. Before we open it up,
and you guys aren't totally in disagreement. Your comment is that the Jesus Christ as presented in the New Testament was not a real person, and Kurgan is saying I agree with that. I just think that it is loosely based on this other individual, and at the end of the day, I guess one doesn't really add that much to the other. And Kurgan, I'm not discrediting what you've said. It's very interesting. But if Jesus of Nazareth did not exist at all, whether it's based on this individual, the son of Caesar, or Jim Bob down the street from that individual, nonetheless, if Christ didn't exist, it would be a real pivot for a lot of individuals with their theology. And I'm not saying that I agree that is the case, but Adam's certainly making an interesting argument on that behalf.
Okay, and really quickly, I was told I dodged, but I was
you're done,
muted.
bro. Move on.
No. Yeah, no. All right, Adam, I'll just leave everybody else on mute until Adam gets a chance to go a little bit longer here.
all right, let me share a couple interesting verses, all right? In John 1, he says, "The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us." So when the Word becomes flesh, what do you think that symbolizes? What is the Word? It's the law. It's the Torah. It's the scriptures are the Word. So the Word becoming flesh means they invented a figure from the scriptures and made his dwelling among us, is what it says. 2 John, this is very important now. Got to use a little bit of logic. It's 2 John 1:7. "For many deceivers are entered into the world who confess that Jesus Christ is come, who confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. This is a deceiver and an antichrist." So I butchered that. Let me read it again. So deceivers in the world who confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. Or 1 John 4:3 says, "Every spirit that confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God, and this is that spirit of Antichrist." So, Dom and Ian, I want to ask you, what is John talking about here? Is it not apparent that there are early people that claim to speak for the spirits of Jesus, early Christian sects that are saying that Jesus did not come in the flesh, right? See what I'm saying?
It's an interesting argument that you're making there in terms of the exact terminology. Now I imagine, and I'm not taking this position because I don't know, but I imagine there are some individuals that would then say, well, we need to look at the root of these words. Were they properly translated? Were they properly mistranslated by design? And I'm sure that this probably plays into a lot of this discourse that you have in general on this subject. There's probably lots of people that would cross-reference you, and maybe they have some good counters. So I'd be curious, Adam, are there, and I say this as a person not to try and dismantle your position, because I truly am just here to learn, but what are some of the detractors of your ideology's strongest arguments, perhaps, in the other direction? And I ask again, with an ignorance to them. I'm just kind of curious what others might say.
Sure. I'll talk about the strongest arguments in favor of a historical Jesus, but let me just finish this point about if Christians are complaining that other Christians are saying that Jesus did not come in the flesh, what does that tell us? That there were early Christian sects that believed that Jesus never walked on earth, that he formed in the flesh but in heaven. That's what the initial story was. And Paul says he never knew Jesus. He knew him only from, he also says he didn't learn about Jesus from any other man. Why would Paul, the Apostle Paul, so adamantly argue that he didn't learn about Jesus from anybody else? He only got it from revelation in Scripture. That gave him authority because that's the only way that anybody else learned about Jesus, like the Christians that came before him, probably James and Peter were the first ones. So Paul also writes that he was caught up into the third heaven, which he calls paradise, and that's where he learned mysteries, and mysteries were revealed to him about Jesus. So what does caught up into the third heaven sound like? This is your totally your typical Merkava mysticism. It's like proto-Kabbalah. These mystical Jews talking about having ascension, Ezekiel's chariot ascension experiences where they learn about these prophetic things in like the Platonic upper world in the firmament. And there's an early Christian text called the Ascension of Isaiah that also has the same thing. Isaiah is going up into the seven heavens. He sees Jesus killed by Satan and his demons in heaven. And Paul has a verse that says basically the exact same thing, that it was the archons of this age would not have crucified him if they knew he was the Lord. The early Christianity development had a hidden Son of Man aspect to it, where he was hidden in the scriptures, hidden, people did not see him, hidden from the Jews. So you see what I'm saying? If John is complaining about early Christians, and it doesn't make any sense. If there was really historical Jesus, we wouldn't have had all of these Gnostic Docetist sects that believe Jesus is like a phantom or a ghost or something. There wouldn't be all of this diversity in early Christianity if there were really 12 apostles and there was really a historical Jesus that said things. But no, Christianity started with a wide range of different competing beliefs in different spirits and apostles. So before I get to the strong arguments too, there's one more that goes with this I want to cover. It's 2 Peter 1:16. Peter writes, "For we did not follow cleverly devised stories when we told you about the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ in power, but we were eyewitnesses of his majesty." And then in Peter, he goes on to describe this eyewitness is a post-resurrection heavenly angel Jesus appearance on a mountain. So listen to this again. Peter's saying, we didn't make up a cleverly devised story when we told you about Jesus. We saw him. If somebody's denying to other Christians early on that they're making up a story, what does that tell you? That they're not? Does that not tell you that they are making up a story? That's what Christianity and Jesus is, a cleverly devised myth of prophecies in Scripture that they turned into a fictional story. And it says they're eyewitnesses. Paul also calls himself an eyewitness. He says, "Have I not also seen the Lord?" And then one last point. Paul also says that he learned nothing that the other apostles, James, the supposed brother of Jesus, and Peter, Jesus' best friend and right-hand man, he says they added nothing. Paul says that those apostles never added anything to his message. And he only learned about it from Scripture. So, like I said, all the earliest layers of the New Testament, you don't have the biographical details. Paul never writes about the virgin birth or Mary or the betrayal of Judas or Pilate, or even uses the word disciples. Doesn't talk about how Jesus did the miracles and spoke in parables and was an earthly preacher. None of that is there. And that all comes before the Gospels. The first Gospel, Mark, basically knew Paul's letters and expanded on them and turned it into a biographical fiction. All right, I'm going to take a little breath. If you have a question on that, I'll answer, but if not, I can move on.
I
Go for it, John.
Okay, so you're not arguing that so you do believe that, like, the person they say was Jesus, do you believe that he was a physical person that actually existed?
No. He was in first fabricated by them mystically reading Old Testament prophecies, and they imagined him as an angel doing these things in the firmament. That's so as a cosmic celestial, like in the books of Enoch, Christianity, you see the books of Enoch and it talks about the Son of Man and the hidden one. It's all about the kings and conquering the kings of the nations, by the way, and subduing the world in Enoch. But Enoch is another visionary Merkava mysticism type of Jewish mystical book, like the book of Revelation is, by the way, also. Revelation is angel Jesus telling John of Patmos all of these things, right? That's what the whole book of Revelation is. That's what all of Paul's letters are about. Paul's understanding. The book of James in the New Testament, supposedly the brother of the Lord, never identifies himself as the brother of the Lord and doesn't talk about an earthly Jesus at all.
So the reason I asked if you believed in an earthly Jesus, or if even the person that they claim to be, the resurrected Son of God and all that, the reason I asked is because many non-believers, they say, and like, Mom, if you can hear me out there, I'm sorry for even saying the phrase, but there's non-believers that say that like Mary was raped by a Roman soldier and things like that. Is that all just kind of like nonsense filler in that case? Or?
Yeah, that's anti-Christian polemics. And there's a really good book I suggest people read. It's called The Jesus the Jews Never Knew by Frank Zindler. It's an amazing book. Tons of great information in there. He analyzes the Talmud. If there's any proof in the Talmud for historical Jesus, decides clearly there's not. And then also the Toldoth Yeshu, which is the Jewish book, The Secret Life of Jesus, Toldoth Yeshu. And in that, they actually brag that the Jews separated this dangerous sect in Judaism and took it to the Gentiles so the Jews wouldn't be tempted by it. But the stuff about Jesus Pantera and the Mary being raped or a whore or whatever, that's all polemics, just Jews talking trash about Christian claims of a virgin birth. That's what that is.
And then just one last thing, Ian, and it might be a good lead into him making good cases, for Jesus. But my last thing I was going to say is, Adam, are you familiar with some book? It's called More Than a Carpenter, and basically its whole premise is to give scientific reasons as to why Jesus was real. Have you ever heard of it?
I have. Remind me of the name of the author. I think I might even have that one or another book by that author. It's not Strobel, is it? It's the other guy, not Strobel, but the other topic apologist.
Give me 1 second.
Those books, Lee Strobel's book.
Josh McDowell.
Josh McDowell, yeah. These are Christian apologists. You can't get honest, serious scholarship from Christians on this topic. And the claims that they make in those books are just completely outrageous. Top mythicists like Richard Carrier does blogs debunking it all. So does Robert Price. They say outrageous stuff in those books. What's the big movie made by Strobel? Also, like, there's really good debunks on YouTube of this as well. Like, they make totally outrageous claims and have flaws in logic. And they say stuff like, "Oh, there's so many manuscripts. There's thousands of manuscripts. We have no original manuscripts. These are manuscripts from 300 later years after the fact that mean literally nothing." And that's the type of stuff you'll see in those books like that. Strobel and McDowell.
Case for Christ.
Case for Christ, right? That's the one. Just Robert Price, a top mythicist, has a whole book refuting that called "The Case Against the Case for Christ," and it's so bad. This is what I'm telling you. When you read Bart Ehrman's book, when you read those Christian apologist books, and then you read Carrier and Fitzgerald and several others, Lataster, it's like not even close, guys. I've been obsessively studying the Jesus question, did Jesus exist, for like going on 5 years now. Every book on it I can find, every debate, every interview on YouTube, and it's like the craziest cover-up and conspiracy in the last 2,000 years. The most influential person that led to the two biggest religions never existed, and he was invented by who and for what? Is the next question.
Well, and I mean, again, to go back to this idea of controlling the narrative, whether it's Hollywood, the media, big tech, academia, our understanding of history, World War I, World War II, who killed JFK, all these things, it's therefore not a wild stretch to suggest that this same group has been behind these same things for quite a long time. I guess one question that I would have on this one, Adam, it would relate more to the present day, and I'd go back to both the Bolsheviks and what we're seeing right now in this initiative for the Greater Israel, which is there does seem to be, even presently, a massive amount of vitriol that has been demonstrated and conducted in means of violence, as well as kind of verbal harassment and heckling and all these things. I mean, you troll X and you'll see countless things about Jewish individuals referring to people as goy and all this other stuff. And in the case of the Bolsheviks, you saw them burning down Catholic churches, Christian churches galore, while leaving the mosques untouched. So I guess the question that I would have for you would be, is there some kind of is it a genetic animosity towards? Is it some kind of superiority or sense of superiority delivered from this religious belief? Like, what is it that would construct this simultaneous animus where in your theology, the people that created this religion also seem to hate the people that follow it? I'd be curious for your thoughts there.
It's like the chosen victims, right? God's chosen people, but chosen to be hated by the world. So Judaism.
I think you're on mute still.
Oh shit! Shit! Yeah, Judaism and Christianity both have a love-hate relationship with one another, and with Jews, it's like the complex is that they're the chosen people, but chosen to be hated by the world, and everybody hates them for no reason, and the victimhood and the persecution, and the idea of like thinking of the non-Jews as goy, like that's not a Talmudic thing, that's just a Torah thing. Goyim means nations, and you just got to see all the verses in the Old Testament about what it says about the nations and what's going to happen to the nations. In the end times, according to the Messianic plan.
Well, yeah, and on that real quick, I'd just be curious how you understand these two things, because you'll see people you'll see Jews refer to the goy and the goyim condescendingly, and videos of rabbis talking about all the goyim are going to be enslaved under the Jews and all these things. Mm-hmm. And then you turn around and say to a Jewish person, hey, is it unreasonable that you refer to all non-Jews as essentially animals? And they then pivot and say, well, that's not actually the meaning. It refers to nations. Mm-hmm. But then you ask them, you say, oh, okay, well, if goy refers to a nation, well, then Israel is a goy, and therefore you are a goy, correct? And they say, no, not us. We're different.
Well, they do say that sometimes. They go, we're goy too. Yeah, they have said that also. But yeah, it's not the term goyim doesn't literally mean cattle. But I find it a little bit hypocritical or ironic when Christians are going to be like, oh, you think we're goy and you call us cattle. It's like you proudly call yourself sheep in a flock following your Jewish shepherd. How are you going to complain about being called cattle while your New Testament calls you sheep?
I mean, it's a pretty well stated point. I think the shepherd, this idea of protecting the sheep from the wolves, if you will.
Why does he protect them from the wolves, though? To fleece their wool, to eventually slaughter them for the harvest. Like that's ultimately why.
and that's the thing. That's why, I do think this whole idea of subversion, obviously there is this, at least, how do I want to say that? I don't want to say obviously, but in my belief, it appears obvious to me that there is this Zionist effort to create the greater Israel, to use that as a hub to basically enslave the world, and that we could look at things like Noahide laws, the push for this two-tiered legal system, right? We could also look at things like usury, where a number of groups just openly have zero APR loans that they offer to Jews and not to non-Jews. So there's obviously this two-tiered world they're trying to construct, and I think your argument here, or presentation, that is basically this is all based on essentially a psyop, has been one that's very compelling, especially when you do contrast it. If I didn't know of the JQ, I probably would listen to your takes and say, oh, no, that's crazy. But knowing what I do about the JQ, I think it makes me more inclined to think that there might be something to some of the things that you
and this
shared here.
Just to clarify for people, I think this is the best way to understand like where I'm coming from. Like I see it as like a Torah prophecy, like Torah messianic prophecy psyop. That's what the psyop is. The idea that there's a chosen people that have these prophecies. There's these prophets, and they can predict the future. And most of the prophecies involve a Messiah and conquering the world. So it's the Messiah meme, the prophecy meme. The Jesus deception at its core is really just a prophecy deception. The Jews convince the world that they have the power of prophecy, and when you believe Jews are the chosen people and the prophets of God, you're essentially making them God. And Paul says they are the oracles of God. So every Christian does believe that they were, even if Christians today go, oh, we don't think they're chosen anymore, but you do co-sign and affirm the idea that they were ever chosen. And you're elevating the idea of their covenant and the chosen status when Christians are like, well, we're the spiritual Jews now, and we have circumcised hearts, and we're adopted in to the root, and we're the branches that were grafted in, and we're the fellow heirs, and the like. It's all wannabe Jew. Like, Christianity is Judaism 2.0. And so it's not like opposing the idea of Yahweh and the prophecies and the Messiah. It's enabling and participating in it.
Yeah, well, and to your point at the beginning of this, the offset, that this idea the pen is mightier than the sword. So construct a story, a fable, I suppose, in this sense, that you're then sharing with the masses, converting them into this ideology. And then I do think, for what it's worth, and it's so curious because speaking of, modern contrast, I can't tell you how many times I have talked about the JQ on X, and somebody will respond to merely, because I'm not sure if you see some of my things, Adam, I tend to just focus on data. And I say, why can I over-represent or show an over-representation of Jewish intellectuals in X, Y, and Z positions? And sometimes, well, not sometimes, almost always when I do, somebody will come in and say either one of two things. Either you're anti-Semitic, or they'll say, are you Christian? And the reason that they ask the question is because if I say I am, they will say, well, then you should be more tolerant and accepting and all these things. It seems like it's a set of handcuffs in addition to potentially a brainwashing tool.
They want to shackle
And this
you.
is the way the vast majority of all Christianity is. All the actual churches, all the major denominations, like Nick and the Groypers just got disavowed by the U.S. Bishops Catholic group. And of course, any like actual Catholics and bishops are going to say they're heretical, they're antichrist, they're anti-Semitic. We disavow them. And
They
that's
call
like
Christians behaving anti-Semitic satanic.
yeah.
That's the satanic part for them.
Exactly. So, like, what we see online, these Christians that are like, they killed Jesus and they're the synagogue of Satan. Like, if you were to look at a pie chart, it would just be the tiniest little sliver of any Christians that think that way. And whenever Christians and Groypers say stuff like that, there'll be a bunch of Christian Zionists there saying, oh, but they're God's chosen and you need to believe this and believe that. So you can't even convince most of the Christians. You're making most of the normal non-believing people think that you're unhinged and crazy and discrediting opposition and criticism of Jews. And most normal people see the way online Christians criticize Jews, and it's, you killed Jesus, you Christ killers, and you drink baby blood, and you worship the devil. And most people, and this is just a fact, most people go, those poor Jews, and they have sympathy for Jews, and they go, those unhinged, deranged Christians attacking them and blaming them for killing God. So it's like the perfect way to it's the perfect enabling allies and support Christians are to Judaism, and then it's like the perfect fringe discrediting controlled opposition anti-Zionist Christians. In Christian Zionism, Christianity, just last point, Christianity wasn't just like subverted. Christianity is the subversion. Getting all of the nations, I mean, is there a greater psyop than the Jews, a small people that believe they're chosen, convinced half the world of their story, of their narrative? Go ahead.
I mean, it is, no, and I think perhaps that's a wonderful statement, right? You kind of encapsulated the what is it, 75 minutes or so with that one question, which I guess is a perfect place to set this little bookmark, as it was actually also the title of the space in many ways, right? And so it hasn't been subverted. It was the subversion. I think that's a really interesting way to frame that, Adam. And I know there's lots of hands, lots of people that want to ask questions. We actually have 6 or 7 additional requests in addition to everybody that's already up here. And I'm sure there's going to be more now that we're going to this Q&A portion. And so first, sorry.
Before we go there, Ian, you had asked about why the Bolsheviks and the Jews only destroyed Christian churches and why they didn't destroy the mosque. Maybe Adam can inform you on the connection between Judaism and Islam, because tell them, Adam, how Jews could worship in mosques. Like there's that connection, the dietary laws and all that, and setting up for the East versus the West.
Oh, okay, yeah, I could address that point. So my understanding is the Bolsheviks were communist Jews. And so naturally, they're going to not like the monarchy, the Christian monarchy in Russia. And I wasn't aware that I wasn't aware there were a bunch of mosques in Christian Russia to begin with. But I have heard that they destroyed churches but kept the synagogues. But I do also know that the Orthodox Jews that were in Russia at the time didn't like the Bolsheviks. They thought they were Amalek and secular and stuff and evil also. But Stalin brought back the Orthodox Church and turned it into KGB spies, basically. And now they got everybody under their religious control over there as well. And I think the important thing, and I'll get to the strengths, the strongest arguments people have for historical Jesus too, but you hear people online all the time say, oh, there's nothing the Jews hate more than the Christians and believing in Jesus. That's not true at all. If you actually look at what all the rabbis say, they think Christianity and the Trinity is idolatrous, but they think it's better than the pagan idol worship that came before it. They see Christianity as a stepping stone and a move in the right direction to Judaism and the God of Israel monotheism. And it's like, oh, there's nothing Jews hate more than Christians believing in Jewish prophecy and worshiping the King of the Jews and believing in the God of Israel. No, that was their ultimate goal to begin with. And that's why we see Ben Shapiro all the time promoting Christianity, promoting Christians, kvetching about paganism. We see the same thing with Dennis Prager, and there's Messianic Jews all over the internet promoting Jesus to the nations. Like Brother Nathaniel. Brother Nathaniel was Jewish. He converted to Christianity, but he's still at the end of the day promoting the same core ideas as Judaism. That the prophecies are real and the God of Israel is real and that there's going to be a Messiah that fulfills prophecy and rules the world. So it's basically just a rabbi in a different name. And you want me to touch real quick on the strongest points that people bring up for a historical Jesus?
Oh, yes.
I was going to say, I DM'd Ian and I was like, dude, don't forget, we need fucking counterpoints, like a little white pill for the people that are probably like, wow, I'm about to like jump off a bridge.
Sure. No, I know all their arguments better than most Christians do easily. So they'll say, oh, the Romans wrote about him and confirmed he was real. No, that's Josephus is the earliest mention, and that's 60 years after Jesus supposedly died. And it's a forgery. It's a well-known interpolation. And Josephus wasn't even born until after Jesus supposedly died, and that's the earliest one. 60 years later, the Gospels, some of the Gospels, and Christianity was already spreading around. So even if it were authentic, he's only reporting what he learned from Christians, what Christians believe in Christianity. It's no proof of a historical Jesus. You're telling me, Christians are telling me that God embodied himself in a man and walked earth, and nobody wrote about it at the time. And there were plenty of people around that could have wrote about it. God could have supernatural powers and have some sculptor make a sculpture of Jesus. There could have been a million things of proof. There's no proof. And then they'll say Tacitus, that's 80 years after Jesus supposedly died. And again, same thing, not an independent attestation. So the extra biblical mentions of Jesus, they're actually proof that there wasn't a historical Jesus, is the way I rule those. That's number one. So Josephus Tacitus, no good, no proof. Then they'll say in Paul's letters, he calls him born of a woman. Read a little further down. It says he's being figuratively. This is a metaphor for being born under Torah law or not. It's not proof of a historical Jesus. He also says he's born the seed of David. And that's just from logic and prophecy. The Messiah has to be the seed of David. So there goes Paul. Everything else in Paul shows he never knew a Jesus and knew him only from Scripture. No proof of a historical Jesus at all with Paul. The other thing they'll say, one more, the top one, they'll say, Paul mentioned James, the brother of the Lord. That's one of the biggest ones they'll say. Paul mentions that one time. He never treats James as the brother of the Lord. James and Paul call all Christians brothers and sisters of the Lord, by the way, like Christians do today. This is brother Malcolm, brother Dominic. That's the way they do it. It's spiritual brothers in Christ, not an actual blood brother. And then when you look at there's all the Gnostic and apocryphal books of James. It's James getting the secret wisdom through revelation. It even says explicitly in Apocrypha of James or Apocalypse of James that he's not the physical brother, but the spiritual brother. And in the New Testament letter of James, he doesn't even call himself the brother of the Lord. And when he talks about Jesus, it's all based from Scripture. So those are like the best ones, basically.
I don't think most Christians even believe he had a brother, to be honest. I think that's like
they think
used
that's
for a lot of
heresy,
people.
actually. They
Yeah,
do all
that's what
types
I'm
of stuff
saying.
and say it's heretical.
Well, and so real quick, and then we're going to go to we'll pivot to actually what I'll do is I got a question for you, Adam, that I'd love if there's any kind of closing summarization that you want to add. If not, then we can just go to the Q&A and have a lot of individuals up here. In particular, I know Reptile has been up here and had his hand up from the very get-go, so I'm sure he's itching to ask a question. But I wanted to throw one at you, which is just so obviously your take on Christianity is that it's this essential psyop. I'd then be curious.
Fake and Jewish. Just say fake and Jewish. That's basically the main premise. Psyop. People get hung up on the word,
psyop, right? Like it's a
lie.
I just say that because so much
It's a
of
lie.
the world today is fake and Jewish. But so if not that, I'm just kind of curious your overarching religious or theological thesis on how we arrived here. Are you you're an agnostic? You're pagan. You believe in Odin. And I ask about Odin just because you have such a physical physiognomy. If I just look at your avatar there, you look like you're ready to play Thor. I'm curious, what your religious take is.
People actually say I look like Thor all the time in real life. I'm 6'4" and 240 pounds. So I'm a pretty big guy, and I do get that. But no, I was raised Christian. My mom's still Christian. All my family, my uncle's a pastor, and it's Protestant Church of Christ, not Mormon. People lie and claim I was a Mormon, like that's a scandal or something somehow. Was never Mormon, was just Church of Christ, Protestant. Went my whole life till I was about 16. Never really believed it. I was believed in demons and God and hell, basically, but the dipping in the water and the drinking the blood and the dying for my sins, I thought it was wacky and cultish even as a young kid. I remember reading the cartoon books and saying, is this really real or is this made up like the rest of my books? Do angels really just appear in the corner of the cave like that? Like, is Noah's Ark really happen? Is that real history? I was told yes, but obviously these are all Jewish fairy tales, and they're not. So after that, I'm studying debunking religion, evolution. So to cut to the chase, I'm agnostic, non-religious, and I have respect for my ancestors' pagan gods. I don't believe in them. I don't believe in Thor and Odin. I don't do pagan rituals. I don't dress up like a Viking and LARP around in my free time. It's just paying respect and homage to my pre-Christian mythical ancestry, basically. The myths of my ancestry.
So
which is, by the way, not Jewish at all whatsoever, despite what I'm sure the trolls will say. I'm 100% European, shown my DNA, blonde hair and blue eyes, raised Christian. Green is an English, Irish, Scottish name. So just want to get that out of the way too.
No, and I was going to say you certainly don't. We talked about appearances or aesthetics. I don't think you meet much of those criteria, especially if you're 6'4". The last little question I would have, and then we'll go to Reptile, is just given that statement, are you a Big Bang guy? Do you think that's nonsense? Do you think something created all of this? Are we in a computer simulation? What's your thought?
I don't believe in a creator, because of the problem of needing to who would create that creator. So instead of having an eternal creator before creation, I just believe basically in an infinite universe. That's the best I can come up with. And definitely I believe in evolution. I even believe in abiogenesis. I believe that's possible, and we'll probably figure out more how that's done in the near future. They've already gotten close to it. And I think it's amazing. Some people think it's nihilistic and blackpilling that we're on a little speck of dust in an infinite universe flying around a sun. But I think it's amazing. I think we're lucky to be here. I love life. I think life has meaning that we give it. And the basic fundamentals of life is to reproduce. Otherwise, if that wasn't the main objective of life, life wouldn't exist. So it's all about reproducing and having families and living right. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, and I of what I know of you, I certainly know that you're a family man. I want to just certainly celebrate that, and your I want to celebrate your celebration of family, if that makes sense. I think it's one of the most important things we can all do, and this has been really spectacular, and I say this because this is a completely controversial theology that I have not really looked into, was not all that familiar with. I certainly want to thank you for sharing all of that, for sharing, your insights, your ideas, this controversial take, and hopefully some time for some questions, because there's just looking, there's 8 requests. So there's at least something like 15 people, if not maybe 20, that are eager to get up here and ask you a question. And so let's go Reptile, and then I'm going to actually cut the line and go over to my brother from another mother, Mr. Truth Teller. And so let's start with Reptile.
Thanks a lot, mate. Great space, guys. Studying this conspiracy for a long time, forget Jews, forget reptilians, still the most controversial thing is this question: did Jesus exist? And when you look into it, we know it's basically ancient sun worshipping, astrotheology, not just Jewish stuff, boys. This goes back to the Phoenicians, the Babylonians. Tomorrow, December 21st, down under, or for you guys in a couple of days, you get your winter solstice in the Northern Hemisphere, where that sun sits at its lowest point in the annual cycle and dies, being born again on December 25th. We've got these names: Tammuz, Nimrod, Krishna, Buddha, Osiris. It's heaps of these deities that they talk about. Born of a virgin, 12 disciples, perform miracles, died on the cross. But I want to put something out there, just, controversial as it is, mate. You want to get controversial? Because I used to, be very similar to what Adam's thoughts are. Jordan Maxwell speaks the same stuff. I remember Achari S. in the Christ Conspiracy, but no joke, when I look into it, we've got to re-look at these ancient texts with what they call ancient astronauts, extraterrestrials, aliens, other beings, whatever you want to call them. There was a Greek Catholic priest. His name was Isa Rashid. He ended up being murdered by the Mossad, all of his family, mate. And it hooks him with a guy called Billy Meyer, who's extremely controversial as of these Pleiadian beings. And they found these scrolls that the story of this person that we know as Jesus, whose real name was actually Emmanuel, or in Pleiadian, Jemanuel. It says in Isaiah 7:14, "Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." Matthew 1:2-3. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and they will call him Emmanuel. This is who we're talking about. This angel Gabriel was a Pleiadian, a truly amazing Pleiadian being. And we don't know how it happened, but he was the one who impregnated Mary. Also Elizabeth, who was John the Baptist, same damn angel coming through.
Hey, can I jump in? I've been holding my tongue a long time. I'm sorry, bro.
Go, brother.
Hey, Ian, Dominic, thank you guys for hosting this space. This has been great. But there's just, I think, a little bit of a misunderstanding, I think, about what, and maybe it's due to the fact some people are called for different things. Some people have a spiritual side, some people don't. All of this stuff about what replaces, we got to figure out what the real Jesus is to replace the Jewish Jesus, or we got to figure out what the real books say to replace what the Jews corrupted. That's not what we're doing or what we're promoting. Or what we're saying.
Well, the whole space is called "Did Jesus Exist?" I'm putting it on record now to tell you, reptile hybrid, mate. I'm entitled to just give you this perspective. As the other guy as well, Gergen has his own thoughts as well. I found that fascinating. Well, it says, "Did Jesus exist?" This could be.
Okay, we're not.
The most truth you'll ever hear on "Did Jesus exist?" His name was Emmanuel. The scriptures spoke about this. And just to finish, what it really was about was these extraterrestrials who are looking down on us and were involved with our creation. And they tried many times to try and set the people straight with the stuff we see in the Old Testament, but it was all rejected. So they sent him down, who was one of the last people. He was one of the most amazing dudes who ever walked the fucking face of the planet, a hybrid being who did survive the crucifixion and end up in India, despite what Adam says as well. And so all that I wanted to say was I wanted to put that out there and wish you all a Merry Christmas and God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, and Reptile, thank you for that, and certainly an interesting take, and there's a lot in there, Adam. I'm curious if you want to take a stab at unpacking some of that. I mean, it's basically, I don't think you might be at disagreement, because perhaps your thought might be that a lot of the influence used for whether it's the Old or New Testament might have come from some of these more, I don't want to call them primitive, but maybe more prehistoric takes on religion. If you want to kind of add your thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, I don't agree with any of the Pleiadians alien stuff, thinking that there's real events behind these Torah stories. I do agree where he said that Jesus, an aspect of Jesus is the dying and rising God, which represents the sun. You see that in Mithra and Sol Invictus on the winter solstice, where the sun is all the lowest, all the crops are all dead before the rebirth of the sun and the rebirth of spring and all the life on earth, the plants and stuff, obviously. Actually, animals too in the spring reproduce. So there's some validity to that, but the aliens and the reptiles and messing Zechariah Stitchin and Nephilim and Anunnaki messing with us, I just believe in regular natural evolution. The idea that aliens could travel here, like, did they come from Mars? Did they come outside the solar system? Because I don't think it takes so long to get anywhere to Earth from outside the solar system that the idea of aliens coming here is just incredibly unlikely. It would take way too long unless they had advanced wormhole technology or something.
Yeah, so you and this goes back to your theory on kind of the world at large. Yeah. So
I don't believe in aliens.
You don't believe in aliens, okay?
Yeah. Or demons, cool. Demons and angels, aliens, none of that. Nothing supernatural, basically.
Okay, if that's I'm glad that you threw that out there, just because. So your thought is kind of everything within the realm of, let's just call it reality, that you can see. Okay, that's.
Ian, that kind of speaks to my point, is that I'm speaking for myself. I don't care if people do have feelings about spirituality. They can believe this or that. It's just not my interest, right? We're not here to talk. We're trying to figure out and deal with reality, and nothing wrong with supernatural spirit stuff, but it's just not what we're here to talk about, in my opinion.
No, that's fair. And I guess, Adam, I would ask the question then as a follow-up, and then I want to go to Mr. Truth Teller. Have you ever had something happen, whether it was like deja vu or whatnot, that made you perhaps think that there's something more to this plane, right? That felt a little bit supernatural in its reality, if I can use those terms?
No, I haven't. Not really. No.
Okay. Very cool. All right.
Hey, Ian. By the way, just want to say this real quick. I'm going to try to find a very strong Christian to come into the space to try to push back on Adam a little bit. Simply put, man, like, I'm more into, like modern day politics and like the whole thing. I'm not a theologian. I want to be able to push back on Adam, but I feel like I got to give at least a little bit of love for my boy Jesus. So I'm going to find someone.
Well, Dominic, you asked a good question about how different denominations interpret the end times, pretty much rapture, whatever you want to call it. And that is an important aspect to how they conceive of the current day geopolitics stuff going on, how they interact with that, how they interact with Jews, right? So that is an important question, and maybe there could be a Catholic or someone else that could come up here.
And Dominic, I've been debating lots of Christians over the last few years.
Oh, I know, dude. I've watched them. I'm just saying, just for like a good faith argument, just for the audience that maybe isn't familiar. Like, I've seen your work, dude. I'm a fan of yours. I like I said, I'm an inquisitive mind. I'm open to all different, mindsets and outlooks. But one thing I also do want to add, though, is just in the same sense that it's literally impossible for us to explain like creation as far as the universe, and even how Adam just said the best case he has is just that there's an infinite universe. Well, there's a reason that oftentimes when we speak about religion, the word faith comes up, because there are unexplainable mysteries throughout this life that we just simply do not have a reason for. So I'm not saying that this is a reason that it's real or that it's truthful. I'm just saying that even the fact that the universe exists is an unexplainable phenomenon in itself. And so it is possible that other phenomena and other miracles have taken place, because there's just simply a whole vast unknown part of life that we can't really ever verify. So it's not even an argument against Adam. It's just to say that, it's true. This life is awesome, regardless of how we're here. And it is a miracle, whoever the hell, it put us here. So I just wanted to throw that out there, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, dude, to me, hearing the answer of, oh, this is all beautiful and magical, but it's all explained by the Jewish God in the Bible and Jesus, that's boring to me, right? The universe is so much more fantastical and magical if we open our minds to it and don't get bogged down by, Ian, I think you said these shackles that we have, these things that are kind of dragging us down into, non-reality.
And Dom, just how this is why I'm an agnostic and not a militant atheist. Although I've never heard good, convincing arguments for a God, and I don't think just because there's existence in the universe, if you call that a miracle, you can't say, well, existence is a miracle, so other miracles must be true. Like I think that's a little bit of a non sequitur, but I'm with you. The fact that there's existence at all, the apparent some order of life that consciousness could come about from non-consciousness. For those reasons, what we know so far, that's why I'm agnostic and don't completely rule out something I don't understand.
Yeah, life is pretty mind-blowing if you think about it.
No, well,
at the end. Oh, sorry. I was going to
try 10 grams of mushrooms and tell me, bro.
At the end of the space, I want someone to refresh me on what Thomas Jefferson's religious viewpoint was, because I feel like he had, I don't know, almost like a similar vibe. Like he didn't really know. He just kind of thought nature was like the guy. I don't know. But anyway,
he also edited the Bible himself. I think he edited it. He had his own Edison Bible.
Yeah, no, there were lots of edits that were done there, Dom, if I'm not mistaken, and that's why I mean, and Dom, it's why I love hosting spaces with you, with Truth, with so many of these other individuals that are open-minded even to that which it might ruffle our own internal feathers.
Thanks
right?
for the donos, guys.
If we're going to try and understand the
Indomitably
world,
based,
then we have to be willing
Ernst
to
Junker,
examine any
White
and all
Pill,
takes,
Joan
unpack
Base World,
them, reverse
Liam T.
engineer
Jarrett,
them, try and
appreciate
better
you
our
guys.
understanding of them. And it's why I
How am I
asked
doing?
Adam about the areas that he feels are perhaps the best arguments against his theology. Because
am I spiraling?
What I often find is that if an individual can't tell you the holes in their understanding of the world, it's because they haven't thought about things nearly enough. And I knew Adam would have done that.
Infinite and eternal universe.
So it's why I try to be just always inquisitive, like curious like a cat, to quote Jeff Goldblum, or no, it was Will Ferrell, I'm sorry, in an interview with Jeff Goldblum on Saturday Night Live. But let's go over to a question with Mr. Truth Teller, who's always inquisitive in the best of ways.
Sure, thank you, Ian, and thanks for hosting the space. Adam, I'll go back and listen to all of what you said. I was in and out of the space. And again, you make some compelling arguments. I was looking at your feed. I've looked at it before. Like, I see you've got some strong contentions there. So just on the issue of Jesus and whether he existed, I just want to make sure I understand your view first. Do you believe that no person, ascribed to be Jesus, who performed, say, 37 miracles that are documented, in the four apostle books, right? Mark, Paul, and I'm not even remembering right now. Sorry, I just woke up.
Not the apostle books. It's the Gospels, and it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
And also, Paul did not write the Gospels.
Yeah, Paul did not. Yeah, and the four gospel books. So are you telling us that those 37 miracles are indeed fabricated, and that Jesus, there is no such being who could have been Jesus that actually performed those miracles to prove that he was, divine and possibly Son of God or Messiah, etc.?
Yes, yeah, they're fiction. An ancient Jew made them up.
So now, with respect to the Jews, they, for whatever reason, have four versions of the Torah. Have you read all four?
I believe you mean four levels of the Torah. Like in Kabbalah, they have four different levels of Torah.
Well, there's the Dead Sea Scrolls, Septuagint, Masoretic text, and the Samaritan. I mean, there's a lot of crossover between the four, and then there's some contradictions between the four as well. So they made things confusing even for themselves. And when I've asked rabbis about that, what's the deal with that? And then they have a Talmud on top of that, and not one, but two versions of the Talmud, the Jerusalem one and the Babylonian one.
Well, Truth, I believe
they're not like the same thing, different versions. They're like completely different stuff, the two Talmuds.
But okay, so the point I'm trying to make is, if they're that sloppy with their own textbooks and they admit themselves they've lost original manuscripts, how do you think they'd also have the ability then to pull a psyop and get all these Christians to want to believe in, the Son of God being a Jew, if they couldn't even come up with their own manual for their
The
own
PSYOP
religion?
requires no book. Why are you making that connection?
Yeah, the canons.
Messianic conspiracy.
Not everybody agrees on the canons, but like for the most part, as far as we know, like all the important parts are pretty much the same between the Masoretic or the Septuagint or different translations even of the oldest Bibles, New Testaments that we have. There's books like Wisdom of Solomon and Enoch that were incredibly influential in early Christianity that aren't even in a lot of Christian canons today. So I'm not sure what your argument is. Like, we've got tons of books, all the apocryphal stuff, Nag Hammadi, Dead Sea Scrolls. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, you can see so many elements of Christianity that came before Christianity. One of them is the Melchizedek scroll, where it talks about a heavenly divine figure, Melchizedek, and they're using scripture to tell this story about Melchizedek. And they even use Isaiah 52 and Daniel 7, or maybe it's Daniel 9, which are some of the same scriptures that the first Christians connected to come up with their Jesus narrative.
It doesn't have to be a psyop. It's just something that worked, and then eventually people started going with it. And as it worked more and more,
it evolved and changed, and there was different competing ideas. So it wasn't like one strand of like a cabal of Jews that all got together and decided we're going to do this and blah, blah, blah. I don't think it necessarily happened like that. This was, something that they're calling audibles. It's happening over centuries. There's conflicting factions. It was a messy thing. But the main thing that I think nobody can deny is that Jesus is mythical. It was created by Jews. And the intention was to fulfill prophecy, to have all the nations worship their God. Those are the core aspects. And it's a messianic meme. It's a Messiah prophecy meme. That's at the core of all of it.
Okay, Adam, sure. But then how would you explain that in the Talmud, where the Jews essentially then, flip the script on who it's alleged Jesus is, Son of God, Messiah, etc., where they now claim that he was a sorcerer, he was a son of a whore, that he never.
It's just Jews talking shit.
So,
Christians were calling them the devil's children, and they killed Jesus. So Jews, after hundreds of years, were talking shit back. That's all it is.
Yeah, are you familiar with the polemics of St. John Chrysostom, truth teller?
Hey, right? I'm gonna run and pee, you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry.
Right, but you can see the opposite effect of
that's the second space this week, Dominic, where somebody that's like the featured guest has been like, I'm gonna go take a piss.
That's good, because I got plenty to say in the downtime. All right, Mr. Malcolm. I tried to get.
Can we say that real quick, because this is important for everybody to understand. During that time period, as Christianity was enmeshing itself as the dominant religion in the Roman Empire, there were both Christian and Jewish polemicists who were, and just like it wasn't just those either. There was Manichaeanism. There were other, quasi religions out there that had their own kind of priesthood and own defense, right? Apologetics for them. So they were at each other's throats talking shit. St. John Chrysostom was saying that synagogues were whorehouses and dens of Satan, and then Jews were saying that Jesus is a bastard and he sucks, right? This is just them disliking each other and disliking each other's sex.
There's really 4 different questions that you can't have one answer that answers all of them. There's the question, the historical Jesus. There's the question, how Jesus became God. Then there's the question, how Jesus took over Rome and then eventually the Western world. And then there's the separate question of the Jews' role, involvement in it. And, so people tend to want to have one answer that can answer all of those questions, but it's very likely that all 4 of those questions have different answers.
Ian and True Teller, between the 3 of us, let's try to find the strongest or most knowledgeable Christian we know, so we can really push back on Adam. I tried with a few people, but just let's get in the DMs and let's try, because Adam's a heavyweight for the opposing side, and it's like, I know some shit, but I'm going to be real with you. It's like, it's like the Super Bowl winning team versus like a high school team. Like we might both be playing football, but this guy's a pro.
Well, we'll have a little back and forth. It's fine. Look, I respect that. He's done a lot of research. I didn't come prepared for this discussion. I'm going off the top of my head. There are a few things I do know that might be helpful to the discussion. So, Adam, how do you figure that Muslims, Christians, and Jews don't believe in usury? It's banned in their religions, but the Jews then have, of course, the exception to the rule through the 198th mitzvah that commands them to actually charge usurious rates. And again, it's alleged, I guess you don't believe Christ existed, that Jesus came into the temples where the money changers were, tipped the tables on them, and chased them out, whipped them out, essentially. Do you believe all that is made up too?
I think you got to repeat your question. He only heard like half of it.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I got it. And it's a good question. I'm Googling it right now. There's actually a verse where Jesus like affirms usury. It's one of the parables, I believe, but he never speaks against
He affirms
usury.
it?
Yeah, I'm looking for the verse right now. I think it's a parable verse.
He had a very low opinion on the Pharisees.
No, he never said anything about usury, though. Jesus, there's no verse of him condemning usury. And it's not like a Talmudic thing. It's Old Testament. It says the Jews shall reign over many nations. I'm sorry, they shall lend to many nations, but they shall not borrow. They shall reign over many nations, but the nations shall not reign over thee. And also it's Old Testament that says you can charge interest to a foreigner, but not to a fellow Israelite.
Yeah.
So that's all
True.
Torah law.
You're making that connection. You're making that connection between usury and the symbology of Jesus cleansing the temple.
I found the verse.
That's about. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
The verse is Luke 6. It says, "And if you lend to those whom you expect to receive, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners to get back the same amount, but love your enemies and do good and lend, expecting nothing in return, and your reward will be great. And you will be sons of the Most High, for he is kind to the ungrateful." Nothing in return. Okay, so actually I stand corrected there. I guess in Luke it does say, he says, I think that can be interpreted as not saying usury. Expect nothing in return maybe means no usury, but he never explicitly speaks about usury.
No, but the point is that what Truth Teller said is he's saying that the scene of Jesus going to the temple and cleaning it out is somehow defiling the usury principle or something, when in actuality it's simply a symbolic.
It was defiling the
I should have
temple
received.
itself.
No, it's
Because they're doing
Jesus
money
symbolically
changing.
cleansing it of unclean things like pagan.
Yeah.
They weren't
pagan
Jewing right at the
or-
temple. And also
weren't
that never
Jewing
happened.
right.
The
They
Ro-
weren't doing right. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
He was-
Let me
Jesus was
explain.
unclean.
Hold on.
Not to be usury.
The story of Jesus cleansing the temple is another fictional story. It's in the Gospels. It goes back and forth with Jesus talking about the withering, cursing the fig tree. And these are both symbolic, prophecy-fulfilling elements that never happened. And that's why none of the Romans ever wrote about it. They occupied Jerusalem at the time. There's no Jewish sources talking about Jesus ever doing any of this either. Paul never mentions this happening in his letter to the Romans. Or any of the other letters. And there's another verse I just found actually too. This is the one I was thinking of. It says, the parable of the talents, Matthew 25. "Then you ought to have invested my money with the bankers, and at my coming I should have received what was my own with interest." Sounds like he's okay with interest and bankers to me, talking about interest. But yeah, he never explicitly condemns usury. The Christianity, hold on, let me finish the point because this is important. What ended up happening was it's in the Torah law for the Jews to lend to the nations and to charge interest to the nations, but not to each other. So that's Torah. It's also talked about in the Talmud, reaffirmed in the Talmud, but that comes from the Torah. And then Christianity and Islam outlawed usury, which gave Jews a monopoly on usury. You want to know why they run all the banks today? Because the Christians outlawed it. And the Christian kings, they would have a special role for the court Jews. They would lend the money and gave them a monopoly on lending money, which gave them a monopoly on finance and the power that's led to the financial connections today.
Okay, so the banking part I've studied pretty extensively, and I looked at, for instance, the Medici Bank. They were established in 1397 in Italy, but they were essentially guided and dictated to by the Vatican, essentially the Catholic Church, which was essentially the most powerful entity then before they got subverted. And so they were not allowed to charge usury at all. So they adopted that rule. So it had to come from somewhere that somebody outlawed usury, but the Jews had the exception according to the 198th mitzvah, which was at the very least.
So Christianity gave Jews a monopoly on lending money. Do you think that was a good idea?
Absolutely not. No, so you can
They
lend
gave
money.
no
You're
pushback.
No,
they
but
gave
Adam,
no pushback and nothing to stop them
let's
from
say,
doing that.
Primordial, just a second. So you're allowed to lend money. You're even allowed to lend money at a prescribed interest rate. Let's be clear about that. You're not allowed to lend money at an interest rate that enables the lender to get unjustly wealthy. That's considered usury. So you're allowed to charge a basic interest rate. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not considered usury. You can also collateralize debts as well. That's fine as well. So anyway, the merchant bankers within the Medici Bank, they would seek out arbitrage opportunities with the deposits they would receive, and they also issued fees. It still charged fees to cover their expenses, of course.
What is,
to be
guys?
able
What
to
does
do
this have to do with?
So with
Did Jesus
arbitrage opportunities,
exist?
you're essentially taking that money, you're looking to buy, say, like a textile in one market, resell in another market for a profit. That's how they built up their wealth. Now, you can never compete with that system when you have a usurious rate in place because, well, you can do things like eventually fractional reserve banking, because back then they were using precious metals like silver and gold to back whatever IOU they were issuing. And that's where the Jews would achieve an unfair advantage that would essentially destroy a lot of economies. And it's actually what they did in places like the UK before the 13th century. They were destroying economies, repossessing properties as well through their usurious ways. And it was the kings who would then kick them out for this reason. That's why they've been kicked out of 109 countries, 1,034 times. Part of it was because they were screwing people over, repossessing their homes through usury. It was Emperor Caesar that actually discovered this, if you believe it. In 46 BC, he found 300,000 Romans on the streets walking around homeless because the Jews had taken over their homes and also enslaved them. Jews also love to do slavery because they're allowed to enslave the Gentile. So the set of rules the Jews came up with to be able to kill the Gentile, rip off the Gentile, rape the Gentile, deceive the Gentile. You don't believe that they had a religion that dictated and allowed for these different, basically two sets of laws that they had to abide by, because they can't do any of those things to each other, then there's consequence. But they would be allowed to do it to the Gentile. Do you believe that that existed? And if so, where did it come from?
From the Torah, and then later the Talmud. It's rooted in the Torah and then expanded on and argued over in the Talmud. And they have some sets of laws for them that you don't find in Christianity that are beneficial to them in their survival and actually can be twisted into subversion for us. Like the, universal, we're all one in Christ. There's turn the other cheek, right? For Christians, it's turn the other cheek. For Jews, it's basically like they're going to get vengeance. Rise and kill first.
Eye for an eye.
Excuse me? Eye for an eye, right.
Okay. So then, okay. So you do believe in Moses then? You do believe in some prophets?
No, Moses never existed.
Okay,
Completely
right.
fit. All of the Hebrew, Noah, Moses, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Adam and Eve, none of them existed.
That gives more validity to your argument, just because, it would be pretty selective if you were saying like, oh, like this fake Jewish fairy tale, this is the correct one, but not this one. So, okay, at least you're consistent. I'll give you that.
So then who would have drafted the Torah with all the stories in it? And I know they did lose a lot of the original manuscripts. It's one of the reasons why they have multiple versions of it. Who would you give credit to for drafting those books?
The latest theories and scholars believe that the Torah as we know it today was largely fabricated around 300 BC, possibly in Alexandria by Alexandrian Jews. And that
it's between 400 to 500 BC is what the claim is for the first.
I'm seeing a lot of work, a lot of experts saying right around the time of 275 to 300 BC. And what triggered it was the Library of Alexandria and all those different ideas and the Platonic influence of Plato's Noble Lie, which is to have a foundational myth that most of the masses believe is literal truth, while the highest initiates and the people that run it know it's metaphorical and meant to just control the masses. So Judaism is based on Plato's Noble Lie and foundational myth, and then by extension, Christianity is an extension of that, which becomes an unnoble lie because it's meant for subjugating the rest of the world. which look at what it's led to. Our leaders today, Christians all over the world, believe you're cursed if you curse them and blessed if they bless them. And their homeland is the Holy Land. And they were the once chosen people.
Yeah, well, that's the addition in the Schofield version of the Bible.
No, it's
Genesis
not.
12:3. Well,
No, it's
that's
not.
the claim. Well, that's the interpretation.
Are the
of
Jews
that
not
verse
the
that they added.
actual biological children of Abraham? And the Gentiles are grafted in, the foreign branches that have to be adopted in because they're the actual chosen people, and the Gentiles could only be grafted in because they were cut off.
Well, I mean, that's one version.
There's Genesis where it talks about Judah as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's again Judah. That's
So the tribe of
down
Judah
the line.
rules.
It went from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Jacob changed his name to Israel. Then the 12 tribes. One of the tribes is Judah. So that's right. Okay. So that's where they claim they descend from. That's what one set of Jews believe anyway. I mean, if you ask 10 Jews, you get 11 opinions. On
No,
where
every
the first
Jew
came from.
thinks that they descend from Jacob and Judah and the Judeans.
Some believe the first Jew was Noah. Some believe it was Abraham.
Yeah, most believe it's
Some
Abraham.
believe there were 600,000 Jews that originated at Mount Sinai when Moses was on top too. Some say it was Moses.
Yeah.
So again,
And they believe in 600,000 that left
Adam,
Egypt as
I
well.
only say this. I'm not trying to be combative. I only say this because I've actually done the survey. I've asked a bunch of Jews this question. So who's the first Jew? And I never get the same answer twice. So they don't really.
Well, I just chat GPT'd it the other day, and it said most rabbis generally say it's Abraham because it's the Abrahamic covenant, which, by the way, do you guys know how crazy the Abrahamic covenant is? The foundation of all the major religions in the world, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Abraham cuts up a bunch of animals and then takes a nap, and then God has a floating torch that goes through the middle of all the cut up carcasses. Like, is this not silly? Is this not ancient and barbaric superstition?
And then circumcision.
Slicing up animals and a covenant with a floating flame that goes through?
Fair enough, Adam. I know you have a lot of hands, and we could have this conversation all night, really. Okay, so just on the part where you're agnostic and you don't believe in an original creator because you think someone would have had to have created the creator.
Mm-hmm.
But then how do you explain just a certain phenomena that science has never been able to explain? One example, for instance, how mountains can emerge. Two, how do you...
Hold on. How mountains can emerge? We know exactly how mountains emerge. From the plate tectonics, the plates smashing up against each other and one being pushed up.
You learned this in third grade, True Tower.
Just hold on a second. So first of all, who created those tectonic plates? So again, we can unpack it further, Adam. It's fine. I don't mind doing that. But I'm just saying, man has not been able to recreate or replicate a mountain. It's something that's done well. Again, it's a phenomenon that most people cannot ever replicate or reproduce. Nobody's ever been able to.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can make a little model. Take two pieces of paper and smash them together and see what happens.
I don't mean a model. I mean an actual mountain. It's beyond.
Well, that's a science experiment. They measure the mountains going up as earthquakes happen. They go, oh, that happened, and over this much time, it's gone up this many inches. It goes up to this many inches every year with every earthquake. They measure these things. They know.
So then that again brings up, well, who would have created volcanoes? Who would have also created the very first cell to create?
When has anything ever been created out of nothing?
Well, I think that's the God particle, right?
According to physics, it's not possible to create anything out of nothing.
Right. So the universe, instead of inventing a eternal, infinite God that has all these magical powers that came from who knows where, just cut that out, and you have an eternal, infinite universe.
That's what I was referring to earlier, though, is every religion has some element of faith. It's just built in inherently. So I feel like that's kind of where it comes. I mean, that's why it's called faith. You know, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying there's an absolute
but the ancients didn't know about evolution.
Past faith. At some point, we evolved past that, and we just look for logic and we look for answers instead of just wishing for a magic man in the sky to answer our prayers. To some point, does the humanity evolve at some point?
Right. They didn't have telescopes that could see all of the billions of galaxies in the universe and how vast the universe was. They didn't know about evolution. They didn't know about lots of things when they came up with their stories. And of course, ancient people were all superstitious. It's natural for humans to be superstitious, and they had big questions. Where do we come from? And that's the best they can come up with then. But evolution is a million times better explanation than Genesis story. And God just
it just shocks me. It just absolutely shocks me that we're in the year 2024 and people still have the same answers from the same book that they had hundreds of years ago. It absolutely is shocking to me that, we have all these answers, all this technology, and they still want to pray. Just absolutely amazing.
All right. So
I understand. I sympathize with people that want to pray because I have the feelings of times, if my daughter's sick in the hospital, I'm going to have thoughts of I want her to get better. So that's essentially what Christians are doing when they're praying. I don't think there's a God in heaven like, you better beg me or I'm going to let her die. Or, oh, that kid, they didn't pray enough for him at his church, so I'm not going to help him. I've got other things to do. So I think it's silly in that regard, but I do sympathize and understand the universal idea of prayer.
So here's one for you, Adam. Actually, and I'll ask a question.
You can include what do you think happens after we die somewhere in there? That'd be great.
Well, it's interesting that you asked that, my friend, because it kind of plays into this, which is so Adam, if we look at everything just through the lens of what we can see, one area that I've found kind of intertwines what I can see with some kind of higher something. I don't know what that higher is. Maybe it's religion, maybe it's energy, whatever. I'm sure you've seen all these studies that they'll do with plants. They'll put them in different rooms, and in one of the plants, maybe they'll say nice things to it. The other room, they'll say mean things. In a third room, they won't say anything to the plant. And curiously, of the three, the one that does the worst is not the one that they say the nasty things to, but the one that nothing is said to, almost as if the act of a plant, not a person, but a plant, being isolated and I don't know how else to describe it, but lonely, that it dwindles, that somehow it diminishes. And these kind of studies have been done over and over and over again. Similar studies have been done with classical music versus rap music, where the plant that hears classical music, for whatever reason, it thrives, and the one under rap does very poorly. So I'm just kind of curious, as somebody that's obviously very thoughtful, how would you take a study like that and try and understand that through just the lens of pragmatism? Does that not indicate that maybe there's something else going on with energies that's above and beyond our current understanding, which I think is maybe where Truth was going with some of these comments about mountains and other things that are hard for us to comprehend?
That's an interesting question. I am skeptical of experiments that show those results, and I would say it's far from proven, and definitely the understanding of that. The idea that some plants may benefit from certain wave vibrations that they evolved in their environment, that could possibly explain it. But plants don't have ears. They don't have brains that can decipher language to know if it's positive or negative.
Jump in on that real quick. These so-called studies.
It's pseudoscience, if you ask me.
It's not science. These are not actual. We're talking about like a Joe Dispenza book or something. Like, what are we doing here?
No. And I mean, you can find it's been these studies have been repeated over and over and over again.
It could just be vibrations, I would say, like sound waves and vibrations.
I wouldn't doubt that, for what it's worth, Adam.
And also, I know there is symbiotic relationships that trees have underground with their roots. So plants do have weird ways of communicating with each other, for lack of a better word. So there could be something going on there, but I think it's far from proven as a scientific fact that plants can feel energy and positive or negative vibes and stuff like that. I'm not at all convinced.
That's totally fair.
Sunlight. They need sunlight. They need water. They need carbon dioxide to carry out photosynthesis, right? So I mean, there is scientific proof to be able to disclose or display that they are carrying out what some would consider biological functions. Just essentially the opposite of what cellular metabolism is. It's like the reverse of the equation that photosynthesis entails, right? So then it's able to produce oxygen and water as byproducts. So it's like a higher power, I would believe God created it that way. So this way we can breathe out that carbon dioxide through cellular metabolism that then plants would take in to keep the air clean.
God didn't
Can we
create
get
this
back
is
to Jesus.
I know, but hold on. I'll address this point. God didn't create us to breathe oxygen. Because plants evolved and then put oxygen in the air, we evolved to breathe oxygen. So you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit, and that's not the way evolution works. Yes. Mammals, amphibians, when we left the water, evolved to breathe.
Well, and these are large issues, and to Big Tech's comment, maybe going a little bit off topic, but let's actually, speaking of which, let's go to Big Tech. I know he's been in here for a long time. Let's see if he's got a question or a thought that he wants to add for Adam, and knowing that we do have a ton of hands.
The claim is that we were once born without lungs.
Well, maybe not we, but that evolution, progressed from fish to amphibians to, I guess, life
reptiles,
as we kind of understand it today. Yeah.
Reptiles, mammals, monkeys, humans.
Dinosaurs in there somewhere. The big asteroids, all those things. And I'm not saying that this is 100% the case, but just how people believe it.
Yeah, I mean, we even have animals that have gone from evoluting from sea to land back to sea, like whales and dolphins. They actually have hip bones that fishes don't have. So we know that they actually had a land-based origin prior to returning back to the ocean. So there's all these little things that are so fascinating and amazing looking into biology that apparently none of these guys want to look into.
Well, I looked into those things. Those are basically just theories of like, well, why is this mammal designed in this way?
It's not a theory that whales have hip bones.
Well, it's a theory of like how they have the hip bones. So like it doesn't conclude that, hey, this was either designed or was it evolved? Well, was it evolved? The whole premise with why people believe in a creator is because particularly the environment for life. So who designed the environment for life? Because there is no life for life to evolve without an environment for life to actually evolve from. And so, for example, even with the universe, like the universe is approximately 13.7 billion years old. The fact that they put an age on the universe presupposes that it actually did begin, which is what Hubble's telescope alludes to, that the universe had a beginning, which is actually what Genesis 1:1 says, that the universe came into existence. And so if the universe didn't always exist, that means that there must have been a cause to the universe, something outside the creation of the universe who caused the universe to actually come into existence, because that's the principle of cause and effect.
You're misunderstanding like the age of the universe. That is the theory that they have today of a Big Bang, that they're measuring how fast the galaxies and the lights are spreading apart. And they try to just reverse it and get a time. But they don't say that was the beginning of all of the cosmos. That could have just been there's another theory. I know Big Tech talked about this.
They actually
Hold on.
do say that.
A Jesuit priest said that there was a Big Bang, so you could say Genesis is true. That's like Big Bang is like a Kabbalist idea. I don't think the Big Bang, even if it did happen 14 billion years ago, I don't think that was the beginning of all of existence. I think there's been infinite Big Bangs, just like there's infinite black holes. And we could be inside of a black hole, and that's what we think of our observable universe is actually inside a black hole. There could be another universe on the other side of every black hole. Like, that's the way I see it. Not that there was nothing and then everything started during the
here's a
Big
really Adam, to hop in here's one, and it's only because you guys are talking kind of the universe at large, and everybody that's listening, feel free to cross-reference this in real time. Go to Google if you think that I'm making up or exaggerating what I'm about to say here, but there is a curious piece that I heard about, and Adam, I know you've thought about a lot of these elements. Not sure if you've heard of this one. If so, I'd be curious for your thought. So the distance from the moon to the Earth is so perfectly precise that it has, of course, massive impacts on things like the tide, right, that comes in and out. And all these other, I mean, it's tied to women's fertility, for example. These elements only exist the way they do because of the perfect, precise distance between the moon and the sun. If it was much further away, the world wouldn't exist the way it did. If it was closer, the world wouldn't exist the way that it did. Now, here's what's most curious, is that the distance between those two things continuously fluctuates year after year after year, ever so slightly. And so what does that mean? That means if we understand the world through the Big Bang, well, then there would have been a point in time not too long ago and a point in time not too far into the future where, because of that distance getting out of whack, the Earth would not work the way that it does. Life might not be able to exist as it does, which would almost make one wonder, well, then the Earth can't be as old as we understand it to be, and it can't continue on into perpetuity the way that we might think that it does. And so I'd just be curious, Adam, for your kind of thought. In other words, did all of this evolution just take place in a very, very condensed amount of time? Is the world only going to be here for so much longer? Or is perhaps those studies that are measuring the distance between these 2 points and saying they are in fact adjusting year over year over year? Do you think that maybe NASA is mistaken, or the experts are mistaken in that assertion?
What are we doing? I'm sorry, but I mean, it's your space. Do what you want. But you called on me. We were going to bring it back to the Jesus thing. Then another guy just jumped in and spoke up, and now we're back into the woo-woo. Like, why does Adam need to tell us how the universe works? Like, what in the fuck is going on?
I thought it was an interesting question, but
yeah, I think so too. But like, can we like phone a friend who's like really like into all that and has all the answers and bring him in here? Like, why are we asking? Like,
I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
And now we're like, where do mountains come from? Why?
No,
do,
it
why
is.
do hips
I mean,
have
look.
hips?
Look. Hey. Look, two things. Number one, it's my space. You don't like the way it's being run, get the fuck out. Number two, we did have an order. The order was interrupted. Certain it wasn't your time. That is, in fact, correct. But he asked a question. It is an interesting one. If we're going to go down that path, it is kind of curious that the distance between these two things only allows for Earth to exist the way it does as we know it, because that distance is as it is. If that distance is adjusting year over year over year, it would bring into question the very reality of the Big Bang, because it obviously could not have happened in that regard if the moon was too far away from Earth for Earth to develop life the way that it did. So with that all being said, Big Tech, we are not going to go directly to you because of the fact that you jumped in. I do understand and appreciate that you've been waiting. Certain, I'm going to ask that you kind of keep in the distance and not interrupt. We will go back to Adam. I will let him pick the next person that's going to talk, and we'll go from there. And Adam, if you want to address that thing, then you're welcome to. If not, go for it.
Sure. It's an interesting question. It's all right that it's off the Jesus topic. I would say if there's lots of planets out there in the universe that maybe don't have a moon, and maybe because they didn't have a moon in just the right spot and they weren't in the Goldilocks zone where you're not too close and not too far away from the sun, and you've got other planets that pull away asteroids that would destroy all life on Earth. There are a whole lot of variables that have to be just right for life to come about and then have enough time, billions of years, to evolve, to have consciousness, to even think about any of these things, to even think about the moon. So possibly, if we didn't have the moon and it wasn't where it's at and it wasn't the right shape and we weren't in the right spot, we wouldn't be here to even be talking about any of this. So again, it's putting the cart before the horse. You see what I'm saying? And the other question was, from my understanding, life began and started to evolve like relatively right after the Earth cooled and wasn't a ball of lava, basically. So, which kind of implies that this is a normal thing. And if life, even if the chances of life coming about and then evolving is like 1 in trillions, 1 in trillion chance, like 1 in a trillion chance of winning the lottery, if the universe is eternal and there's billions of galaxies with billions of stars and planets, trillions, then it's inevitable that if you roll the dice that many times, you're going to get the right circumstances and environment where life can come about and evolution can happen. So that's kind of my view on that. You might be on mute or stepped away.
No. Just curious who you'd like to go to next. You're welcome to pick.
Is anybody a Christian? I know these are all my guys. Hey, how about just I see the first. Go to Heraclitus, and I gotta. I'll be right back. I'll try to listen on my phone, but I gotta step away for a minute. And
wait, let me get it right, Ian. So it was my turn. Somebody else interrupted, and since I objected to that, now I need to take a back seat.
Yeah. Let me pass it to Big Tech, and I'm gonna be right back in a minute. Sorry, if that's okay.
Yeah. Well, with Ian's permission, back to the Jesus subject. Because okay, so it's unicorns. Unicorns made the universe, and they make the moon go round and put it where it is and everything. Fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. We don't know. That's my view. It's like, hey, maybe you'll figure it out, maybe not. Who cares? But if we're talking about the Jesus question, I understand that question. Where did everything come from? What's the purpose of life? What happens when we die? These are things they get begged when we take Jesus away. So I understand that we drift there, but it's not really like we don't have to, or if we create a blank where we used to put Jesus, we don't have to automatically refill that blank with something else necessarily. And that's often what the conversation was to devolve into. So I understand where it gets there, but can we just go back real quick to the Jesus question? It's in everybody's mind that Jesus is real. Not everybody, but a huge, swath of our population, and especially maybe even in these circles, it might even be overrepresented compared to the normal population. So we're dealing with people in these conversations. This is my contribution, my thought, and maybe something I want to offer up for consideration, and I'll leave it with a question mark. But if we continue on in right wing or dissident or power politics conversations, and we don't address whether or not this thing that we're all saying is real and true, if we don't address whether or not it is, like straight up, like Adam, I think is really valuable because he's doing that. He's saying, like, I think I've discovered that this is actually, in fact, not true. Maybe this man's existence isn't even real. He didn't even exist. It's literally a pure fabrication, a myth, and maybe all the rest of the Bible too. Moses and Abraham and Samson and the flood and Tower of Babel and the baby in the basket going into Egypt and all of that. It's all just mythology. Fire on the mountain, 10 Commandments, all the rest of it. So they invented a priesthood. They invented a set of rules and laws for themselves, and then they did a 2.0 version for us, and we've adopted it. And now we've sort of like entered this mental mind frame of eschatological prophecy, and we've adopted an identity for ourselves as Jesus believers and people who've come from Christian tradition. We have Judeo-Christian or just Christian morals and laws and virtues and all these things. We look at the world through this lens, and as long, it's my opinion, and I'll leave it with a question. It's like, my opinion is that as long as we're looking at the world through that lens and we're seeing ourselves through that identity, it's just endless chasing our own tail in a lot of the places in these conversations that we're having. Who we are, if we identify ourselves as Christians, like who we are and who we think we are is going to dictate how we act and what we do and where we go and how we cooperate or don't. And what the world is likewise. These are really, really important. We don't have to have all the answers to, like, ultimately, like, all the way back to the Big Bang, maybe, or what happens afterward at the end when we die. But here and now, is it a globe? Is it flat? Okay, like, is there space? Is there things orbiting? Like, there's things here on the ground that we can maybe agree on. And one of those questions I think that needs to be answered or examined, and this is why I value this conversation with Adam. Who are we right now? Like, what actually are we? Like, what is it that it is to be a person? What is it to be a human? What is it to be this type of human in this geography? With this background, what is our nature? Is it in our blood? Is it in our bones? Is it in the way that we communicate? Is it in our culture? And how do we want to define all those things? I'll land it that, and it's my opinion, and I'll ask you the question, do you agree maybe that, are we in a time when we can sort of like rewrite our identity? That's what I think this question brings up for us. Was Jesus real or not? If he wasn't, are we kind of free to maybe, if we could have our identity crafted for us through a myth like that, well, then isn't it within our grasp to maybe craft our own identity again? So if identity really is craftable, then can we just craft our own identity? And there's been times when people have done that in history, and maybe we talk about them sometimes in these circles. I think it really is upon us to craft an identity, and we need to look at this soberly. And from there, we might be able to move on into the future, into some of the things that we want, more of what we want and less of what we don't want. We're facing an enemy, if we want to frame it that way, that has a very strong sense of identity. It's kind of what gives them their strength. And our identity is really in question. A lot of us are squabbling about it, and it's kind of loose. It's been attacked. It's been eroded. I think that's the question of our time. And I'll leave that with you. What if Jesus wasn't real, as Adam's saying, then can we re-examine our identity without Jesus and come up with something good? Thank you.
Was that a question for Ian? That's one hell of a deep question, Big Tech.
Yeah, actually,
can of worms there.
I'd like you to jump on that too. Yeah, go ahead. But that's also, I'm really, I'm trying to nudge it back to the Jesus question and him existing, and maybe throw in another little some spice on it.
Is Adam here or no?
Yeah, I don't even have a good answer for that one, Big Tech, at the moment. So you stumped me. Thanks, Big Tech.
Damn, was that bigger than where does the universe come from?
Like, that's basically what they always say is like, well, what are you going to replace it with? If we don't believe in Jesus, then what story are we going to tell ourselves? How about we're just...
I hate to say this, guys, but like I think that the real truth of the matter is that after you go back a certain amount of time, there's just really no way to fucking know. Like, there's just no way to know which one's the true one, which is the way that everything was created. There's just no real way to verify. You can hypothesize, you can come up with very good theories and rationales as far as what happened, but there's really no way to actually verify. So I feel like it's a conversation, and this is actually great for like content creation and stuff, because it's a conversation that can go on all day, every day, until the fucking literal end of time.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's no way to really know, though.
Can I actually wrap this back around, because I want to like, there's a question I see here in the comments. It's actually maybe good that we can go back to an actual concrete thing and talk about Jesus, because there's somebody here saying, and Adam, this is a perfect thing, that of the arguments against our position or against the idea of Jesus mythicism, the idea that because Jews hate Jesus so much and hate Christianity so much, that is actually in and of itself evidence for the veracity or the truth of Jesus and Christianity being true. I know we kind of maybe touched upon this, but this is such a big topic for people, right, who see and get maybe memed by the whole society hates Christianity, everybody's against Jesus, there's nothing they hate more. All of those things kind of reinforce this idea that then reloops itself back to having people believe that these are real stories and have veracity behind them. That's a major thing I see people bring up.
Well, in Big Tech, that was a really good question, and I don't think anybody in the space could have an answer to it, right? It's a very theoretical one that I mean, I'd actually be curious to kick it back to you in the sense, because I think you articulated your inquiry really well. Obviously, it's something that you've probably thought about. Do you have a notion on what that might be, just out of curiosity, and then we'll go to some of the other hands.
Yeah, I think my best answer is that we should see ourselves as a family. It's really the root of the word nation. Maybe there's a lot of nationalists in here. We're talking about our nature, our nativity, like what we're born of. The word patriotism comes from the word, it comes from like the concept of paternal, like fatherliness. We're brothers of a similar father. That's patriotism. It's like, we're a family. We're brothers. We're moms and dads. We're mommies and daddies. We are self-replicating beings that we create compassion with each other. We love each other. So we're a loving family. And what I see in Christianity is this thing where the family concept gets turned into God is our father and we're his spiritual children. And then our family, our kinship connection turns into a spiritual brotherhood through Christ. So really our family connection has been essentially, if this was a psyop, if it was whatever you want to call it that, if it was hijacked by a Jewish narrative of mythical characters, even like the way we define our family and its function is now Jewish at the root. If Christianity is Judaism 2.0, we're now a family of sort of pseudo-Jews. And is that what we want to be? Really is the question. And I don't want to be a pseudo-Jew. I don't want to worship a Jewish God. I don't want to go to a Jewish afterlife. I don't want to be afraid of a Jewish devil. And I don't want to obey Jewish laws. Some of them are good. Some, we might want to adhere to certain virtues, and there's some things that are noble in there. And there's a lot of things about the Jesus character that are pretty righteous and cool. But if the only reason we act those ways is because our dad is Yahweh, the God of Moses or something, well, then we have like an identity crisis. So I think that we can redefine what our family is based on really who we are inside. And that becomes sort of a question that we get. Now there's like,
That's true. Yeah.
Can I interject real quick?
Big tech. Yeah.
I think this is an important point I wanted to get on the space, and I don't want to miss it. You mentioned you don't want to worship a Jew and the Jewish God. A lot of Christians online in this sphere will deny that it's the Jewish God or deny that Jesus was a Jew. So I just wanted to real quick go over that. It was only the Jews that were waiting for a Messiah and believed the Torah and believed in the God of Israel. Only Jews for hundreds of years before Christianity. So in that sense, it is the Jewish God if that's the only people that believe in him. It's the non-Jews that became Christians that now say the Jews were right, they had the right God, so it's the Jewish God. It was only the Jews waiting for a Messiah, and Jesus is the Jewish Messiah. You'll hear people say, no, he's not. They'll cite forgeries like the Lentulus letter that's not authentic at all. But really, there's no eyewitness descriptions of Jesus, and it clearly identifies him as Jewish. He can't be rejected by the Jews, and he can't be the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah, and rejected by the Jews if he's not Jewish. When he's born, the Magi show up and say, where is he who was born the King of the Jews? And people will say, oh, well, Jews wasn't a word. Go look at the Greek, the original language all these books were written in. It's all the same root word for Jews, for Judeans, Iudeans. And so he's born King of the Jews. He's circumcised on the 8th day according to Jewish law. He's celebrating Jewish holidays like Passover and the Festival of Lights, Hanukkah. He's reading Hebrew Torah in the Jewish synagogues. He's called rabbi. All his followers are Jews and following the Torah commandments as only Jews were. His mother and lineage is Jewish.
On that side.
I know. Hold on. Let me just finish. He came to his own, but they did not receive him. The prophecy is that he has to come from the tribe of Judah, which is the Judeans, the Jews. So every which way you look at it, he is Jewish. He's the King of the Jews, a fictional Jew invented by Jews, created by a Jewish sect that targeted the Gentiles for their conversion. Christianity, as we know it today, was not for Jews. They were meant to reject it. It was meant to be for the Gentiles. And you can easily see throughout all of the scriptures, the plot, the plan, the blueprint that they followed, it talks about the Gentiles will put their hope in him in Isaiah, that he will hold up a banner to the Gentiles, that every knee will bow of all the nations, four corners of the earth, all languages, all the kings and queens. The Messiah will make them his footstool. The Messiah, Jesus, Melchizedek in Psalm 110 says, he will rule in the land of thine enemies. Where does Jesus rule? In Rome, the ancient enemies of the Jews. That's Psalms 110. So that shows the intent of this figure they invented. And it's undisputably, undeniably Jewish. Paul even explicitly says, is he the God of the Jews only? No, he's also the God of the Gentiles. So it's the Jewish God, period.
Right. And to connect that real quick back to my comment, it's just funny that there's so much evidence that you just listed out proving Jewish Jesusness straight from the scripture, that they can just disregard all of that and say, well, now I see some opinions and some Jews say mean things, so therefore he's not.
Yeah, one sect of Jews criticize. Hold on, sorry, Primordial. One sect of Jews having a schism with another sect of Jews doesn't make them not Jewish, right? None of the church fathers ever disputed that the Jews were Israelites and that the Jesus was a Jew. No major denominations will say that. No actual churches will ever say that. No scholars will say that. It's just completely fringe cope online. Guys, if you don't want to worship a Jew, you just can't be a Christian because it is a Jewish religion. It's Judaism 2.0. It calls yourselves spiritual Jews, Jews inwardly with circumcised hearts. You drink the magic Jewish blood and you become a spiritual Jew 2.0. Christianity is apocalyptic messianic Judaism for the Gentiles. End of story.
And Big Tech, if this is the situation as you were describing we're in, and this is so-called our identity is a quote is apparently this opposition to something that's not really an opposition. It's actually just a difference of opinion, a sliver of the same idea. Again, what are we? Where are we? Right? If this is actually where we're at, some things to think about.
Well, and in lieu of lots of hands, something to think about. Some of the other speakers up here. Let's go down. I think Quote Miner's had his hand up for a long time. Then I do want to go up to Certain. I know he kind of jumped in and had an impromptu question, but maybe we'll give him a chance to ask something a little bit more formally. So we'll go to Quote Miner. Big Tech also sent you a DM. Snapped at you a little bit harder than I probably should have. So I just wanted to.
Ian, where are all the Christians? If there's so much great evidence for Jesus, and I'm so wrong, where are all the Christians to join the space?
I don't know if Heraclitus might.
He's not. He's one of my guys.
No, yeah, Heraclitus.
He's not going to.
All right. Well, then in that case, I think the Goy father.
It looks like there's a guy here. Certain, you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, certain DM me. Certain DM me. Yeah. And by the way, I'm Catholic. I am Christian, but I mean, dude, it's difficult to fucking explain it away. I'm just gonna be real with you.
I don't want to skip anybody. Quote can go, but I just want to mention this guy. Certain
DM me earlier and said he was an especially strong Christian. So if you don't mind, I'd like to have certain.
Dominic, I think Goy father will probably come in with some fire for you.
Okay, well, whatever.
Hi Ian. Hi Adam. I have a question for Adam. In Hitler's Mein Kampf, he speaks of the big lie, and he points out that unlike the little lie, which people tend to maybe are inclined to come up with themselves, I don't know, blaming someone else or bragging. With the big lie, ironically, a great part of its credibility comes from the fact that people would never make up such a lie themselves. And I was wondering, and I think a lot of the reason people are reluctant to believing your take on the Jesus question is because they cannot imagine anybody coming up with a lie like that. So I was wondering if there is things in Judaism or in the Jewish culture that would justify the assumption that they would indeed make up whole belief systems, which they don't believe themselves, for others. That would be my question.
Good question. They had a dilemma because the prophecies say that all the nations need to worship their God, but they can't be the holy seed. They're not meant to mix with the holy seed in the chosen people. So they need to worship their God, but not convert to Judaism and keep the Sabbath and Torah laws and circumcise and all that. So they created a new religion, a way for the Gentiles, which is essentially Noahide laws, which Acts 15 outlines a form of the Noahide laws. And top rabbi in all of Judaism, Maimonides, says that Christianity and Islam paved the way for the Messianic age, and they view Christianity and Islam as almost perfect Noahides, minus the Trinity in Christianity is like really the only biggest hang up. And Quote Miner and Volkish Spirit, two guys, my understanding of Christianity and these views developed. And then these guys went and dug up all these clips, and I learned that I'm not alone, and a lot of biblical critics in Germany from around that time were saying all the same things that I'm saying about Jesus and Christianity, that it's foreign, it's fake, it's Jewish, and it's subversive, and they were turning back towards paganism. And
Yes, and
rabbis
also-
and Christians saw it as a big threat. Okay, go ahead.
I was also thinking about the concept of being a nation of priests as a kind of profession. Or don't they also have the almost commandment to minister for the nations, for the
they're the priest, the priest of the nations, the priest class, the children of God that speak for God. You convince people that you can speak for God, and you're basically making yourself God.
So I think that goes to show that they would be exactly that tribe of all the goys on the world. That tribe would be the one that would make up big lies.
Yeah, they're the self-chosen people that created a God that chose them, but they would never invent a religion for the Gentiles to also theologically subdue them. They would never make up a lie and do that. I'm being sarcastic, obviously.
Great space, by the way, and thanks for having me up.
Well, and it's only a great space because of guests, certainly like Adam, and then quote also like you coming in with some wonderful questions. Really, really, really kind of you to do so, and thankful for Adam and everybody else that's in here listening, and coming up to ask questions. And I'm just going to cycle you quote just because there's so many folks down below. I see some familiar faces. I'll bring up there's one individual who just commented. He's very excited to come up and debate some of these things with you, Adam. So we'll get him up here next. I saw Truth was waving his hand as certainly a co-host, even if not by label according to X in this particular space. Let's go down to him, and then we'll go down to Goy Father, and then we'll go to certain speaks.
Sure, yes, thank you, Ian. So I'll keep it concise because I see there's a lot of hands, and I am curious to see how Goy Father goes about this. So Adam, the Jews did come up with a bunch of laws for themselves: the circumcision rule, to eat kosher, pray 3 times a day. All these, I guess, what you'll attribute as random set of rules to, I guess, control their populace. So this way they can consider themselves the chosen ones, and here's how they go about it. These are the rules they have to follow, etc.
Yeah, and so many of them to keep them separate too.
Let's just go along with that theory for a minute. So this way they also have a path towards salvation, different set of laws, different language. Call it an evolution to the textbooks from Old Testament, or say from Torah to, well, the rest of the Old Testament to New Testament, etc. But why, if it's just a big sign-up with Christianity, would they then say not impose the same set of rules outside of the Noahide laws on the Christians if they want to also control them the same way that you're claiming?
I just said that they don't want them to convert to Judaism. The Judaism is only for the chosen people of the covenant. They're meant to keep the commandments. This is why Paul said, no, they don't need to circumcise to follow Christ. They don't need to keep the Sabbath. That's why Christianity doesn't celebrate the Sabbath on Saturday. They moved it to Sunday. They don't keep kosher because these are the laws that were implemented on the chosen people that serve to keep them separate from the outside world. These are the commandments that the Jews are supposed to follow while they're in exile so that they don't assimilate and disappear. Because you got to keep kosher, you're not eating with the Gentiles. You got to keep the Sabbath, you're kept separate, with your holy days. It's about segregation, a people that are to dwell alone is what the Bible says. So that's the answer. They created a different, easier way for Christians and Gentiles to... Yeah? Who was saying that?
Truth. I think you might have muted
sorry,
yourself.
Yeah. The mic did cut out. So why make it an easier path towards salvation, rather than?
It's not a path to salvation. It's a path to enslavement. They give you the false promise of eternal life in heaven, and if you don't believe in the magical Jewish prophecies and your blood atonement sacrifice, you're going to be punished in hell forever. That's the ultimate threat, the carrot and stick, fear-based mind control that gets a lot of Christians to believe. The promise that you get to see your loved ones in the afterlife too, that's a big one. So they're not actually offering them eternal salvation. They're offering them a mind control trap that gets you to believe in the Jewish God, which was their ultimate goal.
Okay, there's more to it, but you got a lot of hands. I'll pause. Appreciate the insight. Appreciate the response. Thanks.
Thanks for the questions, Truth. Nice speaking with you, Truth Teller.
Likewise.
Well, folks, I want everybody to buckle your seatbelts. because we're going to open the mic to Goy Father, who might have some areas of disagreement. But I do want to kind of caveat this, just because there's 17, 18 additional hands that are requesting in addition to everybody that's up here. And so what I do want to do is let's say that we'll open something between a 5 and 10 minute window. So we'll Dom, if you want to do a stopwatch, right? We'll do 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see where this goes. We'll let you guys have some back and forth. I assume it'll be a pretty dynamic conversation, and then we'll basically blow the whistle and we'll go to the next hand so that we can kind of continue through this, because otherwise I would assume you guys can probably go at this for quite a long time. And so with that being said, let's open the microphone and everybody just brace yourself. There might be some turbulent waters ahead.
Don't worry, I'm not going to be too combative. I don't mind, Adam. All right. So one thing first, he quoted Maimonides and saying he believes that Islam and Christianity lead to the messianic path, which we'll get into what that actually means later. It's in the epistles to Yemen. I would like to ask him which one, but he quoted Maimonides as, not an authority for his belief, but as a certain justification for his belief. Let me also quote Maimonides in the exact same epistles he's talking to, in 4 different ones. He says, "May Jesus Christ's bones be ground to dust." In the same epistles, he's talking about messianic path, and it coming from Christianity and Islam. There we go. Next, we got the Mishnah Torah. Let's see what he says. He says, "Can there be a greater stumbling block than Christianity? All the prophets spoke of the Mashiach as the Redeemer of Israel and their Savior, who would gather the dispersed, strengthen and observe of the mitzvot. In contrast, Christianity caused the Jews to be slain by the sword, their remnants to be scattered and humbled, the Torah to be altered, and the majority of the world to err and serve a God other than the Lord." And this is actually his halachic work. This isn't just an epistle to a bunch of people in Yemen. So if Adam would be as kind to find the letter he's talking about, which epistle it is.
Sure. Well, I mean, Maimonides does say it's a stepping stone. It's preparing the world for the Messianic age. And rabbis, it's the consensus among rabbis that, I'm not saying they love Jesus for Jews. They spit and they curse and they don't want to say his name, and they think he's idolatrous and he led the Gentiles to persecute the Jews. So it's a love-hate relationship, but just because they don't want it doesn't mean that they haven't benefited from the Gentiles believing in Jesus. Do we not see the benefit that the Christian Zionists bring Israel and Jews today? Maimonides recognized this 800 years ago, long before Schofield Bible, long before Christian Zionism in the state of Israel. Even though they persecuted them, and it was a time of persecution with the Catholic Church, and even though you cited something saying that it was a stumbling block to whatever, I mean, they see it as a good thing that Jesus got the nations to get rid of their idols and worship the God of Israel. You agree with that?
Boom, no.
They see that as fulfilling their prophecies.
No. According to Maimonides' words himself, no. And I've just read that, which quite literally goes against everything you've just said.
I've got compilations of rabbis, and I've posted the quotes of Maimonides. They all say Maimonides said Christianity is a good thing.
The greatest stumbling block.
The greatest stumbling block to what? To getting the nations to worship, to believe the Torah? Because it's not.
Yeah, so we got to the last line of the verse the passage I was speaking about. It says it caused the majority of the world to err and serve a God other than the Lord. So they obviously don't believe that Jesus caused these Gentiles to worship their God. If it says a God other than the Lord, a lowercase g, by the way. So he's not giving gratitude and giving an uppercase G to show that it is the God of Israel. No. He's saying an other God other than the Lord. So I would like to ask you what.
Yeah, he's talking about the Trinity. He called it He called it idolatrous in a violation of the Noahide law because of the Trinity. I said that.
What epistle of Yemen are you talking about?
I don't have the exact epistle in front of me. I have this article. I'm reading quotes. I've got hours of clips of rabbis explaining Maimonides' view on Christianity. Like I said, he considered it, and they always say this, it caused us harm, it's idolatrous, but But in all its flaws, it still brought the Gentiles to the God of Israel. And there's no denying that through Christianity, it spread the Torah, it spread the belief in the prophecies, it spread worship of the God of Israel, even if it's not perfect worship of the God of Israel, even if it has some idolatry and paganism mixed in, it's still a stepping stone in the right direction.
That's why I'm asking you for his epistle, because I've just shown you of his direct words from his Halakhic sources, not actually just epistles to random people in Yemen, that it causes them to worship a God other than the Lord, a lowercase g God. So it's not even the true God that he's talking about.
I know.
In his perception.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Stumbling block. The greatest stumbling block. So find the epistle, please. Go ahead. Find the epistle.
Yeah, in this same one, I just saw where you're sourcing from this epistle. It says, I have it up on my screen for the live stream. Listen, it says here, I'm reading from, hold on, I'm reading from the Jewish press. Maimonides, Islam good, Christianity bad. Muslims bad, Christians good. See, it's a love-hate relationship. They're not perfect, but they're in the step in the right direction. And if this would close, this is what it says. I'm quoting from it exactly.
Epistles. Can you name the right epistle, please?
Dude, I already told you I don't have the exact source for it. I could look it up. I wasn't prepared to give the exact source of the epistle and the line and the chapter and the page. I could look it up for you. But
please do.
What I do have, quote, it says, Maimonides views the two major religions, Christianity and Islam, as necessary preparations for the coming of the Messiah and universal worship of God that will follow in the future. Maimonides states...
So commentary on a letter, not his direct word.
No,
find the epistle.
This is the quote. Maimonides states, thanks to both these religions, quote, Maimonides, quote, the world has become... Hold on, I just realized I'm not showing it on my screen. I want to fix that. Quote, the world has become full of the ideas of the Messiah, the ideas of the Torah, and the ideas of the commandments, so that these have spread to faraway islands and to many dim-hearted nations, and now they discuss these ideas and the commandments of the Torah. That's the quote from Maimonides.
Great. When you find the epistle for it, I'll be sure to read it and have a look. But like I said, I showed you his actual Halakhic sources and not just a commentary on a letter to a bunch of Yemenis people, where in the same letters he said, may Jesus' bones be ground to dust. But, as I said, this letter is Halakhic. This is his actual view he imposed as law.
I didn't say... understand, too, I'm not saying Jews think that Jesus is the Messiah. Not all Jews.
I'm not strong in that position.
They see him as a false prophet, but they're okay with their enemies being misled by a false prophet if it gets them to abandon their pagan gods and worship the God of Israel. And in the New Testament, it says, and the Jews celebrated because they worshipped, they believed in the God of Israel.
You can't track that argument. I've just shown you with his own words that he doesn't believe they worship the God
and
of
I
Israel.
showed you with his own words that he does see it as a good thing.
No, you haven't shown me that he says it makes us believe the God of Israel. You haven't shown that. I'm waiting for the epistle.
Are you going to argue? Do you think a rabbi would think that? Do you think any rabbis think that Christians don't worship the God of Israel? Jesus claimed to be the God of Israel.
I think there's certain ones. That do believe we worship the God of Israel, and they are deemed what? They are deemed heretics. Ba'echa kofa. That's what they are deemed in the Hebrew. All right. So I want you to show me where Maimonides, because that's the authority you went with. So with Maimonides, show me where he believes we worship the God of Israel. Go ahead.
Did I not just read the quote to you? What does it say?
Where does it say we worship the God of Israel?
Okay, let me read the quote again, since you're not getting it through your head. The world has become full of the ideas of the Messiah of Israel, right? The ideas of the Torah from Israel. The ideas of the commandments. What are these? The Jewish commandments? And they've spread all the way to the nations. That's what he says. So, I mean, I feel like you're like trying to argue semantics or something here. Like, obviously Christians worship the God of Israel.
Where's the word God? You didn't read the word God. Where was the word God in that sentence?
What God did the Christians worship?
Oh, what did I ask you to do, Adam? Go ahead. Still not my position. What did I ask you to do?
Okay. He says ideas of the Messiah. Whose Messiah is that?
No, what did I ask you to do, Adam? Stop running. What did I ask you to do?
You can't read between the lines at all.
What did I ask you to do, Adam?
All right, you're being obnoxious. You're being obnoxious now.
Stop running.
Is it not clear?
What did I ask you to do? What did I ask you to do, Adam? Go ahead.
you're asking for something. You keep moving the goalpost. I read you the
No, I'm
quote
asking you to
where it says,
justify your position,
okay,
smart
which
guy.
guy? It. I don't have to justify it. Bring
Yes,
Duvid
you
on.
do.
He was on here.
Let me-
He'll
let
tell
me
you.
still man your position, Adam. Let me still man your position. You said Maimonides believes that Christianity brought the Gentiles to worship in the God of Israel. I asked you to provide a quote that proves it, because I provided a quote that proves that otherwise.
Okay, believing the Torah. Is the God of Israel the God of the Torah?
Yes, but where does
Okay. Well, when he says they believe in the Torah, that means he believes in the God of Israel.
God? Where does he mention God?
The word God is not in that quote, but it's irrelevant because it's you.
So
No,
now
not a
you
liar.
agree that
It's you're being disingenuous.
You agree that you're a filthy liar.
A filthy liar. Obviously, the God of the Torah is the God of Israel. So if he says that the Gentiles are sharing the ideas of the Torah, it's the God of
You can have the
Israel.
Torah without God. You can have the Torah without God.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. There's a sect of Jews called Reconstructionist Jews. They don't believe in God, but they follow the Torah. So you lied again, Adam.
These are not lies, dude. People
So
can
surely
see
in
you're
the-
reaching.
Hang on,
You're
hang on,
reaching
Corey,
with the lie
let's
accusation.
not throw.
Because
Let's
you're being
not
dog-walked right now.
accuse people of lying if
being
they might be
dog-walked.
unaware of something. That that's. Let's try to keep it a little above the belt.
And it's not even a lie. Here, let me read again. To summarize, from the Jewish Journal, we consider both Islam and Christianity merely to be stepping stones in humanity's
That's not
path.
the words of
To
Maimonides.
shut up.
That's
We
not
do
the
not.
words of Maimonides.
Dude, I told you. I posted so many rabbi clips of them talking about Maimonides. I know how they view this. They see Christianity as flawed, as idolatrous, but yet still has brought them benefit and fulfilled their objective of getting all the goyim to worship the God of Israel, the God of the Torah, the Messiah of Israel, the prophecies of the Israelites. You're just like trying to play like
So go
weird
ahead.
semantics
Was that
demands
the direct
and
words of
screaming that I'm a liar when everybody knows what I'm saying is
answer the
backed up.
question. Was that summary the direct words of Maimonides? Yes or no?
The quote that I gave you earlier about
no,
the
it wasn't. So
I told you it was
All
from
right,
the
yeah.
Jewish Journal. I
you're
say,
really good
hey,
at this.
this is what the Jewish Journal says about
Yeah,
Maimonides, and you go, but is that a quote from Maimonides?
Ready
Yeah, it's not.
and time. All right.
It's been fun playing.
It's been
Nice try.
interesting. It's been interesting. All right. So in the interest of prospectively everybody getting a chance to take a deep exhale, I'm actually going to turn things over for the sake of comedy as a quick little intermission, and maybe we can get a interlude from what normally you hear, folks, if we were on JQ Radio 88, which I'll make sure to put up into the nest. But Wolf, maybe you can give us some smooth jazz, some soothing words, and then we'll turn things over for the next question to Pierce, who's been down there with their hand up very politely for quite some time here.
I do not have smooth jazz on right now, Ian.
No,
but I will make sure. But no, I think the Godfather should get a lot of respect for that around him. You know, kind of leaning more towards Goy, to be honest. But you know, that's just an opinion. We all have one.
We all have one, and folks, I'll be and I'll put this in the nest as well. Goy's going to be sharing some of his thoughts in a space tomorrow that I'll make sure to have on my wall. I'm excited to learn from him. Certainly a contentious little conversation there, and there's going to be disagreements on some of these things, and that's always healthy.
It's such a widespread, like not even debatable consensus that rabbis see Jesus as a Jew and that Christians are worshiping in a flawed way, but still worshiping the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They still believing in the God of the Torah, which is Yahweh. And that guy trying to act like I'm lying for the obvious fact that the Torah is the God of Israel. It says all throughout the New Testament about them worshiping the God of Israel. He's the Messiah of Israel. So if that's the best you can do is try to nitpick that a certain word wasn't in the quote when it's obvious what the quote is about and what all the rabbis are saying and what I've clipped the rabbis saying for years, hours of rabbis explaining how Maimonides viewed Christianity as having a positive benefit to the goals of Judaism, the guy's being bad faith and arguing with sophistry and pilpul.
when did the idea of a Jew is a Jew come into play? Through the Talmud or through Kabbalah? Which one? Go ahead.
Through the even before Christianity, Yehudi was a Jew. Yehudi, Judeans. No, you telling me nobody thought about Jew before Kabbalah? Judeans, the people that lived in Judah and practiced Judaism. That's where Jews
I'm
are.
prove you wrong. Go to Deuteronomy 28. If you did not follow Judaism to the T, as in the religion, you were excommunicated. You weren't a Jew by ethnicity through that. Just like we can see in the Exodus, they came out as a multitude of nations out of Egypt with Gentiles. All right. Now, I'm not going to give the whole position because I don't believe the Israelites are like necessarily the exact Jews today. And I can prove that the Talmud was written by Edomites. Rabbi Akiva himself was an Edomite, but that's the point. So, Adam, if they believe Jesus was a Jew, which, by the way, that whole thing didn't come into play until the 1200s and 1100s when Kabbalah came into play, when they said, oh, your soul is Jewish. And once you're a Jew, you're always a Jew. According to the Talmud, you can be excommunicated for many reasons. But if you follow the legal system of Judaism and you observe the Shabbat, you are still within Judaism, according to the Talmud. Kabbalah is different, but it didn't exist until 1,000 years later. So that's another null and void point, Adam. Well, good job.
The Talmud talks about Jews. The New Testament mentions Jews. How can you say there's no such thing as Jews until the Kabbalah?
That's what you call coping. That's not a response.
No, that's called the facts. Do you know how to interpret Greek? Do you know how to translate Greek? It says Jewish.
You just no. It says Iudaean, which comes from Iudios, right? Which is two different words, by the way. Two different words.
It's Iudaean and Iudos. So they're like the exact same word with a different ending. It's like a different prefix. They're the same thing.
Yeah.
All the church hold on. You're just bullshitting.
You can go to the Greek lexicon.
Listen to this. You're so wrong. You're bullshitting. All the church fathers, Tertullian, Origen, Eusebius, they all call Jesus Jewish. Cut the bullshit with this Jews didn't exist until Kabbalah. That's such complete nonsense.
Tertullian, subordinationist. Origen, subordinationist.
Oh, they're all heretics. They're all heretics. They still were using the word Jew. It's not some weird conspiracy of all these.
Perfect. So, according to the Greek lexicon,
this guy's a clown.
Stop crying and seething. According to the Greek lexicon, Iudaean means it refers to someone in the region of Judea. Because guess what, mate? All these when you read the Old Testament, right, and you see all these other societies and that worshiping different gods, they were all regional gods. Regional gods. That's why the Samaritans are not considered Jews, because they didn't follow the God within the region of Judea. Okay? It's all a regional God system. They are called Samaritans, even though they follow the Old Testament and just the Torah and Tanakh, right? And they don't accept the Mishnah and the Gemara. They follow a different God, according to anyone you ask, because it is a regional religion. That's why the term refers to Judean. But nice try again.
Is Jesus a descendant of Judah?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not of Judah, of David. I meant David.
In a modern sense,
King David is what I meant, which would make him from the tribe of Judah, right?
Yeah, both.
So he's a Judean, and they were practicing Judaism. That's why he's circumcised on the 8th day.
Yeah, but Mark 7:13, he clearly denounced Judaism.
He says he's the fulfillment of Judaism. He says, do not change one dot or tittle of the law. He's here to fulfill all of Judaism's scriptures.
You would know.
Time's up.
Because vitamin K, is an increase on that day, which causes for protection with blood clots and stops excessive bleeding. So that's why he's circumcised on the 8th day, Adam. All right?
No, because that was the Torah law. That's
No, hang on, Goy. All right,
you're retarded.
All right. Well done. We'll go to the next. Let's go. We'll go to Curtis maybe for some words of calming, and then, like I said, we'll go to Pierce. Then we'll go to Heraclitus. Then we'll go up to Certain. Then we'll go over to Dom. But Wolf, if you can, I think we need some smooth jazz in this.
I'm working on it.
All right, my friend. So we'll go Curtis, and then we'll go to some smooth jazz before going to Pierce.
Hey guys, great space, interesting subject matter, and I can't say that I have a massive amount of skin in the game in one way or the other, but I just thought I'd bring up some things that a couple points that I find kind of worth acknowledging when we discuss ideas like this. One is the JQ wants nothing more than us divided. Okay. And so there's all kinds of ways that they get us divided. And I think fundamentally, no matter where you sit on the fence of this issue, keep in mind that, unity amongst our people right now is incredibly important. Another thing is that another pattern that the New World Order or the Jew World Order, whatever you want to call it, do is that they always prop up a middleman. And I've been down the philosophical, spiritual rabbit hole with religion since I was a teenager and reading different texts, the Quran and the Bible, and even I read the Satanic Bible when I was as a teenager, just out of curiosity. But one thing that they always do is they want to put up a middleman, and I always felt that, I don't call myself a Christian. I certainly identify with cultural Christian values, but I always felt like the idea of Christ, and not all Christians believe this exact thing because there's many different denominations, but whenever I hear Christians saying things like the only path to God is through Christ, that's just where a sort of a red flag goes up for me, because I just go, it just doesn't make sense. Just spiritually.
And it says salvation is from the Jews too, so that pathway is through the Jews.
And Adam, I have to hand it to you. I've really been enjoying some of your takes on this as a result of that, because I just see these patterns. Is that because another thing they do? If you read Carol Quigley's Tragedy and Hope, he kind of talks about how they use information and slight diversions to get people away from the truth, but they want to give you the truth with like 90%. Or give you information with 90% truth so that you feel it and you feel a cultural connection to it, while they're just slightly misleading you. And that's another thing that I see happening, especially, they like to do that kind of stuff. Like, how ironic is it that Jesus is a Jew in the sense that they want you worshiping them? And it just, I won't proclaim to have any amount of knowledge in the subject to any of this, some of the speakers in tonight's space, but I just kind of wanted to point out those patterns. One is the middleman thing is always kind of strange with me, and just the ultimately they're happy if we're divided, and so it just comes down to this thing. I always use this metaphor of if you feel yourself spinning wheels, you're a hamster in a wheel, and at this point in the psyop, with where we're at with everything, the floodgates, they can't hold back the floodgates of the things that are coming out. So they're using that to their advantage, and they're letting people pursue anything that causes division. So the New World Order doesn't care if you're a right-wing Christian or a left-wing pagan. They don't care. As long as you're spinning wheels and not moving the needle forward in your life, that's all that matters. So, despite all the differences of opinions we might have here tonight, I just kind of want to put that into perspective that, it's good to have disagreements, it's good to have debates, but, if people are getting really hardcore animosity to one another on this one issue, whereas you might look at somebody like Adam and say, hey, I agree with him on like 95% of his stuff, I would say, fuck, man, that's good enough for me. And I think these conversations are great. But I don't know. I just wanted to point those two things out. But other than this, it's been a very interesting space. And as always, Ian, thanks for having me.
Oh, and God bless Curtis. And Adam, I'd be curious, maybe as an interlude before we get Wolf queued up for some relaxation over 10, 15 seconds, and then we'll go to Pierce. Adam, I'm curious, who are your biggest detractors? Is it Christians? Is it individuals that are hyper political? I mean, who takes the biggest offense to this? Because you're not necessarily just, I guess, kind of proclaiming a lack of faith in Christ, but almost in religion at large. And so I'd assume that this also, of course, would involve the individuals of Islam and pretty much everybody else that's been part of the subversion that you speak of. So who are the biggest detractors or the individuals you have the most animus from?
Well, I've been censored and banned the most by Jews, because they're the ones in the positions mostly and can get people banned, attacked by the ADL. When I say Jesus is fake and Jewish and the Torah is fake and Jewish and it's Jewish supremacy and anti-Gentile, they call me a Nazi. The Jews call me a Nazi. The anti-Jewish Christians lie and call me a Jew. So I have gotten the accusation that it's divisive. It's divisive to expose the Jesus deception that's giving Israel all their greatest supporters in the world. And I think Christianity is what is divisive. It divides the believer and the non-believer. It divides Christians that agree on Christianity but have different denominations, sometimes Europeans killing each other over differences in Jewish scripture, which has happened a lot throughout history. And even if you just look at some verses of what Jesus supposedly said, like, does this sound like it's for unity? He says in Matthew, he came not to bring peace but a sword. Do not think I have come to bring peace but a sword. I have not come to bring peace but a sword. For I have come to set man against his father and daughter against his mother. A person's enemies will be those of his own household, dividing families. Also, it says in Luke, if anyone comes to me, Jesus says, if anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person can't be his disciple. So put Jesus, the King of the Jews, your mythical Davidic king, above your own family, above your own people, your own tribe. In 2 Corinthians, it says, do not be yoked together with unbelievers. For what do righteousness and wickedness have in common? Or what fellowship can light have with darkness? What harmony is there between Christ and Belial or Satan? What does a believer have in common with a believer? So it's the Christians that are saying, if we don't believe in the magical Jewish prophecies and the Jewish God,
oh yeah,
that we're evil and we're antichrist and we're going to burn in hell.
Welcome to the debate about Jesus Christ. All night, every night, for 2,000 years. Same question, same topic. Goes on and on and on. With Ian Malcolm. Welcome. People who still argue about Jesus and religion. Oh yeah. We gotta go somewhere. And somewhere's nowhere.
I mean, folks, and Adam, I think maybe Wolf was a little premature there with the interlude.
I needed that.
But I was gonna say, I hope everybody got a little smile, a little laugh, even if they thought it was ridiculous in the worst of ways. Maybe a diversion, distraction to take your mind and put it in a place where maybe we can have a bit of a reset, because a lot of emotions in this space. But Wolf, that was phenomenal. And folks, Wolf and a number of other individuals that have been in here today started up the JQ Radio. We'll certainly put a plug for that up into the nest. For anybody that's not familiar, they are basically running JQ-related discussions 24/7. Folks like Stu Peters have been promoting that on his broadcast, and so it's really been picking up a lot of steam. And
Yeah,
it's
thank you.
Really wonderful place.
Sorry for this premature smooth jazz that I just had to plug, but this man right here needs to spend some time with his wife, and I just wanted to get it over and done with. But I'm glad that you let me do it. I appreciate the humor. We all need a little bit more humor in these spaces sometimes, right? But Adam, nice to meet you. Hope you're having a good time. And maybe we catch you another day too on JQ Radio. All right, have a good night.
Thank you. Having a great time. I didn't have it at my fingertips because I had no idea I would be asked that question for an exact page and chapter number quote. But here's what Maimonides, in response to Goyslop or whatever the guy's name was, Maimonides wrote in Mishneh Torah that, quote, "But the thoughts of the creator of the world are beyond the understanding of any human being. For all these matters relating to Jesus of Nazareth and the Ishmaelite," referring to Muhammad, "who came after him," here's the important part, "only serve to clear the way for King Messiah, to prepare the whole world to worship God together," the God of Israel, by the way, Goyslop. And then he cites Zephaniah 3:9, that all of the world will have pure speech and invoke the Lord by name and serve him with one accord. So obviously I was right about Maimonides, and he was just trying his little pulpit bullshit to act like I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, and I just want to call out Adam, and not sure if you'd be interested, but Goyfather, I think he puts up some wonderful content. Obviously, it was a little contentious in here. Folks like Noble and a number of others that I really have a lot of admiration for. It appears they want to see more, not necessarily on this space, but maybe for another day. I know that you're an individual that likes to take on the debates of the world, and so you can certainly research his page, and I'll shoot you a note after this if you look at him and want to do that. Wonderful. If not, no harm, no foul.
And on the division thing, like, I've got Christian friends. I don't hate Christians. If they lie about me and they slander me and they're bad faith, then, or if they're acting in ways that are discrediting that ultimately benefit Jews, I've got a problem with that, obviously. But I can set aside our differences on religion to come together with Christians on many different issues, and I do all the time. And it's just, if they want to make Jews kill Jesus and they're the synagogue of Satan and they worship the devil, if Christians what's the word? If they demand that that be the main issue, and I see that as a problem where it's we're guaranteed to lose, I'm gonna have to speak up and state my opinion on that. But yes, we can come together on other issues, but it's the Christians that a lot of times can't come together with us because we're satanic, demonic antichrist that are gonna burn in hell, so they can't have anything to do with us. So that's where the divisiveness comes in, I believe.
Well, and to that point, one of the challenges with these types of debates is that you guys, at the end of the day, are going to obviously be diametrically opposed. Finding middle grounds and areas of concession is going to be difficult. So it's often going to be emotional, and unfortunately, those emotions then convert into an inability to kind of understand or concede. Where you may have differences, but the differences are going to be often labeled as unacceptable, I suppose.
I think it's important to note, too, that it's not me trying to impose, like, my religion on them. I'm not saying you got to bow down to Thor, you got to worship Odin, or you're evil. Like, it's only Christians doing that to everybody else. And what are they doing? So a Christian will look down upon me because I don't believe in magical Jews. That's the way I see it. I don't want to worship the Jewish God and the Jewish Messiah and believe in magical prophecy, so I'm bad. And that's what the Christian mind virus that was infected Europeans and the rest of the world with, and the divisiveness it's caused and the bloodshed amongst Christians that believe ultimately the same thing, have warred over those differences. And Christianity and Islam, too. That created a rift as well. That was completely manufactured over differences over if Jesus was God or if he really died or not. They both believe in Jesus, but they've been warring for centuries over minor differences. It's like Jesus said, he came not to bring peace, but the sword, and that's your religion and your God, but you're saying we're divisive. But that's not enough on that point. You can go to the next guy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's go to Pierce, who has his hand up down there, and we'll see what he's got going on. Then we'll go to Heraclitus, which will be interesting, I think.
Yeah, thanks for the mic there, Ian. Great space. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Adam has to say. I think he brings up like a lot of great points, and I've been watching his show there for a while now, so it's great to be
silent for anybody else or just me?
I hear him.
Sure. I guess just the guy there can't hear me. Maybe drop him down, bring him back. Then you can probably hear what I'm saying. But yeah, I'll just kind of add to what Adam's been saying, right? Like, I think all these religions, ultimately, what they are designed for, what they accomplish, is they kind of keep people in a subservient or even like a slave mindset, right? And, like what Curtis said, he brought up a great point about the division it causes, right? Like, look at all the different sects of Christianity or even the Islamic religions, and even Judaism is pretty, like, there's different factions there as well. And they argue about, who's right on this, who's right on that. And it really stops people from coming together. And I think that's all by design, right? So it keeps people in a slave mindset. It keeps people divided. And, you know, that's what the powers that be use, right? The divide and conquer to, you know, screw everybody over and keep consolidating power for themselves. And another thing that I noticed as well is that, like, the satanic, you know, religions, like, or you could even call them like the globalists or the Jew World Order, New World Order, whatever you want to call the people running the world, what they want to do is they want to create what? A New World Order. They're into depopulation, all that kind of stuff, and they're all about control. And what does these Abrahamic religions teach? Well, God is going to come back, create a one world order, kill, like it says right in Revelation, most of the people are going to die, and only a handful of people get saved, right? So that's depopulation there. So if there's like the similarities between these satanic globalists and these Abrahamic religions, I think there's a lot of similarities there. And if you ask me, I think they're just kind of the Hegelian dialectic to one another. And they're both taking people or to getting people to accept the same end goal where, you know, where these people in charge want to take us. And then it begs the question, who is truly in charge? And personally, I think that there is some sort of non-human entities at the very top. That's why I think a lot of these agendas are anti-human at its core. But I mean, I guess that opens up a whole other debate for another time, right? The whole non-human entity one. But yeah, it's just, I think Adam brings a lot of great points. And like I said, I mean, there is some value, I think, in religions. There is some truth in the Bible and some of these texts, and there's definitely historical facts and everything like that in there. But at the same time, what is like the lies mixed in with the truth, right? That they're trying to get everybody to accept. So, I mean, it's just kind of something to think about there for everybody. But yeah, thanks for the mic, guys, and great conversation.
Well, and Pierce, thank you so much for that. Adam, any thoughts that you want to add?
Yeah. The idea of like trying to sift through the lies to find the truth and like, you know, salvage some little bits of truth out of it, like that just reminds me of like, you know, digging through the toilet to try to find like a piece of lollipop or something, like, you know, a garden that's got weeds everywhere. Like, you know, it's fake. It's Jewish. We don't need it. Christians, it's so degrading when Christians say like, without Christianity, we wouldn't have nice architecture or civilizations or fight off invaders or have families or have any morals. Like, without the Jews, we couldn't do any of that. Really, have not heard of the Greeks, the Roman empires, their architecture, their art, their beauty, their civilizations. So
yeah,
we don't need.
I agree with you.
We need to move on.
I
We need to move past the Judeo nonsense. That's my take on it.
No,
Not try to search
I
from
agree
some
with
truths
you.
in it.
That's not the point I was trying to make. I was trying to say that I wasn't trying to say sift through like, you know, the garbage and find the truth.
Sorry if I misunderstood you. That's just kind of what I heard.
No, that's not what I was trying to get. I'm saying there is some historical truth there, and maybe there's even some, you know,
Like
good
what?
stories
What's
in
a
there
historical
that teach
truth?
morality.
What kind of historical truth do you think is in the Bible that's of any significance to us?
Oh, well, you're putting me on the spot, but like there definitely is historical, you know, truth, like facts, right?
Moses in
like,
the Exodus? No.
I mean, sure. I mean, that's
Noah and the Ark? I don't think so.
You're putting me on the spot. I can't tell you off the top of my head what would be, but you know, the exact historical truths. I mean, what's that city they found? They found a city that they didn't think existed in the
city
Bible.
existing though, like, isn't that big of a deal.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. There is some, but the whole point is that they'll use some of those historical truths to propagate the lies, and that's where the danger lies. That's the point.
I agree. They did that when they historicized Jesus. The term is euhemerized, where they took this mythical character and placed him in history with historical figures like Pilate and Herod and stuff. Like, they existed, and they got everybody to believe Jesus existed by putting him in fictional stories involving those real people. So I do agree with you on that.
Yeah, and that's the exact point I was trying to make. That you nailed it right there. Is that they mix in some truths with lies to deceive people. that's the point I was trying to get at.
Yep. Cool. We got a next guy.
Yeah, let's. Man, there's so many. And Pierce, apologies.
Isn't Heraclitus next?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go Heraclitus, and then we'll go modern, and then up to Dom documents.
Hey, thanks, and I applaud you for your courage to hold the space. Adam, good to hear you. That's a very good segue for our space coming in 2 weeks. We're going to talk about Judaism. I heard a lot of questions about who are the Jews and the Israelites and the Hebrews, and we're going to talk about all that. But briefly, what I'm going to say right now is the oldest Torah we have in history is called the Septuagint, which is the Greek Torah written in 272 BCE in the Great Library of Alexandria. And we have proof. We have epigraphical, we have archaeological evidence for that. It's basically, the Torah is basically plagiarized from the Greek, Egyptian, Mesopotamia, from basically the Syrian Ugaritic, Akkadian, Sumerian, Babylonians. Every single story, from Genesis to Flood to Exodus, every single story is basically being lifted from other cultures. And we'll talk about that. So basically, we have enough facts. I'm not going to go through the theology of God, and we have enough facts to prove that this book was plagiarized. It was written by 72 rabbis on the order of Ptolemy II, the Greek ruler of Egypt, and it's written in history. A lot of Alexandrian writers wrote about that, including the Jewish ones, and we have also epigraphical and archaeological evidence of the life of the people in Palestine, in Samaria and Judea, and all those people. What kind of religion do they have? We have evidence. We have potteries, and they were polytheistic. There was no evidence of Judaism before 272 BCE whatsoever. They were a polytheistic cult. They worshipped several gods, and always Yahweh with Asherah, because his wife was Asherah. Yahweh later was basically portrayed after they wrote the Torah as the monotheistic, Almighty God. But Yahweh always, we have pottery from 5th century, 6th century, 7th century BCE, showing Yahweh with Asherah, sometimes with Baal. And we have pottery also. I can put it in the space in a minute. 7 was discovered in like 1993. Yahweh with Asherah, with his penis is dangling there. So there weren't like this monotheistic gods, a religion system, immortal. No, the whole story was basically invented. Where did they get the idea? They got the idea from Plato. Because if you read Plato, the Republic and the Law, he literally gave you the blueprint to establish a nation. He said, if you want to establish a nation, you have to create a myth. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, as long as people believe it and tell them it's coming from God. And you have to. And he also told the best kind of government is the one that's based on 12 tribes. This is where the Jews got the 12 tribes idea from. He said because it's 12 months in a year, you rotate, the governors, and there'll be democracy, and then you create a council and of the elder. They got the same idea, and there is the same Moses creational, the foundational myth of the Jews. The same story was written 315 BCE by a Greek writer named Hachyteus of Abdera, who came with Alexander the Great, and he was the teacher basically of the Ptolemy, an advisor of Ptolemy I. He wrote a fictional story about a foundational. The foundational story of Moses is a Greek foundational story. The Greek founded about 300 colonies in the Mediterranean. There's a Greek myth about foundation that God promised them, sometimes Zeus, sometimes Apollo, promised them the land, you go and conquer it, and the conqueror would be like a lawgiver. You create the law, and everything is Greek. I'm going to talk in details, but in the space, but everything about Judaism is fake. It's invented story from A to Z. I can go back to every single one, but the question is, when we talk about the JQ, it's very, very interesting that I go on spaces, and the minute I want to talk about Judaism, I get shut down. I get called names. How can we talk about the JQ without talking about the J? The J is the Judaism, is the religion. This is the most important issue. This is the biggest psyop and biggest lie for the last 2,000 years. Unless people realize this is a myth, this is a lie. It was created. They invented the story to make themselves the God-chosen people. And unless people realize that and believe this, nothing is going to change. You can keep try whatever you want. Unless people know, at least 50% of people know this is a lie, then the whole house of cards will fall apart. You can't go to any and tell them Judaism is a lie without you being kicked out. How do you know the Christians are subservient? Just say Judaism is false. In 1976, there was a professor, Thomas Thompson, wrote a dissertation about the myth of Moses. He was a professor in history in Georgia. He was kicked out of his teaching. He was ostracized by the Catholic Church. So you can see, you cannot have Christianity or Islam if you don't have Judaism. If you say that the Old Testament is false, the whole house of cards will fall down. But I have the proof. In 2 weeks, we're going to have a big space about it, and I'm just looking forward. I just love the space here. Thanks, Adam, for your work. And if anybody has any question about Judaism or the origin or how it happened, I'm happy to answer. Thanks.
Were you guys hearing glitching when he was talking, or static?
A little bit, but it was somewhat consistent, I think.
Yeah, I could still hear him. It was just a little bit of bad audio. You know, one thing he mentioned, like, what is the JQ? What is the quote-unquote Jewish conspiracy? Christians want to say is they rejected their Messiah, they worship the devil, and they're fake Jews. But I see the JQ as the Torah, Yahweh, Messianic conspiracy. They want ultimately a one-world religion with everybody subjugated by their Messiah. I see that as the problem. Christians will criticize the Talmud and Kabbalah, but they won't criticize the actual root of Jewish identity and the Jewish conspiracy, which is the Torah and the Tanakh and the prophecies. They'll criticize just, they'll cut off one of the leaves and say, oh, we're criticizing the Talmud. The Talmud's bad because of this or that. Everything in the Talmud that's most objectionable is rooted in the Torah. Their Messiah, world domination, the anti-Gentile sentiments, all of that is rooted in the Torah. So if you're not criticizing the Torah, you're not criticizing Jews. That's the way I see it, and why Christianity is a limited hangout in their criticisms. If they won't criticize the Jewish God and the Torah that all of their identity and everything about Jews is rooted in, then they're not actually criticizing Jews. That's the way I see it. Or just only on a superficial level.
Yeah, and I guess the difference here between somebody like you and, for example, Matthew Tower, who I haven't talked to in a long time, but I know that he is grew up Jewish. He would say he's a convert, but would tell you that that the Torah is not actually written by God, but by Satan. Essentially, is his take. But you would say that he's also incorrect, because I presume if you don't think there's a God, there's no Satan, but rather it was just written by men looking to deceive people. Is that fair?
Yes. Yeah, he believes in basically a Gnostic Marcionite version of Christianity, and I don't think that there could have been a Gnostic version of Christianity that was the original, but then the one that Marcionite came up was not the original. And they're still in the Abrahamic sandbox. They're still saying, okay, the Jewish God is still a God, but there's just a higher God. So it's still playing, dancing around the whole Abrahamic paradigm. That's how I see it.
Makes absolute sense. Well, let's. So this is kind of interesting. We're going to go to Dom Documents, and to build him up, what's interesting is I got a note from one of the individuals who's down waiting to try and come up, who we'll go to in a little bit here, the real Ganja Queen. And the reason I call her out, Dom, is because in her message, she was saying that she's been learning a lot in some of these spaces, and asked if I had seen a documentary which you're actually the originator of. So what a small world that somebody was saying, you have to see this thing. It's really fantastic. And to be able to say, well, actually, the person who constructed it is here with us. And so, Dom, before your question or thoughts on this particular topic with Adam, please just make sure that you plug some of your wonderful work and make sure to also put it up in the nest for everybody to be able to see.
Well, that's flattering, and I appreciate it. Not quite sure how long I'm going to be on this platform for. They like to smoke me. First of all, I would like to commend Adam for having the bravery to come up here and show his face. Doesn't hide behind an avatar. He's out there. I've been seeing some of your street interviews, Adam. I think that's excellent. I thoroughly enjoyed your recent one. I follow you on Odyssey, and Adam was one of the people back in 2017, halfway through that really got me thinking about this. I put up part one of a documentary that I worked on with a fellow 5 years ago, and I re-edited it, and I titled it "Everything You Think You Know Is Wrong," and I wrote an op-ed for it. And I think it's important, especially people of European heritage that are in the space, to listen to this. So rather than me explaining what I wrote, I'm just going to quickly read it. Why do Christians, Catholics, and Muslims continue supporting ancient Abrahamic fabricated dogma, clinging to Bronze Age supernatural fantasy that is rife with contradiction and inconsistency, clutching it like a baby with its soother, when it's obvious it's just another Jewish grift?
God,
they stole what was passed down from our ancestors,
and the
changed
authority of
it
the God of Israel.
with malintent, all while claiming themselves to be the chosen people. Why aren't we instead passing down the knowledge, history, and traditions of our own ancestors? Instead, we adopt supernatural nonsense completely removed from nature and teach it to our children. We celebrate this time of year, and this is the Encyclopedia Britannica definition, Winter Solstice Festival, celebrated by Germanic, Celtic, Norse, Roman, and many, many pagan faiths, marked by feasting, gift-giving, decorating homes with evergreens, holly, and mistletoe. I go on to say, shepherds in the Middle East did not tend to their flocks in December, nor do they have evergreen trees, mistletoe, holly, or eggnog in the first place. Those are our traditions. Can you not see that they just layered their grift on top of our ancestry? Why are we lying to our kids, fomenting materialism and teaching them of a Santa Claus, only to later break their hearts when they discover none of it was true? It's not amusing or endearing, it's simply advocating lying. Our society has been socially engineered intentionally so we forget about where we came from. Why am I vilified? And I'll include Adam in that, for simply pointing out the schizophrenic Jewish architects who are wringing their hands in anticipation as they edge us one step closer to achieving their goal of world supremacy. Our realm is a vehicle that is speeding towards a brick wall at 100 miles an hour, while Muslims and Christians argue over what seat to sit in. Does this make sense? Participating in the Jews' deception. Imagine a world where we simply conduct ourselves in harmony with not only each other, but with nature, where there are consequences if you do not abide by these principles. Peace on earth. Would the Jew be as powerful as he is if none of his brainwashing dogma existed? I really don't think so. The truth about European history and traditions are beautiful and should be embraced, respected, and protected. Because if we continue down this path, all will be forgotten, and that's by their design. And it's explained in part one of Everything You Think You Know Is Wrong. And I go into viral theory and stuff and how the new German medicine that was emerging at the time before World War II was really going to wipe out the whole Rockefeller medical system. And that was just another reason why they had to destroy Germany.
Are you guys hearing messed up
What I want to
audio?
ask Adam is, and what always
with the
sort of
guests?
puzzled me, especially being raised Catholic and going to an all-boys Catholic school from kindergarten to grade 12, had to wear the uniform, the whole bit, and was taught religion every day, and used to get kicked out of religion class all the time simply for asking questions. Well, what always bothered me was I could never find in the Bible, and this is something Matt Dillahunty talks about, where Jesus condemned slavery, which is one of the most abhorrent things a human being could do to another human being, especially when you're born into it. You know nothing else but just being subservient to someone else. And I couldn't find it in the Bible. So that's part one of my question to Adam, if he's been able to find something. And my second question is, I struggle with this because I was taught, and I consider myself agnostic now, and I would really like to really hammer home the definition of an agnostic. Adam and I don't claim that there's not a God or that there's not a creator. We're just simply saying we don't know, and the evidence that has been presented to us is not sufficient enough for us to adhere or tie our horse to that wagon. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that we're these heretics that just fucking, deny anything of a creator. I don't think this was an accident, and I don't believe in I think Darwin was a fraud, Freud was a fraud, Einstein was a fraud. These were all just doesn't make sense to me. But when I look at the concept of this I guess this being of some sort that knows everything that was, is, and ever will be, the contradiction that always bothers me about that concept is, if he is all-knowing, everything that ever was, everything that ever is, and everything that will be, why did he destroy it? That's what doesn't make sense to me. Why would anybody create something when he knew in advance he was going to destroy it anyway? And my second question is, why does all of this fantasy that we know, whether it's living in the mouth of a whale or a burning bush and talking snakes and pillars of salt and walking on water, and why are these things not simply looked at with a critical thinking that, okay, maybe that's just an allegory for something. Maybe that's just, we're misinterpreting it. And then I have to ask myself the question, well, if I was this being that created everything, I certainly wouldn't say anything that could be misinterpreted. It would be just as it was. There wouldn't be over 40,000 different Christian denominations. There wouldn't be over 72 different denominations of Islam. My word would be the word of God that cannot be misinterpreted.
I'm going to leave and come back. Maybe the audio will be better. Dom is cooking, though. Why would God have to communicate to us through a book written by men that's completely open to interpretation and nobody can agree on? Why would Jesus rise from the dead and only appear to a couple people that were already Jews in his cult? So many questions like that. Oh, shoot. Let's see.
Were happening on this planet in harmony with nature before the story of Christ, before, hundreds of years, 1,000 years before. Why are we so hell-bent on believing these people who are literally marching us towards World War III, who have been cucking us since time immemorial? And to say, and to talk about the words of Theodor Herzl, where he said, it is essential that the sufferings of Jews becomes worse. This will assist us in the realization of our plan. Now, what he means is the Jew had to be the victim, had to play the victim. And what a better way to play the victim than to give you a God and then kill that God. That is forever cemented that they are going to be, like looked down upon so they can play the role as the invalid in the wheelchair. So he says, I have an excellent idea. I shall induce anti-Semites to liquidate Jewish wealth. Now, he doesn't really mean that literally. He means figuratively. The anti-Semites will assist us, thereby in that they will strengthen the persecution and oppression of Jews. Well, we know there is no persecution of Jews. They are the persecutors. They are not the victims. They are the victimizers. And he finishes by saying, the anti-Semites shall be our best friends. And this is the construct of the Jew from day one. It's brilliant. They've had hundreds of years on us, and they're masters at it. And to even argue, I mean, we've all seen it. We've seen a child take a bullet to the chest and one to the head, and they feel no remorse. They feel no accountability. They feel nothing. These are the people that have brought us pornography and human trafficking and organ harvesting and opiates and fentanyl and drugs of the Middle East, and fomenting the idea of weapons of mass destruction and all of these lies from October 7th, the King James Hotel, the USS Liberty, the 9/11.
King James Hotel, the King David Hotel,
since day one.
King James Bible.
We want to believe them this time. And to me, that's why I kind of go, I'm out. I'm still going to be a human being. I'm still going to have compassion and kindness and generosity to people. That's how I conduct my life, because I'm a human being, and whoever created me as a human being that feels love and remorse and sadness and embarrassment and elation and humor and all of these things, I can't explain it. And maybe one day when I die, it will all make sense to me. But in the meantime, I'm not going to follow what these deceivers are even involved in. Even if there was something that seemed kind of prosperous, like perhaps a business of some sort, and if there were Jews involved, I would just be, I'm out. I'm out. When they show you who they are, believe them. And I'll just land there. Thanks. And Adam left and didn't get to hear it.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
I think he's still here. At least he's showing on my end.
He's down at listener.
I need to be approved.
I actually put Adam in part 2 of the Architect documentary, in the part where he was talking about, and he's talking about a rabbi. And in part 2, the rabbi admits the only way that we could destroy all of these different pagan religions and what they believed in was to do exactly what Adam is saying. Paint them all into a corner, give them the ideology, foment it through your leaders and your government, which what we see is going on right now. They're putting all their minions in place in all of these countries around the world. And now they're enacting anti-Semitism laws, which have already been put into law in Iowa and Virginia.
We're going to hear from Ganja Queen, I think,
anything
next.
on Facebook or writing anything or saying anything in X Spaces, whatever, you just may have police knocking on your door. So we're repeating the Bolsheviks.
Ganja Queen's
repeating
next.
history by these deceptive people. And
she's doing a lot of 100%.
2,000 years ago,
But she's not following me yet.
and act as though you know. Well, I know because
What
God
the F?
said, God said
Ganja
this,
Queen
and God said that. Well,
in
who
San
told you
Diego.
God said this and God said that.
Where's my
We don't even know
follow?
who authored the Gospels. It's according to Matthew, according
Anonymous,
to Luke,
uncritical,
according to John.
written decades after the supposed purported events.
Himself,
Unscholarly, uncritical, anonymous gospels.
and then it gets misinterpreted. And when you look at the Abrahamic religion, what Adam was talking about before, Ishmael was Abraham's first son, which is Islam. And Moses is basically Judaism. But then when you get to the crux of it, they say that Moses was not a son of Abraham.
I'm leaving these Christian trolls in the Rumble chat for your guys' entertainment. They're so threatened and insecure and seething. It's
meaning Abraham.
Making me laugh.
So it comes from the same construct. And what the Jews say, these rabbis, they're going to sit under an olive tree and eat like an effendi, while Islam and Christianity, Islam and Catholicism just go at it, and they're going to rule over the ashes when it's all done.
Mm-hmm.
It's very scary times in which we're in, and I wish people would look into their traditions, their cultures, their music, their language, their diet, their food. Look and embrace it. Please don't let it die.
We started at 6. It's almost 10. 4 hours. I wonder.
If we're not teaching these traditions to our children, because
Kids already went to sleep, so I don't
Christmas
got
trees
to
in
get
the
off
Middle
and
East.
go brush teeth and
evergreens don't grow in the Middle East.
read a bedtime
Those are
story.
ours. Those are ours. And I think we're doing ourselves a
I wonder.
disservice.
I don't know how long Ian likes to
and
do
you'll
his
see it,
spaces.
and I'm
If
going to
he
land my plane because I'm talking
does
too
them
long.
all night or what.
In everything you think you know is wrong, and I put it in the pill and it's on my page, you will see how Everything correlates with what they did. They plagiarized it. No different than they take the weaponry manuals and stuff and steal those and sell them to the Chinese. This is what they did. This is what they wake up every morning. They have a mission because it is written. It is written that they do this. So understand that the Greeks and the pagans believed in the Christos oil, from the brainstem to the sacrum, meaning sacred. And it travels down the 33 vertebrae once a month in all of us human beings, from your brainstem to your sacrum to be purified, and then ascends back up the 33 vertebrae. Christ died at 33, and it stays in your sacrum before it ascends for 3 days and 3 nights.
Oh, the static stuff's coming
So
back.
they turned what our ancestors.
I'm going to try leaving and coming back again.
Without any supernatural stuff to it. And they understood the 12 mineral salts, which is the foundation. And in the Bible, Peter says, upon this rock, I will build this church. That's not what our ancestors said. Upon this rock, meaning the mineral salts, the 12 mineral salts, the 12 apostles.
Land the plane.
Seasons of the solstice, meaning the 4 wives of Abraham. So they took all of this stuff, they reworked it, worked themselves in as the chosen ones, and then at the end of a sword,
Thank you. Indomitably Base says, I have to say it's mighty suspicious that the first
participating in their
non-Christian mention of Jesus is allegedly by Josephus, a Jew from a priestly family who infiltrated the Roman Empire and helped the Roman general coup emperor using wealth that he helped locate from around the temple. He was a traitor, but
embracing our own traditions. And
the evidence I've seen in Indomitably Base is that Josephus didn't write that, and Christians added it in there.
we celebrate and the songs that we sing.
They tampered with it and added that in because they were so mad there were no mentions of Jesus by the great Josephus.
One way for 49 years, and how you managed.
Friendly Misanthrope says, for your suffering, Adam. I know, guys.
One woman wrote,
Thank you, Friendly Misanthrope.
Cry. She goes, I don't know whether to cry or to hate your guts.
I sometimes suffer in these
I need to go
spaces.
for a walk now.
I like just streaming with you guys.
Think about it.
Ernst Juncker says being trapped in the Abrahamic matrix means condemning some forms of Judaism and elevating other forms of Judaism. Being green-pilled means rejecting all Judaisms. Exactly.
And I'll land there. Talk way too long, but thank you very much for listening. And I'd love Adam to pop back up and touch upon this.
Praise Goshiak says snap out of it.
The hijacking of the pagan fundamental way of living and what they believed in harmony with nature. And we know that the Jew is anti-logos, which is nature. They are anti-logos, and we were conducting ourselves in logos. And the Jews like to say the pagans had no morality.
Yeah, these spaces can go all night.
Dancing around a bonfire naked, having
Snap out of it says toss the Torah in the trash where it belongs. Totally agree.
Is actually an admission.
What was that?
So we'll leave it there.
What are these noises?
Yeah, I could go on all day, but
Somebody's doing noises.
thanks for listening, everybody.
Wolf, I think. Here we go. Some more elevator music.
Alrighty.
Oh, Wolf, was that you with the soundboard? I had to stay on mute there for a second because I was laughing. I've never heard the telephone ring before. That was. I don't know if that was you or not, but that was that was funny. Dom, very, very, very well stated. And I don't know. I see that's Adam's up here. I don't know if that's the case or not. Dominic, do you see him on the panel?
I'll drop down to listener.
So apparently it's not working. I'm going to try to open up another one. Let's see. Where's my space? I shared it. It shows that I'm still in it. I'm not in it with my phone, am I? These spaces always glitch out like this. Let's see.
Right questions asked will go to you, and then we'll go over to Mr. Cost, who I see there, and then Henry Ford for some questions.
Well, I appreciate you, Ian. Thank you very much. Excellent space, guys. It's going to be hard coming in after Dom, but
going to do my best here. So first of all, Adam, I've been following your work for a real long time. I think you do a lot of great work, and we have a lot of things that we agree with. One of the things I say is that the greatest trick, the devil ever pulled, I know you don't believe in the devil, but it's to mix truth and lies, and we've kind of touched upon that earlier. You could see this in Scripture. You pointed out earlier, blood sacrifice, burnt offerings. 100% agree with you. But it's interesting. We kind of tangented it at some point in the conversation to discussing science and the universe and the origin. And if you look at it, whether you believe in science or God, you're a believer because there's an element of faith to both. And really what you're asking is a difference between two questions. One is the how, and that's what science answers. Then God or religion or spirituality answers the why, which can also touch upon morality, which is a favorite topic. Is constrictive and it's not constructive. And
all right, he got me back on. He fixed it.
Is first of all the subversion that the Jewish question, or how it's answered, how they've used both Islam and Christianity to spread the Noahide laws under two completely different swords, all while blaming it on somebody else. I mean, can it get any more subversive than that? To summarize quickly, right? And then on top of that, you've got the cultural differences that allowed for the hidden hand, which was eccentric usury, right? Wherein two cultures wouldn't be able to use usury as a way to a head, and meanwhile, the Jews could go ahead and benefit from both. And so, if I can lend you a potato and only take one back, you lend me a potato, you need 5 back. In a short amount of time, you're going to have all the potatoes. And so that's no secret. And once you create enough disparity, it's a lot easier to maintain that disparity. And so that sort of takes us to where we are today. And obviously that included their subversion of the Vatican, their subversion of which texts were included, their subversion of the perception of Christ. And I've talked to you, and I don't even know if you're listening, but if anyone else is, where we disagree is I think that, look, I don't think that I'm a true Christian. I've studied all the texts. I've studied pagan, every single Norse, Greek, Roman, Sumerian. I've studied Christianity, Judaism, studied Islam. I've studied it all, Hinduism even. And you will see parallels, whether we're talking, Krishna, Orpheus, Prometheus. You'll see parallels, even Lucifer, to Jesus. And in that sense, he can actually be, well, first of all, humanity as a whole benefits when they have a hero, because it focuses their morality onto an actual object, an idea. And you don't have to call it an idol, but it's a lot easier to envision yourself when you've got a hero in your mind, no matter who that hero is, right? And so Jesus plays the role of the ultimate hero in the sense that his God, or the God that he, first of all, he shares, if you actually understand.
There's going to be no debate in this space about Jesus existing.
God, he came to actually destroy what was the previous law.
It's all right. I guess I just convinced everybody
separate from man. He came to
with my opening rant.
All divine, and that was one of the things that was subverted that I think we need to shift the focus back to. So, in other words, Jesus and Christianity itself is the antidote because it's no longer just about the Scripture. They start to bring in the aspect of the Holy Spirit, and then this is how you have to do the divine checkmate with Christians. You have to ask them, and this is the other gotcha that everybody gets caught with. Most people, if you ask them, especially the more religious they are, you ask them, what do you hold in higher regard, the Holy Spirit or Scripture? And they're going to defer to Scripture. And that's actually the problem. And that's actually the opposite of what Jesus taught. And this is the checkmate, which overrules all the subversion, and why he could potentially be, or that archetype, that messenger could potentially be the way out. Not to mention that he's defeated the Pharisees before. There's no more famous rabbi, no more famous teacher, no more famous moral figure than Jesus. And that in and of itself serves as a testament to how effective, that ideology is. And not to mention that all the most beautiful cultures, yes, Greeks have had beautiful architecture, but they've also had pedophilia. And so there's a lot of, problems that go with that. And this is well documented.
Catholic Church has pedophilia.
Around fires. But there's
no pedophilia. Never been a pedophile Christian before, apparently.
That is very much more distinct.
And they exaggerate the pagan. The Christians made up a bunch of shit about
the
pagans.
Now, with that, what you'll need to do is point out where the Scripture doesn't align with the Holy Spirit. And the first place you go to is in Genesis.
I don't want to hear about
Holy
Holy
who's
Spirit
the liar?
in Genesis.
Is it the snake or is it God? Because the snake told the truth.
It's
He
God.
said, if you eat from the tree, you're going to know right from wrong. God said, if you eat from the tree, you're going to die in that day. And what happened? By the time God got back, he couldn't find them anymore. And then all of a sudden, they felt shame. They weren't dead. So
why are we talking about this? This never happened.
I know you said this you poo-pooed the idea of looking at the Bible through the lens of subversion, but come on, this is just another form of media, right? And so do we read our newspapers today and believe everything that's in there, or do we look at it with an eye like, all right, which part of this is bullshit, which part of this is untrue, and which part of this is actually, truth, right? And if I read scripture, I don't care what language, and it tells me to go and molest a child or to cut up an animal and use a burnt offering, that doesn't resonate with my internal Holy Spirit. I don't care what rabbi or what priest or what scroll or what I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. It does not resonate with who I am.
None of these guys have a question
So
or like proof
we'll
of
get to what
Jesus.
the
They just
possible
want to
answer is for a future religion
get
in a
on
minute.
and give their
The point is that
give their
you can
rant.
checkmate people right off the bat, pointing out that, in the Old Testament, God is technically the liar. So maybe, are we actually following the right God? And then you add in the warmongering, the blood offering, the everything that you see in the Old Testament, which Jesus is the counter opposite of, right? There was none of that. There was, his whole message, in my opinion, was
Jesus
realization.
is the God of the
Why he
Old
forgave
Testament.
the whores, because she felt like a whore.
He says,
She
I
came in, she
am.
washed her with her, her hair on her feet with her hair, and she looked him in the eye. She felt repentant. She knew what she was doing was
The
wrong.
God of the Old
And so
Testament
because
is
of that,
the
he looked at
Father
her and he didn't need to condemn her
in the
anymore.
Trinity,
The same
according
way
to
you don't need
Christians.
condemn somebody when you know that they did something wrong. Your daughter, for example, right? You don't need to punish her when she stares you in the eyes.
Yeah, Dominic says
genuine
listening to
repentance.
people
And that's
discuss
what was
religion
missing
is like
from
listening
the
to
law,
people
from
who
the
think
scripture,
Harry Potter is true.
from Judaism, and that's what he came to undo. And he did it through the most incredible way. And this is what I call moral superiority. Okay, you beat the immoral.
This guy's
at their
got a
own
dissertation
game
ready.
morally. And so this is why he used
Every knee will
parable,
bend to me, both
because
Jew and
the right
Gentile.
question to ask-
We're not going to bow to your Jewish God.
Notice the reason is because if you ask
Origin,
the right question,
Imperium.
you allow the other person to cross the bridge of truth.
You sound like a rabbi. Bow down to Moshiach Goyim.
lay
That's
down
what you
the
sound
bridge,
like.
and then they
Origin.
decide whether or not to cross it. unless
Bow
there's a
down
better
to the
way,
King of the
right? And I'm willing to
Jews.
look at it too. If there's a better
The God
way.
of Zion,
Some of these
Goyim.
bridges, when you lay down, you got no choice but to cross. And so one of those bridges is, like I said, the blood sacrifice, right? And so what does that mean? Now, the
Dude.
whole issue of blood sacrifice
Is everybody
enables
leaving this space
something
right now?
called a subliminal deprivation of divine guilt. If I blame the goat or the chicken for my
Bro,
sin,
you're going too long. It's impossible to digest points when people go this fucking long. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but does anyone else agree with that? Or what?
Finally.
Like, when you run this long, I forget what you started talking about.
well, so there wasn't actually, so I started talking about where we agree and where we don't, and how Jesus could potentially be the answer. I talked about how you can checkmate the issue of Christianity by pointing to the Holy Spirit versus Scripture, and you can do that by having them
Disprove
test their Holy
Christianity
Spirit
with the
against
Holy
parts of
Spirit.
Scripture that don't
Okay.
make sense. But ultimately, as a society, we do need, I think, the same way we
It's
need
not
a
me
blueprint or
putting
a
these
map to
people
get to,
on,
a location, we need some sort
I
of
told
morality
you,
map.
Dominic, by the way, I think he's totally right. You're going too long. The question is, does Jesus exist? We're saying he did.
Hey,
The Holy Spirit.
bro. I think because you're holding your chin the way you're holding it, you're thinking too much, bro.
But listen, I'm happy to take as much jokes as you got, but maybe it is. Maybe that's part of the
No,
problem.
you sound like a nice guy. We weren't trying to be a dick. Adam, what were you saying, buddy?
That wasn't me, but good rant. The right. What is the rest of your name?
Yeah, so I guess let me just close. Let me land my plane with this. I think I appreciate the right question to ask, the right QTA. Let me just land my plane real quick. I think for now, the idea of going and uprooting Christianity and Judaism, is going to be a lot harder than trying to get people to focus on the aspects of Christ that will help them overrule Judaism.
It's already happening,
things
man.
like flipping the table.
It's already
rebuking
happening.
The Pharisees, crushing the head of this thing. The things that make Jesus more of a, and of course the fact that he preached divinity within, not from without. And so, if we can get people away from the idea that Scripture is God, okay, and that and
just
that
wanna
instead there's a
pink pill
Holy
'em.
Spirit within you, whether you call that morality or
You just
whatnot,
want to leave them on the
focus
Abrahamic
on the areas
matrix.
where Jesus exemplified that might be the best path forward to the JQ.
Let's just cut out a little bit of the
And
cancer
then later we
cell.
can develop what I call divine algorithm, which will help us, really figure out what we should be doing.
Yeah, the divine
bro.
algorithm.
Well done, and we'll have Wolf with his German voice and large stature. Wolf, from now on, you will be you can be in charge of the buzzer and the hook that they might have used. But I will say, right, I think those were wonderful questions, really well stated, a very solid thesis that you offered, followed by the question at the end. So certainly wanted to give time to that and to make sure you got all of it out. Let's go down to Modern Day Warrior, and then we'll go up to Henry Ford.
All right, guys. The whole anti-Christian movement within the, I guess you would call it the truther community, is based on this idea that Christianity is this big psyop to result in what we see today with Zionism. But I take issue with that because the New Testament is not Zionist, and this is why I say that. The New Testament refutes everything that I guess Christian Zionism supports today, which is an earthly kingdom in Jerusalem with an earthly Davidic throne, a rebuilt temple, with a reconstituted Torah, Mosaic Torah. None of that's promoted in the New Testament. In fact, in Hebrews 13:14, an Israelite, who authored it, Barnabas likely, writing to Israelite Christians, says, we have no continuing city here. We're waiting for the one to come, which is the heavenly Jerusalem. Acts 2, Acts 13, Hebrews 1, Revelation 5 all show that Jesus ascended to a heavenly throne of David, not an earthly one. So this eliminates an earthly 1,000-year millennium when, historically Christianity has taught that the millennial reign of Christ is between his two advents, not future after he comes back. Those are all features of Christian Zionism, an earthly future 1,000-year millennium. Hence why evangelicals and a lot of Baptists support modern day Israel, because theologically they feel like they're obligated to, because they feel like all this kingdom stuff is future. When, if you read the Bible, if you read the New Testament, all these things like Romans 11:25, all Israel will be saved, and stuff like that, that's all been fulfilled. All these statements in the New Testament about all Israel being saved are fulfilled, right? So this is why people are running with their are running around like crazy trying to figure out who the 12 tribes of Israel were. It doesn't matter. They were all found in the first century, according to
nobody
Hebrews
cares.
8 and 8. The new covenant was made with the house of Judah and the house of Israel. Now, my thing is, I don't care that Jesus was a Jew. It doesn't bother me at all. I mean, in the modern day Jews, are they fully the Jews of Jesus' time? No, because there's been admixture. And Adam is right. The early church fathers taught that the Jews and the Ephraimites were specifically in Judah and Samaria. They didn't teach that the Europeans were the Israelites. So I'm a Catholic. We don't believe in Christian identity. So nobody can trip me up on that. So when people say, "Oh, you worship the Jews," well, so what? I don't have a problem with Jews one for one. I don't like their worldview right now. I don't like. So to think that Christianity was some big psyop at the time to bring about what we have today is just fantasy, right? Because, like I said, that all the statements in the New Testament of these
that's not what's being stated. That's not Adam's position. You're kind of arguing against something else.
Well, then what? I mean, this is the thing, though. This is not the evidence for this being a Jewish psyop. That this may be what some modern fringe Jews say that they're glad that Christianity is some useful tool to bring about their Zionist world order. Has nothing to do with the origin of it, right? And
it has everything to do with the origin. Hold on, let me interrupt you there. First of all, it's not just rabbis today. It's Maimonides 800 years ago, long before Christian Zionism or Protestants even really took off. And you say it's a psyop. I'm not saying it's listen, you get, like I said earlier, people get hung up on the word psyop. What I'm saying is it's Jewish, which you already conceded to, and it's fake. The stories in the Bible about Jesus walking on water, turning water to wine, coming back from the dead, being born a virgin, all of those things never happened. So it's a Jewish lie.
Were you
That's
there?
the problem.
Were you there? That's your opinion.
You don't have to be there. No. I know that they fabricated it from Scripture in Midrash, and there's no proof outside. There's no proof that any of that is real.
Before Protestantism,
okay.
So the Catholic Church, which is the oldest church, existed long before Protestantism, and they didn't teach any of the things that the Christian Zionists believe in, like a future millennium, a future.
Hold on. Have the Catholics not always taught that there's going to be a second coming of Jesus?
Well, yeah, there's a second advent, but that second.
So you're waiting for Jesus to return. Hold on. You're waiting for Jesus to return as a Catholic. You're waiting for Jesus to return, correct?
Yeah, that's not
Okay.
controversial.
I know it's not. All right. So you're waiting for the King of the Jews to return. What has to happen before Jesus returns? The Antichrist calls himself God in the
as a
temple,
Catholic-
correct?
Wait, hold on. As a Catholic, we have a different eschatology than evangelicals. So as Catholics, we're partial preterists. A lot of stuff has already been fulfilled.
But just answer the question. I know you're not exactly like Protestants. Answer the question.
not
Do you,
even
are you waiting for
close.
does the Antichrist
Can
have
you
to
let
rule
me tell
before
you what
Jesus
Catholics
returns?
believe? Because I know you don't know what Catholics believe.
I do.
So
I
Catholics
do. You're not
believe-
full preterist. You're not full
Catholics
preterist. You believe in a second coming.
Partial preterists. Okay, so what we believe has to happen at the end, we're not obsessed. Catholics aren't obsessed with the end times, right? So we're not waiting. We don't
Whether
think
you're
that we're-
obsessed with it or not is irrelevant. Do you believe in the second coming of Jesus?
I already told you yes. Stop
Okay.
spreading out.
All right. So
Okay.
answer the
So,
question then.
Listen,
You believe in
you're
the second
obsessed with
coming of
Jews, and that's
Jesus.
why you have
Answer
a
the
problem with
question.
Christians worshiping a Jew. You're obsessed with Jews. I'm not obsessed with
You
them. I know
worship a Jew. I
so
only
what?
talk about Jews because all the Christians
Well, Adam,
are
I mean,
believing that the
Jesus was a
Jews were
Mexican?
chosen.
Would it be a Mexican conspiracy?
Yes.
So like some people
would.
think that
Mhm.
some people think that I mean when the actual world comes to an end that because you die you go to heaven and Jesus is there. So like there's different interpretations.
That's not
of like
this. No, that's not what Catholics believe, though. That's not a
But there's
second
some
coming
people
in
that- I mean-
Catholicism.
Yeah, so what's the big deal if they believe he's going to come back again? But we're
But
not
there's so
obsessed
many
with
different sects
the
of
world to be destroyed.
You're
There's so
not
many different
obsessed
sects
with
of
God's prophet.
Christianity.
Obsessed is a word you're
Catholics
using.
believe in building civilizations. We believe in building hospitals and having missions.
So
to different
so do
countries. We believe in building
non-Christians.
civilization.
So do
but I'm-
non-Christians believe in hospitals too. So believe it or not.
Yeah,
you
but
didn't.
Catholics
You're
are pro-life. We don't.
you're
believe in
avoiding
killing
my
babies in
question.
hospitals.
That's irrelevant.
What's your
That
question?
that has nothing to do.
Ask the question then.
What has to happen before Jesus returns?
We do believe there's an antichrist at the very end.
So you believe the same
But
as the
we're not
Protestants.
into the sensationalistic. We're not into the sensationalistic where there's this computer chip and it's going to be this new world order the way
Nobody's
the
talking about computer.
the
You believe there's
rapture
going to be a mark of the beast?
not a literal physical one. I think it's spiritual.
Okay,
And I can tell you what it is. It's
So you
very
believe so just like the Protestants, you believe that the Antichrist has to rule before Jesus comes down in a cloud with his sword and his dripping bloody robe with on a horse.
Yeah, it's not surprising that a lot of religions have had eschatologies, man. Not just Christianity. That's not like a big deal.
You're waiting for a magical. You're waiting for the King of the Jews. You're waiting for the King. You're waiting for the King of the. First of all, you don't see a problem with worshiping a Jew.
What's your obsession with Jesus being a Jew? What is that? Your obsession with?
Adam,
that?
does the Antichrist actually have to be a person? Could it not end up being something like, I don't know, like AI or some crazy other, like, does it have to be a person or can it just be like an entity or something spiritual? Like, according to your research? Because I already told you, man, I'm not a theologian. You know, I do consider myself a Christian, but I'm not in the position to argue with you. But can the Antichrist be something that's not an actual person?
I don't think the Antichrist is like a real supernatural thing. I think the Antichrist is whatever people believe is the Antichrist. If they're convinced of it, that's as real as it's going to get. So most likely the person that's going to be most likely to be in the third temple in Jerusalem and call themselves God would be the Jewish Messiah. So whoever they claim is the Jewish Messiah, a portion of Christians will agree, but some will think that's the Antichrist. So most likely, and the Jewish Messiah does have to be an actual person, a king. So yeah, I would say a real person. But this guy's deflecting from my answer. See, he didn't want to first. He says, "Oh, what's the big deal? Yeah, Jesus is Jewish. What's the big deal?" If you're looking for a root cause on why Jews have so much power over Christianity in the West, and why the Catholic kosher Pope is trying to eradicate anti-Semitism and wears a small hat and says that inside every Christian is a Jew and they're disavowing the Groypers, it's because you're worshiping a Jew. You can't just say, we worship a Jew, so what? Worshipping Jesus that's Jewish means you believe that the Jews were ever chosen by God. And that's granting them their whole fantasy. You're co-signing and affirming their chosen status, elevating them to God's chosen people. Whether you still believe they're chosen or they're going to be saved in the end or whatever, you're not that much different. Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox, at the end of the day, the big issues of Jesus returning to defeat the Antichrist, you all agree on that. The Christians, Protestants, they're actively helping it happen. You guys think, no, you're not supposed to help them, but but the Protestants helping the Jews usher in the Antichrist, the other Christians think that's part of the prophecy. They're fulfilling prophecy. The red heifers are being burnt. That's prophecy being fulfilled. The Bible was right. The Antichrist is coming soon.
There's like so many different interpretations of Christianity and how they see the end times and how they see the Antichrist. Like, and that's what I mean. Me growing up Catholic, like my interpretations of many of these things is significantly more like spiritual and loose than what other Christian sects believe. Like, I'm just going to be real with you. Like, when I go and do communion and stuff, like, do you think I actually think that's like physically changing and shit? No, I think that's just like a symbol. So, I mean, maybe that's me being a heretical.
Blasphemy. That is so blasphemous.
Okay, but I'm just saying, though, like when I grew up, that's just how I thought. So, and no one ever told me that was wrong. Now, I know there are different belief systems or different, sects of Christianity that are not Catholic that would maybe really frown upon that. But for me, it was never like a big deal. So, I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, I'm not in a position to argue with you because I don't know about this shit other than your standard, went to Catholic school and all that. But maybe someone else. I see Richard Spencer's in here. Richard, what do you think about, have you been listening for a long time or?
Well, someone called me, so I popped out just there for a little bit. But I mean, I hate to be the Protestant, the lapsed crypto Protestant, perhaps you could say, who has to explain actual Catholic dogma and theology to a Catholic. But if you are a Catholic and you do not believe that you are eating the body of Jesus and drinking the blood of Jesus, then that you are a heretic. I mean, you are disobeying the clearly stated dogma of your church, period, end of statement.
Confirmed by Dave Riley, the most Catholic guy I know. So.
Yes, Rick is absolutely correct on this. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It is the body and blood of Jesus. I actually believe it. I believe in transubstantiation 100%. That's what the church teaches.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting.
Well, I never claimed that I was a strong Christian. I said that the entire time.
It's okay. 74% of U.S. Catholics don't believe in the real presence, so you're not alone.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It's kind of interesting, Dave. I don't know if you know this, but none other than Martin Luther seemed to believe in transubstantiation.
Oh, yeah. Martin Luther and I would have got along great, actually.
It's kind of funny. He was interested in the plain language of the text, and he was like, this is my body. So that's what it means. It is my body. It's funny. But I did look up one point, the Church of England and the Episcopalian Church, they believe that it is a metaphor or a symbol, but the spirit of Jesus is with you during communion. And so, there it is.
Well, no, I appreciate the context. And the truth is honestly, guys, I'm just the co-host here, like calling hands and shit. But it was more of a question on my behalf because I really don't know. That was just what I believed growing up, and I was just being honest. So no, I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, I didn't mean to jump on you. I guess that
you're good.
was just it was an opportunity to make a sharp correction.
Hey, if I could throw in on the Eucharist thing, if you know your Bible, 1 Corinthians, Paul says, he gives a warning that if anyone partakes, receives the Eucharist in an unworthy manner, you're actually profaning the body and blood of the Lord. If you eat and drink it without discerning the body, you're actually like getting a curse on you by doing that. It's like right in the Bible.
Not only that, but if you look at the passage in John 6, when Christ initially reveals to the apostles and disciples his plan to institute the Eucharist, everybody gets up and leaves. And he turns to the apostles and says, will you leave me too? And they said, Master, this teaching is very hard. And it's not because he was speaking in allegory. It wasn't a metaphor. It's because he was being literal. That's why they left.
Since we're on the Eucharist in the Last Supper, can I?
Isn't it kind of, go ahead.
Hold on, I got an important point about the Eucharist and communion, and it's part of the evidence of why I think Jesus never existed, because the earliest report of the Last Supper actually comes from Paul's letters, and he was not in attendance. He doesn't say he learned about it from one of the disciples that was in attendance. He says he learned about the Lord's Supper from revelation. So from angel Jesus whispering at his ear, from his his mystical reading of
what verse is that?
The scriptures.
Can you give me a footnote?
Yeah. Hold on. I was just Googling it. So 1 Corinthians 11, 23. For I received from the Lord what I also delivered to you, that the Lord Jesus on the night when he was betrayed took bread. And the idea that someone that sits at your table will betray you, that's from Psalms. And Paul's Lord's Last Supper is actually called the Lord's Supper. And he doesn't talk about anybody in attendance. He doesn't say where it is in Jerusalem. He doesn't say when it is, Passover, the night before Passover. And he says, so we agree, he wasn't there. He didn't learn about this. And isn't it weird that a guy that never knew Jesus is saying he learned about the Lord's Supper from something he received from the Lord? Why would a guy that never was there be telling you about what the Lord's Supper was when he wasn't there? He's telling a bunch of people, disciples that were there. It shows that even this comes from revelation and from Scripture.
Well,
I mean,
oh, okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Go ahead, Richard.
What kind of precedent is there for the Eucharist? I mean, it is a profoundly interesting and mysterious thing. I mean, the obvious precedent would be the lamb sacrifice in the Exodus story. And this is a sort of new version of that takes place on or around Passover, depending on which gospel you read. So there's that precedent, but it does seem to be a profound rethinking of what sacrifice is. There's this line in Theophrastus, who is a student of Aristotle. And he was talking about the idea of a whole burnt offering, a holocaust. And obviously that word has a lot of resonances now, but it had a very different resonance at that time for someone in the Hellenistic world. But what he said is basically that the Greeks were rather lax with their sacrifices, and that they would often eat the meat that he made a sort of joke about how we shouldn't get too uptight about this. It's a way of honoring the God, of giving him something, a major portion, but maybe not the best. And maybe you could, chow down afterward. And he juxtaposed that to the Jewish Holocaust, which is the whole burnt offering. Everything goes up in smoke. And so there was a more, like in Judaism, there was a more profound, or you could say rigorous or intense notion of sacrifice. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a precedent in the ancient world for this complex Eucharist idea that emerges in Christianity, where the Paschal lamb, the Passover lamb is literally to pass over. So you're going to smear lamb's blood on your doorway or threshold, and Yahweh won't smite down your first son in Egypt, as he will do to everyone else in Egypt, including the Pharaoh. So there's that notion, but it seems to be so much more complex in the Christian Eucharist of Jesus is the lamb. It's a sacrifice so that you won't receive God's wrath. I mean, I guess
he's simultaneously both priest and victim at the same time, which is unique.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I think you nailed it exactly, Richard. Like in the Last Supper narrative, even, I mean, that's what they're doing. They're having the Passover Seder, which is part of that meal. There's the stages of the meal, and like the main elements are, the unleavened bread and the wine.
Melchizedek
so-
also, Jesus is of the priest of the order of Melchizedek, so Melchizedek had bread and wine as well. I'm sure David
Right.
likes that.
There's
one.
the institution
who
of
think that
the Passover tradition and Christianizing it, and then now they don't have the temple, so they don't do the Holocaust sacrifice anymore. So now he's the final sacrifice. It's reinstituted in a new taking of the Seder meal, which is the origin of the Mosaic Law with Passover. So it's just like it's just Moses 2.0, Passover 2.0. It's the new church rite. That's how I see it, right? It's like
and there's prophecies of a new covenant.
Temple sacrifice.
There's prophecies of a new covenant, and even the Dead Sea Scrolls were talking about a new covenant also.
So Adam, now that we've got, sounds like David, I know Richard knows the shit, I know David knows the shit. Now that we've kind of got people that know what they're talking about, do you think maybe we can go back to, the best pieces of evidence for why and how Christ existed, and we can go through the argument? Since before you didn't really have any pushback, I feel like David's not gonna. I feel like he'll push back pretty hard.
Well,
Can
I would like to hear
with my question real quick first.
I would
I've been
sure.
waiting for a while.
I would like to hear Richard's take on if Jesus existed, and then for Dave Riley, if we could just dig deeper into that.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
1 Corinthians 11, where Paul says he received his information about the Lord's Supper from the Lord. But go ahead,
All right,
whoever
so,
was talking there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so real quick, I'm gonna come in and be as respectful as possible, because I think a lot of people in our movement will acknowledge that the work you've done, Adam. So we do appreciate it. I myself have woken up to a lot of truths about the Jews, listening to you and watching you for years. And so I do want to come out as respectful as I can. I've been very abrasive with you in the past. I'm on a new account. Thankfully, I can be on here because I'm not blocked.
You've been calling me a Jew?
But that being said, no. My issue has always been how abrasive your movement is towards pro-white Christians. It's become a punching white issue to me, and kind of like the Groypers are always punching white. They're always causing problems within our movement. It feels like your followers and you have become this movement of attacking white Christians and causing more division. When
They don't attack
right now where
pagans?
white people.
They don't attack pagans?
I didn't say they don't. I literally
Okay.
just
Are they
said
abrasive to me? Do the Christians argue with me in good faith, or they just lie and slander and make up shit about me?
there are a lot of Christians that do, and I'm not. But what I'm talking
Are
about
Christians even predominantly white? Like, you go to any church around me, and it's not white people. Among Europe and America, Christianity is in decline. It's exploding in non-white countries. So, like, the idea that it's a white thing.
I understand that, but you're deflecting from my point. My point being specifically pro-white Christians, the people in our circles who are well aware of what the Jews are doing to our people, of what is happening to white people in our country. We are the ones being replaced. We are the ones being destroyed by them. We need unity.
Are Christians not helping them do that? Hold on, sorry, but is Christianity not like part of the cause that's happening?
No, it's not. I mean,
really, the Catholic churches aren't bringing in lots of immigrants, and the Pope's not pro-immigration.
I'm talking about pro-white Christians. You throw.
Okay, so you can't be pro-white though. A regular Christian doesn't put their race above their religion, though. You realize that that's a very fringe minority that does that.
Correct, and I'm not arguing that point. The point I'm making specifically is the same thing I say to the Groypers when they start causing problems within our circles too. We are very few and far between. People who are racially aware and understand what's happening are being divided over religion. And when people are coming in and attacking other people's deepest beliefs, that's only going to harm our cause. We are not going to win a struggle for our survival and start waking people up of our own race if we're attacking their deepest beliefs, regardless of what you believe. I don't care.
So hold on. Hypothetically, I'm right. If I'm right, Jesus never existed. It was invented by Jews to theologically conquer the nations. If I'm right and that's true, you don't want me to say that to anybody because it might offend some white people? You want me to bite my tongue and not speak the
I don't
truth?
have a problem if you say that.
Okay.
No, you can
All right,
absolutely say what you believe. I'm talking about the way, and it has started to become more vitriolic from you as well. And I understand you get attacked all the time. So I've gotten vitriolic with people that attack me, and I get that piece. So I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about the people within your movement, your followers. You have become a leader of a group of people very similar to Nick and the Groypers, where they follow your lead and they follow what you're saying. And it's become attacking pro-white. I don't see.
No, we're attacking a fake Jewish religion, not white people. We don't attack anybody for being white. And I don't just attack and hate Christians. I've been friends with Dave Riley for years. I'm friends with Dominic. I got lots of Christian friends. I can get along with Christians, but not the ones that are bad faith and lie and attack and act like that. Those are the ones that deserve all the vitriol.
But when phrases like "you worship a kike on a stick," and
I don't ever say that. I say you worship a mythical Jew, which is true. I don't ever use K on a stick. They say you worship demons. Your pagans are demons. You're a pagan LARPer. Thor's owned by Disney.
The Groypers are the equivalent.
It's not just Groypers that do that.
There's the Christian equivalent. It's not just the Groypers, but they are the equivalent on the Christian side of what your side is doing. It's causing division. I agree. If you feel the way you feel, you should say what you say. I say what I say about Zionism, but at the end of the day, if a pro-white Christian still has Zionist tendencies, I'm okay with that as long as they're willing to put our people's interests above their Zionist beliefs. And as long as they're willing to do that, then everything else should be secondary. And that is very, very common with the people in the pro-white community, that we understand what we're facing. And there's just so much attacking from your movement. And I say your movement because you are a sub-movement within the pro-white community. And then you have a guy like Albert, who's always being boosted and promoted on your show, who's very anti-white, who says things all the time about he doesn't give a shit about white replacement.
I haven't had Albert on for a long time, and that's not me, and I don't agree with him on that or many other things, including Russia. So
yeah, no, I'm not saying you're accountable for everything everyone says.
Okay.
I'm talking about the stuff that's just like with Nick. It's the same thing with Nick, and he's not accountable for everything every dumb fucking Groyper does, and I understand that. But what I'm getting at is there is an issue of divide in our movement, and it's a real problem, and it's a religious problem, and that is the biggest issue, because there's this idea that we have to get rid of our religious beliefs, whether or not the fact that anybody believes in Christianity, even that guy who just said Jesus was a Jew, which I do not believe, and I don't want to get into the theology of that.
Well, then you're in denial.
But
hey, is it the pagans? Quick question: am I telling Richard, hey, Richard, fuck Apollo, you got to bow down to Odin and Thor, otherwise you're evil and I hate you? No, I don't say that. But who does say that to us? It's the Christians say that. The Christian. What'd you say, Richard? You say that to me?
In fact, owned by Disney.
When a Christian says Christ is king, no one is saying that you have to believe that. But here's the issue.
Yeah, they do. Every knee will bow. You will bow. You will bow or you will burn. Yes, they do. Come on, don't bullshit.
Okay, you're talking about.
Can I jump in? Because I get your point, Henry. And it sparks division. Why are we fighting each other? And this is the only problem. First off, I appreciate that you said that Adam or myself or Nick Flinders or whatever, we shouldn't be held responsible, maybe a little responsible, I guess, for some unhinged follower who's insulting people personally, left and right, and just trying to be mean. That's fair enough. But, I've been around alternative right movements for some time, and there seems to always be this talking point of can't we all just get along? We just need to have the same 10 talking points and we just reiterate these talking points, we are going to wear down our opponents at some point if we just say the same thing over and over again. And, you know, there's no doubt that I will get edgy on occasion, or I'll say something outlandish or whatever, but I also want to push discourse forward. You know, like, I like talking with people who tell me something I don't already know, or something sometimes I disagree with. It's good to hone your own belief on someone who's pushing back. And I feel like the pro-white movement, it's like allergic to that. It's not serious on some level. Like, at the end of the day, leftists disagree on a lot. Now, there's a lot, there's some dogmatic leftists you could definitely find. But when they're at their best, they actually are having debates and disputes and etc. That's a good thing. And so I just kind of get a little tired of people who are like, you need to stop talking so that we can continue to talk about white genocide or the anti-white agenda.
Yeah, I'm not attacking white people. I don't attack white people for. I don't attack people for being pro-white. It's if the Christians stop insisting that it has to be a Jesus movement and our talking points have to be rooted in Christianity, then I won't say anything about it. There's nothing to fight over. They insist on having Jesus be at the forefront of the supposed pro-white movement, which I don't see how it's pro-white to think that all of our white ancestors are in hell and worship demons and worshiping the King of the Jews and the God of Israel. I don't see what's pro-white with the Christians destroying statues and burning books and demonizing the gods of Europe. I don't see that as pro-white either.
Okay, well, first off, I'm not saying we all need to get along and we all need to be speaking the same talking points. Not even sure where you got that from, Richard. I even said Adam should continue to say what he's saying. I'm saying the audience that should be getting addressed should not be within the pro-white circles. It feels like there's a struggle for the mind.
Then you're just saying.
No.
You're basically paraphrasing what I just said.
No, I'm saying we're all. It feels like everybody's fighting for the same minds right now that are already in agreement on the race stuff, and now we're just arguing about other things. I'm saying we need to be going out and spreading whatever your message is to non-race aware people. So if you think what you're saying, Adam, is going to wake people up racially, great. It should be going out to people who are not already racially aware.
You're just saying what I'm saying. Like, I'll just speak for myself, and I think I actually am speaking for Adam, but he can correct me if not. I'm not trying, this notion that we need to go wake up the normies, I think is wrong on so many levels. I do not want to wake up any normie. I don't think the normies, they're going to wake up one day and like do a revolution next Tuesday once they discover the truth about race or whatever. This is just ridiculous. Secondly, this is an odd thing that has been occurring over the past 4 years or so, which is that I find the normies to be more radical than the white nationalist. Your average normie who goes to truck rallies and votes for Trump, like, not only thinks that the government hates white people, but that they're like killing babies and eating them, drinking their blood after. Like, they're far more advanced in terms of like red pill, dialogue than any white nationalist. So the white nationalists are in a way sort of like lagging behind. Like they're trying to red pill someone who's like OD'd on red pills and thinks the vaccine is like Satan's semen or something. So but we're not. You're just wrong. I'm not trying to red pill them. Henry, I've heard all this for 20 years.
Okay, that's great. But
there's nothing that you have said that is like mildly
for the 20 years. Okay, but for the 20 years you've been a leader of this movement, we've gained nothing. So I get all that. What I'm saying is,
what have the Christians gained us in the last 100 years?
What we
what I'm
need to
saying
stop
is the
doing
movement
is making enemies of these people. Nobody likes you, Richard. You're literally one of the most hated.
I like
people in
Richard.
America.
Yeah, that's because a bunch of Christians get triggered by him.
I like Richard.
Come on.
Exactly.
Henry,
talking about
I don't
Jesus
care.
Christ,
Do you see
guys
how I have
understand.
criticized the movement, and then you blame me for the things that I dislike
I'm not
about it?
blaming you. I'm saying
You just did. See, you don't even have the courage of your own convictions. You just want to imply that, like, I'm to blame for 20 years of failure, and then you're like, oh no, I'm not blaming you.
No, I'm saying the method you're
like an embodiment
have failed. I'm saying the
Christianity failed, buddy. How's Christianity doing? Are most white Christians in America Zionists?
I'm saying that all
We
of
have
that
a
stuff doesn't work, and
2,000-year
you're claiming
history.
that those are my methods. These are your methods. Waking up normies does not go anywhere. Those are your ideals. Those are not mine.
They're not
the movement
my
does
ideas.
hate
I'm
me
not
to
even
a
saying
very
that.
large extent, but I love it. I
I'm
feast
not
on
even
their
saying that.
hatred.
That's not my message. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
That literally is what you just said. What is your message then,
We
Henry?
kick this loser. It's like really pathetic. Like, you're not fit to even tie Henry Ford's shoelaces. Like, you don't really contribute anything other than a very boring, very tried, very silly white nationalist thing. And by the way, if you look into the white nationalist history and the white identity stuff, you will find lots and lots of Jews egging them on, encouraging them, pushing certain identities.
Especially today.
You'll see a lot of drug
100%.
trafficking involved with these white nationalist outfits, many of which are tied in with the fentanyl trade. You'll see a lot of strange Mormons in the white nationalist space. I mean, take it from somebody who was an actual Fed that penetrated some of these groups. And very proudly, I might add, because some of them are fucking stupid. And
This is
deserve what they get.
Chuck Johnson, Charles Johnson.
They're just weak. Like, they're not a serious group. They have no books. They LARP constantly.
There's
their
been
women
so
are not
many
that attractive for people.
quote unquote white nationalists that were anti-Christian
And so,
too.
like, it's just not a very impressive lot. So can we get back to the topic at hand as to whether or not Jesus existed? Because I think it's a really interesting question, particularly, and then, you know, a sort of larger question here is, does it matter if Jesus existed or not? And I think that's an even kind of more provocative question, right? Like, can you be a Christian and be open to the possibility that maybe Jesus wasn't real? Right? Does it actually matter?
All right, let's go ahead and listen to the admitted Fed with a bad lisp.
Can we kick faggot? Can we kick him?
Go ahead.
Because honestly,
Kick
like,
it, faggot.
I'm just not terribly interested in somebody who's weak like you.
I'm sorry, I don't spit on myself when I talk.
Apparently, I'm not. You seem to think I have a list. Maybe there's something wrong with your microphone. By the way, my family actually worked for Henry Ford. Maybe you should like look into like who's the eugenicist and who's the not. You know, who's actually strong here and who isn't. Just something to think about.
Okay, I'm not a eugenicist. I'm not even like I'm just literally.
No, you're just
sitting here
LARPing.
trying
You're
to ask-
LARPing. You're stealing somebody else's avatar and somebody else's work and somebody else's contribution. Are you a Mayflower Society member? Because I haven't seen you at the meetings. No, you're not. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. So like, shut the fuck up and let's have the adults talk.
Dude, first off, I don't know who the fuck you are, so
maybe
I
you
don't
should
care.
Google me. Maybe you should actually like be intelligent. Like what the adults are talking right now. You're not welcome here.
Okay, well, first of all, I came into the conversation before you were in here.
Yeah, you're
That's
not welcome
wonderful.
here. You have to
All
leave.
right, yeah, Henry,
Shut
I
up.
think you should be kicked, to be honest.
That's fine.
You gotta go.
I'll
You
leave.
gotta
Let me
get
say one
out of here.
thing.
You're not
I
adding
want to
anything
say
to
one
the
thing before you.
conversation. You gotta go. Get out. Leave. Leave.
Dude, just shut up and let me say one
No,
thing.
no.
Just shut up and I'll leave,
no.
dude.
Yeah.
No, just leave. Just go. Get
Oh
out of
my
here.
God.
Is denying Jesus the strategy that's gonna save white people? Coping about Jesus worshiping
Hang on,
a Jew?
let's Henry, let's let you have 30, 45 seconds, make a closing remark, then you can exit
we
the
kick him?
stage. And
Yeah.
no, we don't have to kick him. He'll leave the stage.
I'll leave voluntarily. I don't even need 30 seconds. I think there was a misunderstanding. Richard, I'm not saying I hate you. I'm saying the movement of white nationalism has been hated. We're not needing to wake up the normies. I'm saying we just need to stop making enemies. That's all I was getting at. We need to stop with messaging that makes us where we're attacking beliefs. Let's just find common ground. We just need to wake up the racial consciousness. We don't need to be arguing about religion. We can have religious discussions. I have them all the time. That's why I'm in this space. That's why I came in here. It's why I listen to Adam. So that's all I wanted to say. I think what I was saying was misunderstood. I didn't mean anything towards you personally. I just meant that
I don't care. It's fine if you insult me personally.
I know. I don't care.
But like,
it's the same thing with
I addressed all your points, and then you're just repeating
We're now
yourself.
at 46 seconds. Leave.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to talk about, did Jesus exist?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think there was no doubt some sort of itinerant rabbi, perhaps he was named Josh, who was compelling in a way that Jesus is compelling. I don't think he actually turned water into wine or raised the dead or multiplied the loaves, but I do think that there was a sort of Judaism 2.0 that was emerging in the centuries that we now call, or the year we now refer to as zero, or that doesn't, in which he was born in the Gregorian calendar. So I do think that he was no doubt based on real people, and I think Jesus's message, even though I do at the end of the day take a different path, there is something radically compelling about it. I mean, I think this is something that, people like Adam, myself, this is something that Nietzsche fully admitted. There is something extremely compelling about saying, on some level, I don't care that this woman was caught in the act committing adultery. I forgive her, sin no more. And before you start attacking this woman who is flawed, why don't you look at yourself? And it doesn't matter if you're some, uppity, dot your I's, cross your T's. It doesn't matter if you're a former prostitute, or if you just had sex with 100 men on Instagram, or whatever the hell she did. Like, you can be saved. And the law, I don't think that Jesus was ignoring the law exactly. I mean, I guess he sort of did ignore the law, but he was kind of overcoming the law. He was kind of moving forward. Well, I got a thumbs down from Dave. Okay, that's fine. But he was sort of, he fulfilled. He exactly. That's what it's the Hegelian notion of Aufhebung, which means both fulfillment and cancellation at the same time. It's an amazing verb.
Thank you, Bow Hunter, for 100. Thank you so much.
Way of thinking about.
He says it's so insufferable listening to Christians regurgitate their spellcasting. Not a shred of credibility, just babbling of a mind control fool.
Well,
it's why I don't do more spaces, honestly.
Dig up Hamlet's bones.
Thank you so much, Bow Hunter. You're the man.
He lived in 1600 in England. He spoke the English language, not Danish, and he resonated with that historical period. But on some profound level, he did exist. He does exist, in fact. He did and does exist. He has affected and inflected thought for the last 400 years in a way that he might as well have been a real person who, whose father died and he fought battles and, put on plays, got into a sword fight that ended up poisoning him. I mean, he might as well have existed because he had such an effect. And I guess that's my statement on, did Jesus exist? And it doesn't matter. He is a literary creation, but on some level, he has a compelling message. On some level, he's the most, I would say he's the most impactful literary creation, the most impactful person in world history. So are we going to dig up, some artifact, some journal entry from Jesus, talking about carpentry? It's like, oh, look, he really existed. It's all real. It doesn't matter on some level.
Yeah, I agree. And I actually don't even think you need to believe he literally existed to be a Christian. I think you have to be sort of moved by his message and to act on that message, and that might actually be sufficient in the end.
It could be that the first Christians didn't even believe that he lived. That's the
Correct.
theory, is that they believed in a cosmic, celestial, heavenly Messiah. But
that's right, and I think to some extent, when you have all these people that kind of agree on these topics, right? You can actually kind of use Jesus as kind of a touchstone to get everyone talking to each other, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case that he existed, right? It can be kind of like, I go and see Hamlet, or I go and see a Marvel movie. I don't necessarily think Iron Man is real. You know what I mean? It's a way of talking about larger things going on in the culture.
So it doesn't matter if he doesn't exist because people believe he exists. So it's as if he did exist if everybody believes it. But for us today, Christians today don't believe it. It's not like going and watching Iron Man, right? They believe Jesus really did live and do all the things in the Bible and died for their sins, and they have to believe it. Otherwise, they're going to be punished. And then because they believe that and they believe the Bible, they believe that they have to bless Israel or be cursed, or they believe that, whatever else comes along with Christianity. So I do think it matters. It's a lie.
Do you think that's
It was
true?
a lie
Do you think
constructed
that's
to
true,
conquer us for subversive reasons. So that's why it's important.
Well, hold on, Adam. Before you go into that stuff, first off, I think that most Christians, and in fact, most people, believe that Jesus walked the earth. Now, some secular humanists might not believe that he the miracles, but they believe that he was a real guy. I think it's so hard. It's almost like to really become a mythicist and claim that he did not exist. It's one of the hardest steps, I think. I recently saw this blog entry, I think it was on Substack, by this a guy whose last name is curiously Rothschild. And he writes on conspiracy theories, and he wrote a book on QAnon and whatever. But he began the blog entry by saying, now, let's get this out of the way, guys. Jesus was real. He walked around in sandals, around the year zero. There's no year zero, but you get. It's such a huge step, because I think even the secular humanist kind of knows in his bones that there is so much dependent upon Christianity. How we understand what the West is, or Europe is, or America really is profoundly dependent upon Christianity. I would concede that as well. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that we are living in a Christian society. And maybe it's post-Christian, but it is a Christian society. So the idea of just saying he wasn't real is a humongous step that I think is very hard for many people to take. I do think that, unlike the ancient religions, I do think that Christianity and Judaism are different in the sense that, you can read Exodus, you can even read Genesis, particularly once you get past the Tower of Babel and primordial history. You could read it as a history book. This really happened. These people walked the earth. This is like a chronology of the world. And I think that is unique. I mean, you can get a little bit of a sense of that, like if you read Hesiod or Homer, but I just think it's different. I don't think ancient peoples thought of stories of Zeus and Saturn and etc. I don't think they thought of that as really happening in the way that a modern Christian, and indeed a modern atheist, thinks that the Gospels are in fact history or journalism as well as being theology.
Richard, when scholars try to find out like who was the true historical Jesus, a lot of times they'll start stripping away things. They'll use this different criteria and say, well, that's probably not true because, you know, it's obviously miraculous, or that's not true because obviously that's just fulfilling some prophecy from the Old Testament. And then what you're left with is like basically almost nothing. So even the mundane things in Jesus's life is like linked to a prophecy or linked to a previous story in paganism or something from a pagan religion. So if you read Carrier and you read Nailed and you read the Questioning the Historicity of Jesus by Lataster, they dig into the what actual proof is there, and none of it is good at all. And there's so much evidence showing that it started as a myth and then became historicized. Not that it started as a historical person and then it got deeply mythologized right after. And there was all these different sects that believed in totally different things. It's much more likely the explanation. It started as a myth, and people had competing myths and competing visions and revelations and spirits, as Paul talks about. And
can I ask you a question about that, Adam? Why would 500 people decide to die for a lie, for a myth? Be burned.
500 people? What are you referring to? 500
yes.
people.
So all the apostles and everyone who saw him resurrect didn't die?
No. And 500 people. Let me comment on that.
Happened, right? Jesus was a myth, according to you.
Yeah, he was. He was.
For this.
There you go. I'm going to burn in hell for this. See, why am I so abrasive to the Christians? So to answer your question, Dave will like this one if Dave is still here.
Christians mean follower of Christ, Jesus Christ. And you're talking shit.
Oh, really? Thanks for sharing that. I had no idea that that's what a Christian was. So the purported appearance to the 500 is only in Paul's letters. None of the Gospels talk about an appearance of Jesus, a resurrection, and appearing to 500. And no, those 500 people were not said to be all martyred. And every religion has martyr stories. Most of the martyr stories in Christianity are legends from 2nd century. And, you know, there's a whole lot you can go totally deep into that. That's one of the other arguments you hear is they would never die for a lie. Would they die for a attempt to subvert Rome with theological warfare? Were they given the opportunity to renounce Jesus and they did? How many people did? So tell me how many people were given the chance and said, okay, I don't believe in him, and just stop being Christians? Do you know? You don't.
Everyone.
Well, everyone. If that happened, then there would be no Christians today if they all renounced it.
Well, so hang on, out of curiosity.
People die for lies. People die for lies. Christians will die for Jesus today, and they never knew a historical Jesus. Muslims die and are martyred. Same with Jews. Okay.
Adam, out of curiosity, so just wholesale, all of the stories of the apostles, Peter being crucified upside down, all of those pieces of the puzzle, those are, of course, also being thrown out with the Christ story in your theology here. Mm-hmm. But then also you're suggesting
don't make a statement without proof.
Does the Bible say where Peter? Does the Bible say the Bible doesn't even have Peter being crucified upside down? That's outside of the Bible, and it's a later tradition. It doesn't talk about how Paul dies either. And there's actually
that comes from tradition.
Early source, exactly tradition, not from the Bible though. It comes from later traditions. So and there's contradictions on where he actually died as well.
Well, and Adam, this was coming to the fact that so would you also then suggest that the Christians being persecuted, the whole concept of the catacombs, the likely years, if not hundreds and hundreds of years of Christians being persecuted for their views and continuing to profess their faith in spite of all of that, are you also throwing out those elements, or you're saying that part is true, but it's just after the subversion and in your theology?
There's a good book called The Myth of Martyrdom, I believe it's called. And there was some Roman prosecution of Christians, or they probably just saw them as Jews that were not following the Roman laws. So if some Christian gets charged with something and executed because he wasn't bowing down to the emperor, is he a martyr persecuted for believing in Jesus? One of the first sources about Christianity is Pliny the Younger, and he was like the top lawyer in like all of the Roman Empire. And he's writing a letter to the emperor, and he says, who are these Christians? I don't know anything about them. He didn't know anything from his dad, Pliny the Elder, about Christians. He didn't know how to charge them. He didn't know what laws they were breaking. It's a total myth of early cracking down and persecution.
The book you're talking about is The Myth of Persecution.
Myth of Persecution.
Not The Myth of Martyrdom. It's a different book.
Right.
Yeah.
If I may butt in just for a sec here. Can I do so? I'm just asking.
You just did. Go for it.
I'm Optimus Prime, so go for it.
All right, thank you so much. So first I want to say, just ask a question to Adam directly and really everyone else on the panel who may believe this. Can anybody else be right?
About Jesus existing?
No, about your personal religion. Can anyone else be right? Meaning, is anybody else allowed to be right? Are you open to the idea of someone else being right about what they believe?
Depends on what the belief is, how much evidence there is supporting it or not. I mean, this is a wild question.
Exactly. So it requires evidence for you to believe them. So what do you count as evidence is my next question.
Archaeological, documentation, if things are believable, if they're obvious, if it looks like a myth, reads like a myth, sounds like a myth, created by myth makers, it's probably a myth. What's your evidence Jesus was real and really existed? How about you just give me that since you got all these questions? What's the best evidence Jesus existed? Go.
You're so cruel, Adam.
Did he bail out? He didn't have anything?
Of course he bailed out.
Well,
of course.
I guess you're wrong then. And also, it's like, if you, like, let's let Malibu talk. I want to hear from her. And if you haven't, like, read all the books like I have over and over again that are researching this topic, like, your opinion on if Jesus existed doesn't really mean diddly squat to me if you haven't investigated it to the degree I have. What's up, Malibu?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Unreal.
Okay. Thanks for holding
You
the
asked me a
space,
question,
by the
then
way. I
kick me out
appreciate
for
it.
hours.
I used to be a real believer of Jesus, but there's just a lot of incongruencies, like in the Old Testament, it was like he turned everybody into salt, he was killing everybody's babies, God was. And then over here in the New Testament, he's talking about forgiving everybody and just being super nice and sweet, and God is all loving or
No,
whatever.
there's nothing about being super nice or sweet. You haven't read the Bible, obviously. First off, you didn't know that he wasn't in the Old Testament. You talk about God turning one person into salt. Yes, not everybody.
Yeah, but anyways,
you don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Just shut up, David.
There's a lot of
I'm coming to your house.
I will smack the fucking living shit out of you, Adam.
Are
you like a Muslim or something? David, I'm just gonna say, hang on.
So much of that Christian love.
I'm just gonna call something out. If you're going to post in the Purple Pill saying that people removed you when you didn't, and then refer to everybody on the panel as cowards, and then sit up here and throw around a bunch of profanity like a upset 3-year-old girl, you're going to be removed. So there's just not going to be any tolerance for that in this space. We'll try to keep it remotely high IQ. I know that it's about a sensitive subject. Religion is obviously very personal, but that's just not remotely professional. So Malibu, back to you.
I think why people get so offended by it is because their identity and their whole life is tied to it, and they don't know how to move on or to accept the idea of what if it's not true? What if I've been lied to? Most people are afraid to ask that question. They've been programmed their whole life, go to school, get a degree, don't ask questions, just do what you're told. So when people ask questions about Jesus, like, how dare you? But you should. You should be able to critically think and see if it makes sense. I don't know all the answers. I'm still learning, which is why I'm grateful for this thing that you guys got going on, because I'm learning a lot from Adam and what he's saying. It makes a lot of sense. But just for me, it's a lot of incongruencies, like sleeping with your daughter and sacrificing animals and drinking blood. Like, if you look at what's going on today, that's what's happening with the Jews and what they're doing. They're sacrificing the blood of children and doing satanic ritual. There's a lot of things that are connecting, but it's under different terminologies. So, yeah, that's just what I have to say about that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Malibu, I think you made a real good point about how Christianity basically teaches to have faith in the absence of evidence. Like, it says it's a virtue for those who believe without seeing in the doubting Thomas story.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it teaches you to reject worldly wisdom. Do you think
ridiculous.
Christianity teaches to have skepticism and have doubt? Doubting Jesus is bad. You're not
Am I
supposed
allowed to actually explain how Jesus exists, or are you just going to keep going on and on and on and on?
No.
Is anybody allowed to explain how Jesus exists?
Please.
Hang on. Hold on. Before we move on any further.
Hang on.
I'd like to get
Autobot,
over
hang on. Dearest Optimus Prime, and look, I've got Jeff Goldblum, Ian Malcolm here, so I can appreciate the literary reference of Sir Optimus Prime, a great character. You were up here in mid-conversation, you went mute. Adam asked you a question, you disappeared. And so I don't think it's fair to state now that nobody's giving you space. Everybody was until you kind of went AFK. So we'll go back to you, and then I'd be very curious to go down to Harry McQuarrie down there, who's been very polite with his hand up.
Okay, I just want to say real quick, I didn't know that I was muted. That's my bad on my misunderstanding. I was actually talking the entire time, so that's on me. So I apologize.
Just before we get any further away from Malibu's comments, I just wanted to let her know that her smoke detector battery is due for replacing.
Yeah, we hear it chirping, Malibu.
I didn't hear anything.
I was going to make a skin pigmentation joke, but I think I'll just avoid that because I get called a racist enough as it is.
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing, so I can't hear it, but thanks.
Autobot, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Give us your proof, man. What's the best proof for Jesus? I'm waiting for it. Let's hear it.
Okay, and you're going to let me talk this time, right? Okay, cool.
Get on with it.
So this is, it's not a short explanation. It's a bit of a long one.
No. We'll give 120 seconds, at which point Wolf is going to either play a telephone, a jingle, or interrupt you with smooth jazz.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I'll try. So you have to have faith. That is the key. If I'm going to dumb it down,
cancel.
I just talked about
big tech.
You have to have faith.
I love it.
And
great answer, bro. I'm so convinced. He definitely was real.
Dude, okay, again, you're not going to let me explain.
Hang on, pause. I'm going to pause this just because I thought it was comical. And don't worry, Autobot, I will give you back the 100 seconds and Wolf will get his buzzer ready. But when asked by somebody like Adam, who's obviously a skeptic, for proof that Jesus existed, I would recommend as a debate tactic not leading off with, it takes faith, because that's a really bad foundation upon which to build anything that follows. So let's reset. Let's take a pause, take a break, compose yourself. We're going to get 100 seconds.
Christian doctrine is all put down. You must be saved. You were born with original sin, worthless sinner, blah, blah, blah. May as well throw your goyim at the end of all that.
I actually am on your team.
Yet no matter how evil and disgraceful Jews are, are perfect being chosen, and Jews did not set this up. Good points, Bow Hunter. I know.
Autobot, roll out.
I know. Thank you, Bow Hunter. You're
okay,
amazing.
So the reason that I even brought up faith is because you have to actually witness and experience miracles and blessings in your own life to know that God is real. And the reason I say that is because God literally has performed miracles in the past and present right now, really, because of the fact that he needs to prove his existence to us because we're like sheep. I actually explained this. I did like my own live or whatever for like 27 minutes to explain this because it's so critical. If you actually want to know that God exists, you have to ask for it. There's a reason that God did that. Because otherwise, we're going to point it towards something else. We could say, oh, it's just luck. Like I said earlier, it's just luck. It's just good luck. And then what is to prove against that? well, it's like, oh, well, I see personally that I didn't walk on all the cracks, so I must just be lucky, and that's why I am fine the way I am, and that's why this blessing occurred.
Is this guy talking
But
about?
there's some things that happen that do not make sense, like someone being healed from cancer, and they pray, and then boom, they're healed from cancer, and the doctor's like, oh, how is that even possible?
This is proof of
They don't have a
Jesus,
reason.
guys.
There's no reasoning for it. That is because of God. But because if they don't know God, they could be like, well, that's because of whatever I believe in.
How many kids die with
that's
cancer
really
that
important
pray
to
away
hear.
and suffer and die?
And if there is no, well, that's fine.
You're embarrassing the Christians.
Explanation
dude.
overall.
Well played, Wolf. Great job there with the timer. It was Olympic. I had to count down myself. Let's get a retort there from Adam or Richard, and then, like I said, I want to go down to Harry as well.
I mean, obviously, to everybody, I asked for proof of a historical Jesus, and you say faith. It's like you couldn't have given a more comical answer. No offense. And like the idea of like praying, and you'll get better, you'll heal from cancer. Like, how many churches are praying for young kids that are suffering and dying with cancer, and God does nothing? It's astonishing to me that you're going to say that miracles, which I've seen no miracles, which leads me to think that none of these miracles, what's more likely, these miracles happen in the Bible or some Jews made up some stories? Obviously, one requires magic in the violation of the laws of nature. One just needs some Jews that came up with a script and a story, the myth makers. They're kind of known for being myth makers and script writers and making stuff up, so I'd say it's the latter. Go ahead, Chuck.
Can I say something? Can I ask a question of Adam real quick? Not a mean one, but I'm just sort of curious what he would say to this. Do you think that there are other faiths, like maybe Islam or others, that were also created by the Jews? And if so, like, how should we think of them in the modern context? I mean, are they still creating new religions, or have they chilled out, or what's your sense?
I mean, 100%. Islam wouldn't exist if not for Christianity and Judaism and the Torah, without a question.
So is Ben Shapiro like the new myth maker for the Jews, or like how should we think about it in the modern era?
He hasn't written any scripture.
No.
So no.
It's I have little doubt in my mind that Jews created Islam as well. I mean, it just makes so much project. The new myth makers, and they're connected to the Bible. And the new myth makers have been in Hollywood for the past 100 years.
QAnon.
They make comic books. They're the ones that are. I mean, it's not. I mean, if you look anywhere, like from Tin Pan Alley, like Broadway musicals, the comic book industry, to Hollywood, et cetera, you find Jews. White national, and I'm not saying that as a criticism at all. I'm saying that with admiration at their culture-making capacity, which is unsurpassed. White nationalists are like, oh, they're behind the porn industry, or they're in banking, and all of that is true to some extent. But if you're going to admit that, then you have to admit they're also behind all of the Hollywood action films that you continue to watch to this very day. And figures like Indiana Jones or the Stan Lee comic book characters, etc. These might very well become equivalent to Jesus or myths in hundreds of years from now. I don't think it is out of the question that people will worship Luke Skywalker. Well, that may be a bad example.
Not after the Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. Well, maybe a bad example because George Lucas is not Jewish, but Lawrence Kasdan is. But anyway, they're going to worship Superman or Batman, etc., and in the way that many people worshipped these myths that were created in the ancient world, because these things are sophisticated. They're not. A lot of this pop culture stuff is actually very deep. and complex, and in so many ways based on biblical symbols and narratives. So yeah, I mean, the Jews are always at it, and they are more creative than most. You know, I say this as a white man. According to Google and 23andMe, I don't have any Jewish ancestry, in fact. And I would tell you if I did. I'm not one of those that is, you know, grasping for
hey, real quick, Richard,
Bavarian purity or something.
Richard,
they are better.
Richard, I think you hit on something actually really interesting. I'd be curious for you to expand on it. Just the idea of Superman or Marvel characters essentially taking the place in modernity of a Christ-like figure. I mean, the moral compass of the West has obviously shifted dramatically, and I don't think it's unreasonable to say that a lot of individuals look more at the Marvel heroes for their own set of value structures than they would the Bible at this point. I mean,
but they're already. Yeah,
that's what I was going for.
Because Kal-El is Jewish. Like, I hate to let you in on this deep secret, but Superman is a Jew already. It already, he's Moses in a basket sent to Earth. The notion of a Superman and so on, it's not much of a stretch to see him as Jesus to begin with, or a little bit of Moses thrown in there as well. So these like popular myths are already based on the Bible in so many ways. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if in, you know, I'm not sure how we could test this because I'll be dead, but in 200 years that, you know, people look back on like shards of Superman comics or like old films of Christopher Reeve, and they think that it really happened. Like he really, like Metropolis, archaeologists are going to be like searching for the Daily Planet headquarters and Metropolis, and like they're going to find like an artifact to be like, look, this is Batman's cowl, don't you see? Or like, this is Indiana Jones's whip. This, I guarantee you this will happen. Maybe it'll take more than 2,200 years. Maybe it'll take 500 or 1,000. I almost guarantee you that will happen. Why do I think that? Because that's what already happened. That is how we look back at religion. We look at things that might have even been current among very small communities, but they were very powerful and influential, and they had tightly knit priestly class disseminating these things and perfecting them, making them more complex and perpetuating them, developing them. To your point, we look back and we're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, to your point, I mean, we just had the King of England knighting Christopher Nolan the other day, right? Of course, the man who brought us the Dark Knight trilogy, which is arguably, for many of us, that was a very like seminal trilogy in our childhoods, right? Had a whole lot of impact on the world.
By adulthood, but go on.
Yeah, or maybe adulthood in some people's cases. But you know, the point is that the very fact that like the King of England, who is like the leader of the Church of England, right? Who's both a spiritual and a political figure. The very fact that he had to knight Christopher Nolan, or the fact that he would want to knight a Christopher Nolan, is kind of a testament to the power of these kind of enduring myths in our own time.
Yeah, King Arthur is another. Like, people visit some like massive hill in Canterbury or something. They're like, this was Camelot.
It's King Arthur's seat in Scotland, if I'm not mistaken.
That's another one. There's one in England too. But I mean, look, I don't want to offend any of these tourists, but he was invented in the 15th century in a literary text. He's not real. There's no King Arthur.
You know, I think about this a lot in the context of the Book of Mormon. Insofar as like, you know, here's an artifact where, you know, people are trying to figure out parts of the Book of Mormon, whether or not they're real or not. And I think a lot of Christians are like, oh, obviously this whole book is fake and everything.
Well, no, hold on. The Book of Mormon's completely accurate. I mean, literally every word is 100% based in fact. Now, that is the big exception to everything I was talking about.
Of course.
That one's
Especially
real.
the act where where they all went to Africa, and I think it's something about going to New York. They put on this big show. There's a lot of music, a lot of singing, a lot of dance, a lot of references to Star Wars, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So what happens in the Book of Mormon that's kind of interesting to me is there's all this discussion among Mormons about Bountiful and where Bountiful really is. And a number of them, if you Google like Book of Mormon and Oman, they say that it's in Oman. So there are all these Mormons over the years that have been like showing up in Oman. And the Sultanate of Oman is like, what the fuck is going on here? Because obviously like they can't really like comprehend that, you know, that there's all these like strange people from Utah showing up in their country. So in a way, it's not real, but it becomes real because all these people act on it. And I think that may be true of a lot of like Christianity. I mean, people who are inspired to do things based upon books, people aren't necessarily correct. I mean, this is kind of one of the problems I think that a lot of the Christians get into. They're like, why would all these people have died, you know, for, you know, this thing if it wasn't real? And it's like, well, maybe it was real enough for them. Maybe they got other benefits from it. Maybe they, you know, wanted to achieve some kind of political objective. I mean, people join cults all the time for all kinds of reasons. And so I think we need to be kind of open to that possibility as well.
Well, I just somebody in the comments put up a note saying that they thought Richard was off because there's nobody that idolizes comic book characters, and yet I think if you walk through just about any modern mall or restaurant, you'll see adult men wearing Superman shirts and whatnot. And I do think there's a whole lot of individuals that probably align with a moral compass aligned to the light and the dark side as much as they do the Catholic Church at this point. This is not a knock on religion, but more so just a statement on how profound a lot of the Hollywood culture has become in the West.
No doubt.
But how many of them believe that those comic book characters are real, though? Like real in the metaphysical sense? And,
they're real.
Well, they think they're real in the metaphysical sense.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean, like.
Well, in the physical sense is what.
Yeah.
In the physical sense, are they real? That's what I'm saying. In terms of the early Christians, I think they likely believed it in a metaphysical way. I mean, how many witnesses, if there was a crucifixion, how many witnesses were there? Well, several. I mean, this
the Holy
Christianity.
Mother, John Longinus. I mean, we've got their names.
Well, you're forgetting Magdalene, who witnessed his return and so on, and mistook him for a gardener. Oh, sorry. Fair enough. Okay, what my point is that Christianity spread over the course of, 3 or 4 centuries after the time in which Christ supposedly walked the earth. So none of these people witnessed it. We have shards of evidence of the movement developing, like fish inscriptions and like graffiti and things like that. But we don't have anything real. So like clearly they were being told the story, and the story was extremely compelling, and the community itself was compelling.
Well, we have the apostolic fathers, and I just like to comment on the sort of subtext of this whole conversation, which seems to me that having this heterodox position on Christianity, such as the mythicist position, right, is sort of a contrarian, kind of like esoteric, kind of big brain take. But the reality is that it's actually common enough nowadays, right, that you'll have like QAnon tier YouTube videos that amplify the conspiracy theory of Christianity, which is what we're talking about, right? Did Jesus actually exist? And what is the whole meta of this discussion, right? Is that America is a Christian country, and most people call themselves Christian. And yes, it's true that most have a sort of poor understanding of their faith. But, for like And to comment on that, I mean, it's clear that, for example, Adam has delved deeper into this topic than the average person, right? Like, and to me, it seems a little subversive, right, to pit the average Christian, which, hasn't done like the adequate reading to actually know, investigate about his own faith. And I myself am not an expert on this topic, but I can see the flaw in this, right? It just seems inherently subversive, right? Because obviously Christianity, right, whether you're an atheist or not, is pretty much the foundation of Western civilization, right? Like literally our calendar revolves around the existence of this one man, which defined all of Western civilization, until now. Like I said, we define our whole calendar, and I think that fundamentally there's this kind of subtext to the whole conversation, and that needs to be addressed. And with respect to whether or not Jesus did exist, I mean, Adam thinks that this is like some sort of big brain intellectual position, but it's actually really deceptive because, the mythicist position is not only a minority as far as I'm concerned in the academic world, in academia, but it's even
most academics are biblical Christian scholars.
Even atheists like Bart Ehrman thinks.
Bart Ehrman went to, hold on, I knew this was going to come.
Bart Ehrman, who's a world-renowned scholar, right?
Have you read his book? Have you read his book?
An entire book.
Have you read the book? Have you read his book?
The idea that yes,
I've read the book and you haven't, and I've read the books that debunk his book and you haven't.
He thinks that it's a goofy position, that the idea that Christ didn't exist.
We don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. Hold on, let me answer this, because this is what we always hear. This is the top response online is, the consensus is he's real. The consensus comes and was created and is upheld by mostly Christians. Mostly Christians are biblical scholars that work at seminaries or work at biblical schools. Bart Ehrman is not some atheist. He went to Moody Bible Institute in Princeton Theological Seminary.
He's an atheist, dude. What are you talking about? He's an atheist. He's a literal atheist.
That has nothing to do with what I just said. He was shut up. He was an evangelical Christian, so much so that he went to Bible college. All of his education, his higher level education, was all at Bible colleges, teaching him to be an apologist, a Christian apologist.
Okay. What's your point?
Yeah. Have you read his book? You haven't.
But I know he's a world-renowned.
Yeah, I've read his book.
I disclosed fully that I'm not an expert. And I haven't
exactly. So you're citing a guy and you haven't read his book, and I have.
He's a world-renowned scholar. Even he admits that,
Okay, and Richard Carey is a world-renowned scholar too, and his arguments are better.
This is one of the surest facts of the class.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's posturing. That's appeal to consensus from a bunch of Christians. Bart Ehrman's book, I've read it multiple times. I've also read all the books that disagree with him, including Raphael Lataster's PhD dissertation is all about debunking Ehrman's book. Ehrman's arguments in that book are awful. One of an example is he says the Jews would never invent a crucified Messiah. The hell they wouldn't. They couldn't make up a myth of a militarily victorious Messiah because you can't fake that. But you could fake a suffering servant Messiah that had a spiritual victory. So I've read Bart Ehrman's book. You haven't. I've watched the debates going back and forth with Bart Ehrman and Carrier and the other mythicists, and I think Ehrman's wrong. And you haven't read any of that of those debates.
No offense, man. No offense,
and you're biased because you're a Christian, so you're just appealing to Bart Ehrman, even though you've never read his book, and you're going, he's an atheist. He's your token atheist.
I've read parts of Misquoting Jesus.
Okay, well, what's his... He's your token atheist that all the Christians love to cite.
He's not a token atheist. There's many atheist scholars.
No, there's not. There's not, actually. And there's always been scholars disputing. There's always been... Have you read Carrier's book? No.
Yeah, Carrier's a mythicist, and the mythicist position, like I said, is a minority position.
And that doesn't mean it's wrong. And that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah, but
are most biblical scholars Christians? Have most biblical scholars always been Christians?
Even like a historian, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, actually, here, I'm glad you brought that up, because Richard Carrier is a PhD in ancient history. Bart Ehrman got his education to be a Christian apologist, and he's not a historian. So shot yourself in the foot with that one.
Yeah, but he's an expert in biblical studies, is the point, right?
And so he's an expert in reading the Bible.
Yeah, the origins of development.
What's Ehrman's best argument for a historical Jesus? Can you tell me what his best argument is?
The implication, well, the Gospels, right? The reliability of the Gospels and like the information.
They're not reliable. They're written. First of all, Mark is the first one written 4 decades after the supposed events, after the temple was destroyed, and then Matthew copied Mark. And then Luke copied Matthew and Mark, and then John came in and knew all 3, but then came up with his own thing. Hold on, let me finish.
Just because we have,
you think the gospel? You think the Gospels is? Let me finish. You think the Gospels is proof that Jesus existed, right? Mark is based on Paul's letters, and he never knew a historical. You keep interrupting me, dude. The Gospels are written by anonymous authors that are uncritical, unscholarly, and religiously motivated. They don't cite any of their sources. They don't even say who the authors are. They don't say when or where they're written. They're written from beginning to end like a myth. The very first verse of Mark, it says, as the prophet said, blah, 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 giving away that this is all about fulfillment of prophecy is how they're coming up with the whole story. So,
yeah, but like I said,
hey, read Ehrman's book and Carrier's book and Fitzgerald and Robert Price and Raphael Lataster, and then maybe I'll think your opinion has some validity.
I'll say this: like, I don't have to be an expert in like classical history or like whatever theories exist on the New Testament to know that your theory is kind of retarded. No offense. Right?
Great argument. It's retarded to believe in a virgin birth.
It's like the idea about a bunch of barely literate. The idea that a bunch of barely literate Jewish fishermen concocted a myth and literally subverted the Roman Empire.
Exactly. That's not who did it. They weren't fishermen. Fishermen didn't write those eloquent Greek. You're right.
Anyone can see how, like,
I never said it. I never said fishermen came up with Christianity. That's your problem.
Do you find no literary content to like the Book of John or something? I mean, you think it's just like some dudes scribbled some half-baked journalism in order to document Jesus? It's obviously highly sophisticated.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Well, doesn't that sort of support our side of the argument that it's a literary event?
That's Adam's theory that like a bunch of Jewish, barely literate Jewish fishermen.
No, totally wrong. Totally wrong. I've never said that. Don't think that at all.
So who wrote the gospel? And how do you explain, right? How do you explain the
highly literate Jews?
Greek-speaking Jews.
Basically. Yeah, Hellenized Jews who were literate in, obviously, the Torah and the Tanakh, but literate in world mythology to a degree that's remarkable. Pre-internet, I guess you could say, and they were also poets. What?
I'm sorry, there's just no evidence for that theory because we know.
Wow, the evidence is that I've read the King James Bible and it's like interesting. I mean, that's my evidence.
I read it as well, but like, how do you explain the fact that the earliest Christians believed in what we now call Orthodox traditional Christianity, the idea that there was really a man who claimed to be God and who claimed to die for our sins and who claimed to give us the keys to eternal life, right? There was Christians, the earliest Christians believe this. It's undeniable.
Are you talking about, can I help you maybe? And you could cite the Didache, which is around.
Yeah, the Didache or the Apostolic Fathers or the Church Fathers. I mean, there were communities throughout the Roman Empire who were attesting to the same thing. And yeah, like, I don't.
And how many Christians are there today? How many? Here's a good example for people to wrap their head around it. How many Christians today say they have a personal relationship with Jesus? They walk with Jesus. They speak with Jesus. Jesus came to them in a dream. That happens today with people that obviously don't know a historical Jesus preacher walking around Jerusalem. So if that could happen today, that's what was going on in ancient times. Hold on. Mystical Jewish sects were reading the scriptures, searching them for God's mysteries, for his revelations of the redemption and the Messiah and the end times. And this is the fan fiction story they came up with. And maybe they were sincere believers. Maybe there really was a heavenly Jesus that was whispering in their ear, and he really did a high priest sacrifice that saves them from their sins in heaven. Maybe they did believe that, and they were willing to die for that. Just like people today think they know Jesus and walk with Jesus and are willing to die for it. That doesn't prove. Here's the big thing. Sure, there could have been a historical figure at the core of it, and then they just added all these legends and exaggerations of the miracles and the myths that we have today. But also, we could have a Christianity that started with a mythical character that they later added the biographical details in.
There's no proof of that. There's no evidence for that. Like, there's just absolutely.
Okay, so Paul's letters. How did Paul's letters come before the Gospels? Did he know Jesus? How did the Apostle Paul, let me ask you the question. How did the Apostle Paul know about Jesus? What does he say?
Great question. He was converted on the road to Damascus.
That's not in his letters. That's only in Acts. Let me answer. That's in Acts. That's not in his letters. What does Paul say in his letters?
Who wrote Acts?
Apparently Luke Acts, but we don't know that that's really the name of the author.
And who is Luke?
Again, I said Luke is not. They gave the names to the Gospels. They're anonymous Gospels, and they didn't name them until Irenaeus in like late second century. Let me ask you, Paul. How did Paul know about Jesus?
Well, you said something that the Gospels are anonymous. They're not.
Yeah, they are. Look it up. Anybody, just Google. They were Bart Ehrman. Your source, Bart Ehrman, says they're anonymous Gospels. So you want to cite him as your expert, and now I'm going to use that expert against you. Also, Bart Ehrman. Hold on, Christian. Silence, Christian. Silence, Christian.
You're misrepresenting me. I didn't
no,
say
I'm not.
Bart Ehrman was my source. I just said it. Even
you
Bart
did.
Ehrman,
Yeah, he was your source.
That Christ. But even Bart Ehrman, who's an atheist, agrees that Christ.
This is what we already get. Like, first off, Bart Ehrman is really not that great. I mean, I think he's a pretty competent historian, and he seems like a nice guy. But this is what I've seen. Like, I've heard a million times. Even Bart Ehrman agrees with us. It's just such a weird turn of phrase and argument. The Christians love Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman, in my humble opinion, is a crypto-Christian.
Exactly. And Bart Ehrman, hold on, it's important too. If you want to say, if you want to cite Bart Ehrman as your expert witness here, he agrees with me that the vast majority of all the stories about Jesus are forgeries. He has a book called Forgeries, and he says that they're exactly like I say. From prophecy, they wrote stories fulfilling prophecy. The vast majority of everything we know about Jesus, that's what Bart Ehrman says it is. So if you want to cite him as your expert, I'll just throw it right back at you. Anonymous Gospels and almost every part of the gospel story of Jesus is a myth. And Paul, since you didn't want to answer the question, Paul never knew Jesus. He was an apostle, just like the first.
Didn't fulfill the prophecies, of course they would write about it, right? Like, you're just assuming, you're just begging the question when you say, well, it couldn't have been true because here he's clearly referencing a prophecy, and prophecies aren't real, so it's made up. That's just like a retarded begging the question argument. You have no argument, right? You have to.
No, it's not. You're the retard, because you're saying Jesus is real because he fulfilled all the prophecies. It's not hard to fulfill prophecies when you have all.
Yeah, exactly. So
when you have all the scriptures in front of you, it's not hard to write a story fulfilling prophecies, is it?
Yeah, oh, dude, this is like. So
yeah, you're drowning. You're done. You lost.
Like, no,
Reddit tier. Okay, you lost.
You didn't answer my question, right? Like,
you didn't answer my question.
You're saying that he couldn't have fulfilled prophecies because prophecies are fake, and therefore, like, we can just dismiss them.
A lot of these aren't even prophecies. They're ripped completely out of context and not even prophetic. Many of the things. And some of them are only prophecies if read in Greek in the Septuagint. Otherwise, they make no sense.
The point is that the Gospels are not like
they're pure fiction,
journalistic.
No, they're not.
Well,
they're fiction.
That's your opinion, but
that's most people's opinion.
Journalistic accounts, right?
Most people's opinion is that the Gospels are fiction. By the way,
journalistic accounts, and that's because like they were meant to be read aloud in front of an audience. They were meant to have literary elements because, of course, if you're not going to like describe an eyewitness account, right? Like to an audience, right?
So you think it's true, like it says in the Gospels, that when Jesus died, that all the saints rose from the graves and walked around Jerusalem? You think that actually happened in history?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Romans and nobody else wrote about it at all.
Well, why would the Romans write about it?
Because they occupied Jerusalem. Oh, zombies rising from their graves, and no, they're not one Roman soldier saw it as they occupied Jerusalem.
If Pontius Pilate is trying to contain a potential rebellion, why would he propagate Jewish propaganda, right? That would undermine his government or potentially.
Wow. What are you talking about? Pilate promoting propaganda? What the hell are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, because that's the whole reason why they were trying to they killed Jesus, right? Because they wanted to contain a potential rebellion on their hands.
No, I'm talking about the saints rising from the graves, and no Roman wrote about it. You think they wouldn't have mentioned that? The slaughter of the innocents, nothing about that.
Who Josephus? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Gospels being obvious fiction, saying that there's virgin births and
You're
walking on water.
Dude,
where's your proof? Where's your proof Jesus is real?
I provided proof. I said
no, you didn't.
Christians, if they were fictions, if they're just stories that a bunch of people made up, right? They conspired together. They got together. Okay, guys, let's make up a bunch of stories. Why was there a bunch of people in the earliest Christian communities that actually believed in?
Why do Muslims believe that an angel spoke to Muhammad? Same reason, huh?
We can get it. No, it's not for the same reason.
Same argument. That's the argument you just gave me.
Well, no, we have to explain why they're testifying to this, right? And we have to explain why they were willing to die for this, and we have to explain how this belief spread, right? People don't just make up stories and
yeah, they do. No, Jews would never make up a story. That's preposterous.
No, but I'm talking about people believing a story, right? First of all, a story that would get you in trouble for believing it, right? Because
no, they're not. The Romans weren't killing Christians for believing in Jesus.
They were. Yes, they were. Like we have so many accounts of that.
Yeah, they're fake. They're fake. They're not biblical. They're later traditions.
We have Justin Martyr. We have tons and tons of evidence that the earliest Christians in the first century were Nero, right? And Nero.
That's fake too. Tacitus talking about Nero. Pliny the Younger and Pliny the Elder didn't talk about that at all. That's a lie.
You can't actually prove your position. Instead, you have to say everything's.
They didn't even differentiate between Christians and Jews at that time when Nero was in power. Dude, maybe if you actually read some of the material, you would have these answers that you think are gotcha questions. Because you got nothing, I'm telling you.
You got nothing, dude. You haven't presented anything.
I just said that to you, man. Do you have anything else?
It doesn't seem like you can actually argue your position.
People died. People die for lies, buddy. People make up lies. People believe crazy things. People
to be a lie. Not for lies.
Since the Jews die for their belief, does that mean that their beliefs are true?
You have Muslims, but not for things that they actually claim to have witnessed, right? There's a big difference between dying for something and dying a painful death for something.
The Romans weren't killing Christians because they claimed to see Jesus, dude.
Deluded yourself into believing.
No, if they violated the laws of Rome, then maybe they were prosecuted, but they weren't persecuted just for believing in Jesus. That's not historical.
Handsome, hang on, handsome. We're gonna go to the next person, and we're just gonna do a round robin and see if any. I'm very curious. I want somebody to come up and absolutely blow holes in Adam's position here. I'm going to make the recommendation though. Don't base your argument on "trust me, bro," or "well, you have to have faith," or lots of people have died for their faith in this thing, because none of those are actually demonstrative that something existed before it's chicken or the egg, and you're saying, well, I now have scrambled eggs on my plate. We need to go back to the chicken or the egg. So I'm curious for somebody to showcase some kind of evidence that supports one or the other, and I want us to win. Because I'm going to leave this, and in spite of Adam doing a very interesting job here, I'm going to leave this thinking, well, of course Jesus was a person, but Adam has made a very compelling argument. I want someone to come up and disprove him, and so we've got a couple other hands in here. I would love if somebody could throw up an emoji that feels really confident that is up here as a speaker. Maybe David might want to take a crack at it, or Harry, you've been very patient down there with your hand up. Awareness. Somebody give me an emoji and okay, so David's gonna do it. We're gonna go David and then somebody else. But we'll do a little bit of a round robin here. I want just like all of you guys go in there and dogpile one by one in a very orderly fashion. But let's dogpile on Adam's position and see if somebody can poke holes in it, because right now he's done a really good job of defending a position I don't want to find all that agreeable, but he's done a very good job with it. So let's go to David.
Well, thank you. And thanks for having me up. Thank you, Adam, for being here, and everybody. First of all, I want to point out that like I'm not here to like try to change Adam's mind. Adam and I have been friends since 2018, somewhere around there. And we have very different opinions.
Dave Riley.
I actually do, in fact, believe all the kooky shit that we've been talking about, the transubstantiation, the miracle, all of it, right? So I'm going to be very upfront about that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to convince Adam one way or the other, but that's not my goal.
Are there any miracles, David, you don't believe from the Bible? I think that would be the question I would ask. Okay.
No.
All right,
I believe that the Bible is the truth, and that it's all there. I'd also believe that the King James Version is missing 7 books, but that's a different argument. One of the things that I kind of wanted to start sussing out here is there's like a couple of different distinctions and definitions and paradigms that are actually being kind of shuffled around here. Because there is a very, very stark difference between Christian Zionism and Catholicism.
This used to be
between both of their worldviews,
E. Michael
their
Jones,
basic teachings, and the attitudes that the members of those different denominations hold. They are two different things, and a lot of times I hear an argument about a Christian Zionist, and then we kind of throw Catholics in or Orthodox in. And it does get kind of jumbled because a lot of the criticism that Adam has of, for example, like evangelical Zionist Protestantism and their like absolute ridiculousness, the way that they throw out their reason, the way that they, it's all about faith. Actually, no, that's a condemned heresy according to the Catholic Church. We say that you do not need faith to know God. You do not need faith to be Catholic, even really, in a certain sense, because you can know God through the use of your reason, the way that Aristotle and Plato were able to reason their way to one creator that is all powerful, all good, all being, etc. So we can know God through our reason. We can know God also by looking at the world around us and kind of seeing the fingerprints that are there, like when you create a drawing or anything, there's a little something of you in it, and whether that is not an argument for the existence of Jesus. Now, I want to be clear. So whether Jesus existed or not, and whether Jesus is God or not, and whether God exists or not are 3 totally separate questions that I think are getting shell gamed a little bit here as well. Because there are Protestants that do not believe Jesus is God, but they do believe that he existed, right? So I just wanted to at least, kind of set a premise there, that there are some distinctions, and I don't think they're without a difference. I do think that they're important, and when you say things like "shut up, Christian," like obviously that does get on people's nerves. Now, I guess my first question here for Adam would be, do the Jews say that Christ existed or didn't exist? What is their position?
They mostly say that he did exist. Mostly because what the Talmud says. We went over this earlier, though. There's a good book.
I wasn't. Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't in the space at that time.
No, it's okay.
I would agree with you that the Jews also claim that he existed. Now, if the Jews say that he existed, let's just take it at face value, right? He gets crucified. He gets buried. Roman guards are sent out to guard the grave. And then a day and a half or whatever later, all of a sudden, there's an empty grave. What happens to the Roman guards? Under the law at that time, they failed. They failed their mission to protect the grave, right? The body is no longer there. They failed. They should have been executed for failure to live up to their duty. That didn't happen.
Well, assuming they went to the right grave, right?
Assuming that any of this happened also, because I believe the grave, the burying, the guards, that this is all just mythological.
Sure. It's one argument, but I guess the idea is that if the Romans had failed to protect a grave, they would have been executed. We don't have that in the record. We definitely don't have anything.
It's not in the record because it didn't happen. Is what I would say to that.
Well, no, I mean, it's in the gospel that they went to Pilate and said that the body.
Yeah, but I'm saying the gospel is a fictional story, though. So of course they wouldn't have any record of it.
The gospel.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I said yes. You're discounting the historical efficacy of the gospel or whatever, and that's fine. But so I guess what I'm saying is, like, for the Jews to believe that Christ existed and that the Roman guards weren't all massacred after failing to live up to their duty, that is like inherently a contradiction. Also, from what I understand, there are writings that are extant of Pontius Pilate describing Christ as a blonde-haired, fair-skinned guy. That's out there. I mean,
that's a forgery.
Sure that,
the Lentulus letter is a 15th century forgery, and there's no eyewitness descriptions of. There's no description of Jesus' appearance in the Bible.
And as you said earlier, right? You said to a caller, basically, that if they hadn't done the reading, that you're not interested in their opinion. And I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't done the reading. I have other things that I focus my time on. That's fine. But I guess, man, I forgot where I was going with that. Fuck. But you see what I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to convince you. I'm not going to be able to convince you.
Did you always believe all this stuff? I know you're a Catholic convert.
No, I am a convert. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I became a Catholic because I was actively trying to disprove Catholicism, right? Like, I had already come to the understanding that there is one God. I had already kind of gone through this, like, Aristotelian exercise.
What were you before you were a Catholic?
I was a communist. I was an atheist communist handing out fucking pamphlets in Copley Square in Boston during Occupy Wall Street.
And
I was a heroin addict.
And what were your parents?
Parents, lapsed Catholics. They left after Vatican II.
So you basically put down the heroin and picked up Christ?
Yeah. I picked up Christ before I put down the heroin, but yeah.
Okay. Did you see Jesus when you were on heroin, or
no comments on that?
No. I mean, this is actually kind of interesting, right? Because my theory of the case,
you were strung out on Jesus, so to speak.
No, not at all.
My mom's addicted to Jesus.
Look, we like it when anyone puts down the drugs. Okay.
Jesus junkies is the term.
Not the leftists, though. Not the leftists. When I changed and I came back as a right-wing Catholic, they all said that they wished I had overdosed. I've got the screenshots to prove it. So it's kind of fucked up for them. But anyway,
what a cruel thing to say. I've got to say.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, what was your question? You were going to ask something.
So my question is basically, it's sort of like a larger question, which is, I guess what I'm getting at is, do you think it's possible that you substituted one addiction, right, one thing in your life for maybe a healthier addiction, which is
great question.
And then maybe just like as a larger concept, maybe that's actually kind of the point of Christianity, is to identify people who are inclined to believe myths or to be very motivated by myths, and to direct them towards a myth that isn't necessarily super dangerous for themselves or for others.
Interesting take. Interesting take. And with the addiction thing
program, right? Like,
yes.
Like there's certain programming that targets the people of different maybe personality types or inclinations.
Sure.
And maybe we should actually be grateful for the Christians, because otherwise we would just have everyone believing QAnon or the Book of Mormon or whatever, right?
I think we are more reasonable sometimes. The Catholics, not Prots. Anyway, so whether it's this idea of like picking up a different addiction, for me, no, I don't think so. Because I'll still drink and whatever. I haven't gone completely 12-step or anything like that. I mean, the way that I see it actually is.
Do you still dabble in heroin, or have you given that up?
No, obviously not. I have 2 kids with one coming next month.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Heroin junkies have been known to fuck occasionally too. So.
True. No, I think more of what it is that with Catholicism, there is like a very set standard of life, what you do, what you don't do, what's a sin, what's not a sin. And you can choose to poo-poo that and not and disregard it, right? Because Christianity is for broken people that need crutches, right? Ultimately, what I've discovered in my life is that we're all broken people that need crutches one way or the other, and different people find that different ways. Some find it in addiction, some find it in religion. But ultimately, I think when you follow the prescription for life that the Catholic Church gives you, like don't fuck a bunch of women, don't divorce your wife, sodomy, no bueno, etc. When you live your life according to that, you wind up having a good life. You wind up having kids. You wind up generally being successful and living a half decent life. You can choose to disregard the Christian moral teaching, and you can, knock up some baby mama that's going to take you to court.
Going on 6 hours.
Alimony, hello. So for me, I was finding something in the drugs, basically, that was quelling my cognitive dissonance with living in this sick modern society. Because you look around and if everyone's doing it, well, then this must be normal, right? Like all of my friends were on drugs, every one of them. I was in the music industry. I couldn't get away from it no matter where I went. And I thought that it was the norm to be up at 2 a.m, banging lines of cocaine in a recording studio. That was how everyone acted. And in fact, that's not the normal way to live your life. And it took re-examining all of my prior, conceptions and why I live the way that I live and what rules I choose to follow. And I eventually came to this understanding that maybe morality isn't just what I make of it. Maybe morality is something external from me that I can choose to conform to or not. And so that was, I think, a big part of it. It wasn't necessarily because that does happen, right? Like, especially in the Protestant churches, when you go in and they've got these fucking Santa Claus in a sleigh suspended from the ceiling with laser lights and music and all of this craziness, people are getting all hopped up and emotionally high from those types of, quote, worship services.
On. Do you think the Vatican is not some Las Vegas laser light show on some level?
Oh, if you want some of the best cocaine you've ever had in your life, I would recommend that you go to the Vatican.
Okay, but okay, well, that sort of negates your...
I gotta leave and come back. It's getting the sound. It's getting messed up. How do I find this again? My brain is starting to go delirious mode. I asked him if we're going to wrap it up soon. Need to go eat. I barely ate anything today. There it is.
At 2 a.m. and on the Las Vegas Strip. And I mean that as a compliment.
I'm laughing. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some pomp. It's a much different experience. And so for me, I don't view it as though I replaced addictions. I view it as I am now living my life in accordance with the moral law, and I no longer have the cognitive dissonance that drove me to numb myself from wondering why everything is as fucked up as it is. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
But I don't think I've proven the existence of Jesus.
No,
David. But I think you did a wonderful. So what was interesting is perhaps you didn't, but you did do a wonderful job for explaining at both a personal and societal level why there is value inherent in having that faith. And I'm not saying that you have to have it in order to find maybe that peace or that righteous path, but certainly for yourself, it felt like that was a big piece of the equation. I want to quickly call out, it says that Adam is connecting, and I know that Charles was also trying to get back up, and it kept giving him an error where I was accepting him, but it was seeming to not connect. So Dominic, if this doesn't take with what looks like it might be with Adam, I don't know or not, but we're definitely getting some glitchy stuff.
Everybody's audio keeps
this
getting
space is-
staticky and glitchy.
I know we got botted a little while back.
I don't think they can
But
hear
in the interest of time, I know Adam's been on here with us for, at this point, hours and hours. What I would love to do, there's a lot of individuals that have their hands up, more folks that have been waiting to try and come up. I would love if we could do a rapid fire attempt to validate the existence of Jesus, right? Which was the fundamental question. It's the crux of this space. And so to anybody that really feels like they have something that they can contribute that would be unique and novel, let's go through some of those hands. And what I'll ask everybody to do is to try and keep it rather concise. And then we'll get basically a reply or retort from Adam, from Richard, and from David if they feel so inclined. And so we'll rotate through as many of these as we can over the next maybe 10, 15 minutes before closing the space out.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll start off with Big Tech, who was in here before.
Okay,
then
I
we'll
gotta
go
leave and
to
come back.
I believe here.
Oh my god, it's so bad. Here, let me make sure. Let me see if I backed out of all of these. Dude, these spaces go on forever. Oh, and the audio's messing up. He said 15 more minutes. Huh. Ganja Queen says she needs to sleep, but this space is so fire.
The new religion that we've seen invented in the modern age, maybe it's actually just right around the age of industrialization that we saw the invention of Santa Claus. And I know that he comes from Saint Nick and everything. It's like Saint Nicholas becomes Santa Claus. But the idea of the gift-giving man with the elves in Santa's workshop in the North Pole, that was like the late 18th century. And then on top of that, we get things like invention of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer mythology, and then following in the tails of that is Frosty the Snowman. And these are both mythological hero journey stories. And this really became sort of like the new religion of our time, which is around, it's the Christmas holiday celebration that has all the songs. There's sort of like religious rites that go along with it. And even the morality of naughty and nice list, the sacrament of the milk and cookies for Santa Claus. We sort of, and it's really sort of like it's the new religion for the industrial age of commercialism in sort of maybe a cynical way, but it really is fitting for our time, I think. So in my view, there's a new religion that we invented right there. It's the Santa Christmas myth.
Well, and part of the irony, I can't say of Frosty the Snowman, but I do know Rudolph. The origins of that come from the same source as I suppose Adam would suggest that Christ came from, and I wouldn't be surprised if Frosty did as well, for what it's worth. So kind of curious connections there. But wonderful addition, Richard or Adam. Anything that you guys want to add there?
It's a very good point about the development of Santa as a god, in effect, a sort of winter god. He has a lot of connections with Odin and Mercury. So he's a sort of composite god in many ways. I think there is a Saint Nick connection as well, Saint Nicholas. There's also an interesting sort of Jesus connection that, that word Kris Kringle. It's Chris Kindle or Chris Kent, Christ child. So it's this amazing composite amalgamation or scatterboard or smorgasbord, however you want to think of it, of a lot of different figures. But I think the figures are related. Another one is Vulcan. He has elves that are working, hammering away at a shop. He goes down through the Chinmay. So he has he's bringing Vulcan there. I think there is a bit of Dionysus, like the ghost of Christmas Present in Charles Dickens is a sort of Santa figure. He has holly. It's all rather fascinating, but I mean, Big Tech brought up an amazing point. It might even be more powerful than saying Superman might be a god one day, because I think in the 21st century, Santa Claus is clearly a god worshipped by millions of people around the globe, not only children, effectively worshipped by adults. God of capitalism as well. There's no question about that. There's a sort of Coca-Cola connection to Santa Claus that I don't think you can really dissociate him from.
No, it's the and the polar bears of Coca-Cola, I think, are iconic, and it's unfortunate because I look at that, Richard, and really curious for your take on this one. I see that as basically the subversion of the religious elements of those pieces of I use the word "of" there a whole bunch for some reason, but of Christianity, right? If you think about it, Christmas and the birth of Christ has basically been replaced with Santa Claus, the polar bears from Coca-Cola, and maybe repeats of Home Alone on every home, right? And it's taking the place of it.
Have you ever considered that it might actually be an improvement?
I mean, I do love me some Macaulay Culkin, and Buzz, your girlfriend, Wolf, is forever iconic. So.
Well, but I guess what I'm saying, I have a slightly different take. I understand how a sincere Christian would dislike Santa. I dislike Santa Claus. I think the Christians who think Santa is the demon, or it's like a church lady Christianity. I think that's a very sort of reveals aspects of Jesus and God that we might not appreciate. I mentioned the Hermes or Mercury quality, the flying through the night. Also Odin, who is basically Mercury. Maybe a little Bacchus thrown in for good measure. This flying on a 8-legged horse seemed to give us the 8 reindeer. And so he's kind of fascinating, and it's almost like he reveals, you could take a mythicist approach to Santa, as I have, and he sort of like reveals the essence of Christianity in a sort of a surprising way, actually. So I think Santa is great.
Well, and everybody loves Christmas music, so I do
Yeah,
think
but
there's some
Jews wrote
benefits there.
that. Come on.
Jews also wrote the New Testament, though. So
yeah, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But no,
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
I mean, who doesn't love some Yukon Cornelius?
It's a white nationalist anthem. Yukon, wow, that is an amazing. I guess I was about to say claymation. It's stop motion animation. I have to say, now we have you can do anything with AI. You could just it will just create like a mini movie. The amount of care and time and precision that went into creating that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer television special, I feel like the fact that we're still watching that and everyone likes it, it's I don't know. It's maybe not quite the Ninth Symphony, but it's up there in terms of art.
It's definitely at least the 8th symphony.
The 8th symphony.
Hey, since we're on the topic of Christmas,
well, let's go. I know Adam's still connecting here. Let's go down to awareness.
I'm not even connected.
We'll go to crime first.
Hey, when are you going to go to Harry Mack? I've been waiting for 3 hours. You keep teasing him. I'm coming on.
We'll go to Harry.
I appreciate it, guys. First, I want to address the question, did Jesus exist? Obviously not. They outlined a story in the Old Testament with the prophecies that outlined his story, like the virgin birth, the suffering Messiah. For you to believe that those are true prophecies, you got to believe that Yahweh is a true God. If you study the true history of Yahweh, his mention is in Egyptian texts of a god named Yah that was worshipped by the Hyksos. And if you take it back farther, Yah was originally Jehudi, a baboon that was worshipped as an ancestor. And the reason why they worship that ancestor monkey is because they're actually related to that monkey.
Waited
they come
5
from a hominid
hours
called
to
Homo
say
nesher they recently
Yahweh is a
discovered.
baboon.
And the important thing about now, listen to what I'm telling you, man. You gotta listen, okay?
That's a
they
bit
carry the same blood types, okay? Only baboons and Jews have Cartwright and Kell positive blood.
That's a bit
These
much.
monkeys are circumcised. They're associated.
Oh my God! Please stop.
Circumcised monkeys.
Where Harry is the suggestion here that
They're not.
All right, so for entertainment's sake, we will give Harry 30 seconds more, and then we'll just go on to the next speaker.
Okay, so over the years, they've noticed that humans come from various hominid species, okay? But they never talk about where these hominid species come from. They come from specific apes and monkeys. The Middle Eastern people come from the Hamadryas baboon. They go on to become Homo nestorama. These monkeys are born circumcised. They have a bald head, a unibrow, a hooked nose. They have all the same diseases. They keep harems, and they are literally related. All you have to do is check their blood type. I went on Big Tech's show and did a whole segment on this. I can do it with every human group, as a matter of fact. But what's interesting is Jehudi, which means Jew, the baboon god, was associated with writing, lawyering, circumcision, the new moon, the crescent, and everything that we associate with these Middle Eastern people.
Wait, hang on. You're suggesting that the baboon god was associated with lawyering. Can you possibly give me some kind of way that makes sense as a connection?
Just look up what Jehudi was about. I mean, his name is literally Jew.
Have you ever met any lawyers in real life?
It doesn't matter. I went to the school of Harvard
audio
Monkey School.
is awful.
So
I'm losing it.
All right. Well, Harry,
that explains a lot.
This has been interesting. The fumbling from your microphone is a little irritating. So I do appreciate the 30 seconds there. The baboon god and lawyering. I did not know that those two were connected. Silly me for missing the memo on that one. David's got his hand up. Let's go to David real quick, and then we'll go to awareness.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just the one last closing thought that I would be remiss if I didn't mention is the Shroud of Turin. I have visited the Shroud. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've met the team that worked on it back in the 80s. I've spoken with some of the researchers and whatnot. There's some new evidence actually that just came out this year that shows that the carbon dating that they initially did in the 1980s was faulty. They took it from a contaminated sample from the edge of the shroud instead of taking a clean sample from the middle. And I think some of that is now coming into light. They still don't know how the image was transferred to the fibers. They can't explain it. They can't explain why it hasn't, decomposed or any of that. And frankly, I think that a picture of God, a picture of Jesus should suffice for proof of his existence. And I guess that's my closing thought, that we actually have a picture of him. So.
Can you guys hear me?
Well, and I don't know if Adam, if you can even reply to that. It says connecting on my side. Same with Dominic and Charles. Are you guys able to
can hear him. Yeah.
We can. Oh, you can. Okay. Okay.
Everybody can hear me, but Ian.
I'll let
sorry,
them
Dave.
respond then, and just kind of be here in the background, I suppose.
Somebody, you can tell him when I'm done, but Dave.
Yeah, I'll tell him when you're done.
The recent study that came out about the Shroud of Turin is an unproven method of X-raying the phrase and measuring the phrase of the fabric. So this is not a normal way. This is not a traditional way at all of dating things.
They need to take a sample from the middle. There's no way around it.
That's not what we're talking about, though.
The Vatican has not allowed them to do it. It's really dumb on their part.
First of all, in the 80s, they took a sample and they sent it to get carbon dated from several different universities, and they all dated it to the 1500s. So 1500 years after Jesus. And first of all, how would they ever allow a piece from the end that's not the original to do? Just get another piece then, if that's not good enough. Get another piece. But also, the new study that came out
where they would.
The new study that came out did not disprove anything. Had nothing to do with a sample being taken from like a new piece of the fabric from the edge or something. It had nothing to do with that. It was an X-ray of how much the thread is unfraying. And the guy that did that study is dedicated his whole life to trying to prove the Shroud of Turin is real. So he's a very biased, unproven type of science. It hasn't been reproduced. People were saying, "Oh, it's proven now. It's 100%." I'm sorry, but that's nonsense. It's definitely not. And
well, it still doesn't explain how the image got on there in the first place. We don't know how that
They
happened.
drew it on there, probably, is what happened. Has there not been lots of forgeries? And nobody ever mentioned this. Also, the way that the fabric is wrapped around doesn't even match what the New Testament says. There was 2 fabrics, one around the face and the body, I believe it was. And the top guy that promotes the Shroud of Turin is Jewish, by the way. Right. Yeah, that's right. So, Shroud of Turin, not good evidence at all.
Most of Turin is Jewish.
What was that?
What is this about Jews in Turin, Adam?
Oh, the top guy that promotes and has the Shroud of Turin website and did the TED Talk is an Orthodox Jew. For the Shroud of Turin.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And not even the Catholic Church will say that the Shroud is authentic.
I mean, I saw it in a Catholic church, so.
Yeah, but they don't officially declare it to be authentic. And when it first came out, there was Catholic bishops writing that they thought it was a forgery. Also,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up, though, because that is something that people say sometimes is proof is Jesus. So, I mean, the reason that it matches is because that's how Jesus was depicted in art since long before in the 1500s when it was created.
Then what about the blood samples that they took from it with the hemoglobin and all of the different elements that would have had to have been there? What about the way that it lines up perfectly with crucifixion, the wounds on his back?
Well, wouldn't a forger try to like put hand wounds in the right spot?
They would have put it in the wrong spot because where they are in the shroud and where they are in a traditional crucifix are different. So whether it's in the wrist or the palm, they would have fucked that up.
Well, does the Bible even say if it was? First of all, the whole nailing of the crucifixion is from Scripture. Zechariah 12:10, the one that is pierced. Psalms 22 also, they pierced my hands and feet. That's where they came up with those things for the crucifixion. But as far as the blood, I'd have to look into that again. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's because it's fascinating.
I remember I did a big show about the Shroud of Turin, and especially that new study, totally bunk and totally nonsense.
Okay, well that's fair. I mean, I wasn't aware that it was like some sort of pictorial thing.
Yeah,
But
they have
again,
to calculate
there's other
for so many
problems, like-
variables, like the humidity, how it was stored, the time, and then he just like did the numbers so it's perfectly in first century. And this X-ray, they're measuring how much the threads unfrayed with an X-ray. Like this carbon dating is the tried and true way of dating things like that. And
So, Adam, in your conception of things, and your sort of analysis here, is your view that basically, so the Jews created the Christian story as a way of attacking the Roman Empire? I mean, do I have that correct? Is that right, or is it
maybe not the very first incarnation of it? It could have started as a Jews just doing a fan fiction, coming up with a cope. They were waiting around for a Messiah to come and save them from the Romans. And one sect, some Jews maybe thought that's not going to happen, so they envisioned a spiritual victory with a heavenly Messiah and a sacrifice, and then he's whispering to them and appearing to them after the resurrection. But as soon as Paul came around, so the earliest documents we have in the New Testament, definitely Paul says he's the apostle to the Gentiles. He was chosen in the womb to be the pagan apostle to the Gentiles. So Pauline Christianity definitely was all about targeting the Greeks and the Romans and getting them to abandon their idol worship and worship the God of Israel.
I think that goes sort of into the point I wanted to make, which is, a lot of these Christians are kind of scratching their heads like, why would Jews invent this religion for goys? And they're also, you'll have Jews like Ben Shapiro who very obviously tell Christians to continue worshiping Christ. But I would say that the Jews who, wrote the Gospels were much more sophisticated than just like looking for a cope. I mean, the entirety of like egalitarian philosophy, of liberalism, I mean, these origins have their origins it has their origins in Christianity, because it's ultimately designed to sort of superimpose slave morality on these powerful empires that, this was like the Jews' way of taking down these empires and ultimately taking down the Aryan people. was to give them a slave morality that exalts.
All right. Well, putting aside the Nietzsche
weak.
for a second, the point, because I think that comes obviously later. So the question that I have, Adam, is, so is there a reason it's directly? I mean, it seems like the earliest Christians were largely women. Is that kind of your understanding too? Or I mean, is this how should we sort of think in those terms? Because obviously there's two women that feature prominently in the Bible, right? Mary Magdalene and Mary, Mother of God. How do you kind of see this part of it?
Well, I wouldn't call it a woman movement because it's the 12 disciples were all men, although I don't think they existed. Paul never even uses the word disciples, by the way. He only uses apostles. And if Paul's an apostle and he saw the Lord and he says, have I not also seen the Lord? That kind of gives it away that the other apostles, James and Peter and John, also saw the Lord the same way Paul did from Scripture. But early on in the spread of Christianity, it spread amongst slaves and the lower class and widows and women for sure, as it still does today. There's a lot of old, the meme of the old church lady. So, I don't have too much thoughts on the women angle.
With the men, the Pharisees, Nicodemus, for example.
You're saying Jesus was popular with the Pharisees?
I
think it was a fight. It was a battle. It was like one sect of mystical Jews, the first Christians, or the Ebionites, James and Peter, I think were the first ones. Peter may be the one that actually invented the Jesus as we know it today. Although we see it, a precursor in Philo talked about Logos character and likened it to a Zechariah verse about that it has a Joshua in it, maybe where they got the Jesus, because Jesus is just Joshua or Yeshua, where they got the name for him. But
and how do you, Adam? How do you think of Armenia, right, is the first Christian nation, and I think that happens in 300, AD or whatever. So some 300 years after supposedly Christ is born. How should we think about that aspect of it? I mean, have you looked in the Armenian question, if you will? And it's okay. Just kind of curious about that because
no thoughts on that. I'll tell you an interesting story. There's lots of rabbis that talk about a secret book of Jesus that the Jews have. It's called the Total Yeshu. I suggest you guys read it. It's in that book, the Jesus the Jews never knew. It has all of the Total Yeshu, and their origin story of Christianity is that Peter and Paul were double agents and crypto Jews that took Christianity, which they saw as a threatening sect. So it's like the Pharisees. There wasn't just Sadducees and Pharisees. There was many different diversity of beliefs in Judaism. Excuse me.
The Zealots as well. The Sicarii Zealots.
Sicarii Zealots, yes. Which may have been also at...
And the Essenes.
Essenes. And there were several different sects of Essenes. And there's the Ebionites, the Nazarenes. But, what was the question? I'm starting to lose my mind.
No, so you're saying Paul and what's-his-face are double agents?
Oh, right. Total Yeshu, Paul and Peter, they call them double agents that took what they saw as a threat within Judaism, one sect of Jews that believed in a celestial heavenly Messiah that they're learning about from the scriptures, from their esoteric mystical reading of the scriptures. And some Jews, and there was a schism, some Jews says that's nonsense, he doesn't exist, and they go, yes, he is, he's in heaven and he's speaking to us. But who actually was right? Whose messianic idea actually conquered Rome and then now America? And it was the Christians. The Christians and their mythical suffering or cosmic suffering Messiah ultimately won out and was the big success. And now he makes the West his footstool. He's ruling in the land of thine enemies, like in Psalms 110, which was what the whole objective of the Messiah was. And if they're coming up with how to create Christianity from the scriptures, there's all types of scriptures indicating that it's meant to be a religion for the Gentiles. The Jews are to reject it, and it's supposed to be for the Gentiles. So when you see all the prophecies, when you read Daniel 7 and 9 and Isaiah 52, 53 and elsewhere, and the Psalms and Zechariah, you see all these common themes. And if you connect them together and go, okay, write a fan fiction a Bible code story from that, we would get like the narrative of Jesus. And that's not a coincidence.
Got it. So your argument basically is it's kind of like starts out as a mixtape. It's sort of like a battle between the Jews. It then goes mainstream to the Gentiles and is kind of controlled by the Jews as they're kind of brainwashing the Gentiles. Is that like a fair description of it?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Most of this first, the rabbis say, oh, you know, the first pope, Peter Cephas, he was a Jewish rabbi and he was a double agent. Like there's all these rabbis on the internet laughing about this, that they started
I
Christianity.
just don't understand why you believe Jews in one area and then you don't believe Jews in another. It seems like you're picking and choosing which Jews you believe.
Well, you believe the New Testament that was written by Jews. Do you disagree that Paul was a circumcised Jew?
I disagree that it was written by Jews. It was written by Christians.
So Paul was a Pharisee.
You're saying
James
that
the Just.
The first book was written 4 years after the destruction of the temple. Necessarily, Judaism no longer existed, and what
Yes,
was
it
left is
does.
Christian.
Judaism still exists today. What do you mean Judaism doesn't exist?
No, it's Judaism has been obliterated by the Catholic Church. What we
I
have
wish.
now is some
What?
what
The
we have
Pope
now
goes and
is
bows to the wall. The Pope says he wants to eradicate
Yeah, I know, it's
anti-Semitism,
been-
and you can't be a Christian and an
blackmailed.
anti-Semite.
No shit, he's been blackmailed. Do you know where the Chuck? Am I wrong that the back door of the Pope's apartment in New York butts up with Jeff Epstein's? Is that fake?
So what about all the previous popes since Vatican II?
Hang on, David. Can you repeat that one more time? You're
It's
saying
fake. It's overdetermined, I think would be the way I would put it.
Okay.
It is true that Jeffrey Epstein's property in Manhattan, the one that he got, which was effectively given to him by Les Wexner, it abuts a number of properties owned by the Vatican in New York. That is true.
Chuck, how could you say that the Vatican has destroyed Judaism? Like, have you not seen Israel? Have you not seen Chabad Lubavitch all over the world?
Hold on a second.
Hold on,
I
time
did
out.
not
Hold
say
on.
that the
Dave-
Vatican destroyed Judaism. I said that
David's saying that,
Christianity destroyed Judaism. And what
But
we
it
have
didn't.
now, there's an error that's happening here where people think that the Judaism today was the Judaism that was back then. Back
Sure it
then,
is.
there were sects. The sect that lost essentially and went into exile and wrote the Talmud is not the same Judaism that Mary would have believed, that Joseph would have believed, that Joachim and Anne would have believed. And
It evolved. It's still the same. It just had some minor changes and evolved. They still believe the Torah. They still believe the prophecies. They believe in the God of Abraham. Like they're waiting. They want to rebuild their temple to do their temple sacrifices. They want a Messiah to come.
Yeah, but
It's
they're
all the
blind.
same thing.
They're blind. No. It's
Yeah,
not
I would
the same
say I
thing.
would
It's a
say
very
this is
different thing.
probably in fairness to Adam, and I think Adam's presentation is certainly thought provoking, and I definitely find myself nodding along with some of it. I do think that one of the things that makes it somewhat complicated is how much these religions mutate and change, and how they sort of find convenient excuses or explanations for things. And so, in a way, yes, it is true that there are lots of Jews, and I've certainly seen this among some rabbis that I've encountered, where they do talk about all these people being kind of secret crypto Jews. And now we're learning even from the DNA, right, that Christopher Columbus was a crypto Jew. And there's probably a lot more of that stuff going on than we maybe care to admit. So I do think maybe Adam is correct on some of these points. But I think where it gets challenging is, in the case of the Jewish world, it's kind of driven mostly by a lineage question, right? That you have, basically it's through the blood, basically. It's through having families and all of that. Whereas in the Christian frame, the idea effectively is that you just accept Jesus into your heart, right? Or you become a convert. And that's sort of much more a protestation of faith rather than necessarily by blood. And I think what makes it complicated is that you can kind of be a Jew who converts, but then the question is, how sincere is this conversion? And I think that kind of makes a strong case for what Adam's saying, if that makes sense.
And Dave,
like I would say this just as a side note, like there are a number of kind of quote unquote ex-Mormons that become evangelicals and then get involved in evangelical churches to this day in the United States. and get involved with running evangelical churches. And we see this where they effectively control things like the Southern Baptist Convention or other kind of and if you look at their lineages, you'll discover like, oh, this one's related to this Mormon thing. Tim Ballard, the guy who did like the whole Sound of Silence thing and all this, he was a part of a unit of Mormons whose job it was to basically covertly take over evangelical churches. So in the current record, in the current world, that stuff happens. Like that is detected in the modern world. So it does stand to reason that it might have existed back in the time of Christ.
Fair points.
Can you hear me, Dave? I had a response to your old buddy E. Michael Jones from the Jewish Revolutionary Spirit on page 17 says that
which edition? I
don't know. But he writes about how in Christianity, Judaism and Jews has to persist and it has to endure and exist until the end times, until Jesus returns, and then they supposedly convert. So he writes, he says, Christians, however, must believe that there is a definite Jewish people who will perdure until the end of time. So exist and endure till the end of time. And it says, what?
Yeah, I would generally agree with that statement.
Well, you said that Catholicism destroyed Christianity, and now Catholicism is actually ensuring the survival of Christianity and protecting Christianity and spread the Torah. Protecting Judaism.
Let me refine that. Christianity triumphed over Judaism.
How's that working out today, though?
With the help of the Romans. Thank you, Titus, by the way.
But then you said that the Jews have blackmailed Pope Francis and taken over all the Christian Zionists.
Read that again. There's a difference between Judaism and the Jewish people, right? Judaism it doesn't exist. It's not fucking possible. They don't have a temple. They cannot do sacrifices. It's not possible. That religion does not exist on this earth. There is rabbinic Judaism.
They swing the chickens. They got a loophole. They just came up with a few loopholes. They don't have their temple, but they're still doing everything else besides the temple sacrifices. It's still Judaism. It's Judaism in exile.
If you look in exile, it's not Judaism. It's not Judaism.
Judaism's been in exile before.
They do not have a temple. They cannot perform the sacrifice. It is fucking impossible.
Hey,
it's not possible.
Gents, let me jump in. Great discussion. I am very sleepy, so I am going to have to.
Yeah, we do need to wrap it pretty soon. It's been
But anyway, I guess the idea that the Jewish people would perdure to the end. Absolutely. Obviously. They're here, aren't they? Like, they're the most hard-headed, hard-nosed, what does it say in the Bible about them, right? Stiff-necked. Thank you.
Hard nose.
I think that the two can be true.
What the difference between biblical Judaism and modern day Judaism is, if there's such a difference.
Right. Well, so biblical
Torah and
biblical Judaism would have been like going to the temple and committing a blood sacrifice on the altar with the high priest as prescribed in, was it Deuteronomy and Leviticus?
And you're cool with that? So you're down with Second Temple Jews before Christianity?
Second Temple Judaism before Christianity
was cool.
Would have been, because God demands blood.
So you're pro-Jewish. You're pro-temple. You're pro-Jewish. You're pro-sacrifices.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
His argument. So David's argument is consistent with a lot of Catholics that you encounter, which is that the Jews that we currently experience are the Khazarians. They're actually not, in fact, the Jews of the Bible. They're a different group.
So the Jews today didn't kill Jesus then?
No, they didn't. They're the living descendants of what is left of that people, from what I understand.
Okay, but they read the Torah. They, believe in.
They think they're chosen
on the planet Earth.
Okay, but that's not really a fucking distinction. They don't have a temple and they don't sacrifice.
That's a pretty big distinction.
Who gives a fuck?
Are you still a Christian if your church burns? Hey, if your church burns down, are you still a Christian?
Yep.
There you go.
It's an aesthetic difference. You're like,
I think
aesthetically they don't have a temple.
you're missing the point, David. Like this obsession about the temple is not really all that relevant. The question,
It's the central piece of the Jewish religion, which was replaced by the church.
No, it's
But
not.
there are-
It's the
but-
fucking writings in the Torah, dude. What are
But
you
Judaism is still trying to rebuild their temple. That's their whole thing. So it's still Judaism.
Oh, hell yeah. And it's completely demonic and evil, and they need to be stopped.
Well, and on that, let's in the interest. So we'll try and keep this. We'll wrap up. Let's say in 10 minutes from now. And so in order to do that,
great conversation, Ian. Thank you.
Chuck, you and I'm so glad that you and everybody else, Richard, David, that you all came in here because you took it in a really productive fashion. I feel like, and some of the conversations that have come out of this have been just fantastic. What I would like to do, there's a lot of folks that have been very patiently waiting, and so what I'm going to try to do is to go through as many as we can. So everybody gets 60 seconds. So we will go from 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. I'll play a little sound effect. We'll go to the next person. We'll try to be as orderly as we can so that we can go through at least 5 or 6 additional thoughts. We'll start with Rabbi, then we'll go Aware, then we're going to go Mega. Heraclitus, if you would like to be part of this, certainly feel free to. But the objective of the game is to convince everybody that's listening, who's listened to Adam really articulate some solid points on why Jesus Christ might not have existed, to give some kind of empirical or data-driven explanation, some kind of historical something that we have not heard that would allow listeners to leave and to say, yep, I knew Christ was a real guy. So we'll start, like I said, with, if I'm not mistaken, it was with Rabbi, or I'm sorry, Aware. So we'll go Aware and then Rabbi. So Aware, give us your 60 seconds. Why did Jesus Christ certainly exist? Doing a real poor job there, Aware.
I have a quick question of Adam, if I may, real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Aware missed his turn,
So should we think of like maybe Jesus as a kind of like in the modern context, right? We see there being lots of attempts by Israelis to use assassination or to use like myth making, maybe even like the degree to which they're trying to like kill Nick Fuentes now. Should we kind of just see the creation of Christianity back in the day as basically like very similar to things in our own time in this context of like myth making? I mean, how do you kind of see it? You just see it as some of the same program, or is it different, or how should we think about this?
I think the best example of a modern day Christianity would be QAnon. The decoding of the Q drops, the scriptures, and predicting things, and the prophets, the apostles. Trust the plan. The white hats are in charge. God wins. There's going to be this messianic victory with Trump. Like that type of thing is the best example.
Yeah, and we certainly saw Israeli military intelligence push that out and encourage it during the Trump years. So now that Trump is coming back in, do you think they're going to have a different one, or do they have these different, do they have different faiths targeted different, levels of intelligence or different classes, or how do you kind of think about that?
They're definitely been marketing Trump as a messianic figure. The rabbis and the Christians have been saying it. He's been saved by God from the assassination to save the world. Trump saying he's the only person that can save us from World War III. He's being persecuted. He sacrificed himself. He laid down his life to save all of us and save America and save the world.
Do you think they tried to kill him? Do you think they tried to kill him too?
I don't know. I don't know if it was just some one weirdo dude or what.
I think Crooks is their agent, and much the same way I think this John Lyons character is their agent.
And he was meant to fail, or he was meant to.
I think they ran both sides of the trade. So they had it so that if they'd killed Trump, he would have been Jesus, right? And then they would have gotten an open convention, and there would have been all this craziness at the Republican convention in Milwaukee. And if they had succeeded, or if he had survived, then he's blessed by God or whatever. They could run either play.
So really quickly, Chuck, you, Adam, and David, I'm curious, yes or no, a bullet nearly hit Donald Trump and almost killed him?
I think possibly. I don't know that it matters though.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I think possibly too. I can't say for sure. Like, you know, he had the big bandage on and then he takes it off and there's like no mark at all on it. It just, I don't know.
It seems like there's a lot of smoke on that one, but I
do think
know
it was
suggesting.
I do think he probably shot a gun at him. The question is, do I think it came as close as people say it did to nicking him?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the answer is no.
But you do think it was an active bullet flying in the air with somebody trying to.
You have
take
to
him out.
explain that other dead gentleman, right? I mean, don't you have to explain him as a, you know, one of, I mean, not to derail it too much, but I do think it is kind of the question of Jesus and the question of myths and the question of being a king and scapegoating and all of that. I think all of that is very live. These are very live questions, which is, I think, partly why Christianity endures, is that it provides some kind of framework for understanding these issues. But
you know, I was on record 2 years before it happened, actually saying that with Donnie Darkand, who has a whole account about how Trump is the Antichrist. So we were speculating, the Antichrist has a head wound, survives a head wound, and there's all this talk about Trump and assassination, and so we were like, yeah, maybe if Trump's the Antichrist, there'll be assassination attempt, he'll get hit in the head, and he'll survive, and then that ended up.
Well, with the
happening.
amount of Jews that think that he's the Messiah.
Well, the last time I saw Trump in the flesh, he joked about how he was worried about being killed. So that was like maybe 3 years ago. It was at Mar-a-Lago. I went to an event there in like 2022.
And if a guy's trying to shoot him and it's just a very near miss, which is, you know, totally possible, that's something like what we would see.
But how could they have prepared for that? Because they would have had to give him fake blood packets beforehand.
Well, maybe they have assassination. They have fake blood packets around anyway, because maybe what you do in a situation where somebody shoots you is that you make it look like they hit you so they don't keep shooting you, right? That's also a possibility. You know, I've heard about that in other kind of contexts of assassination attempts, that you actually want to look like they actually got you if they didn't get you, because that way they stop shooting.
Yeah. You know, thinking about all this stuff is like so tinfoil hat and like speculative. I
have like a Jack Sparrow sized tinfoil hat over here for you.
No, I don't know that it's totally nuts, because it helps you kind of think about how they would have done things in the past, right? If you think in the current frame, right? Like the ability to play with time, right? Like we all have like iPhones now. I mean, this is an event that like actually took place in our own lifetime, right? And we all like saw it, and yet we're not totally sure what we actually saw. And I think that if you then think about like the Bible and you think about Christianity, we're discussing an event that happened 2,000 years ago that have accounts, you know, allegedly happened 2,000 years ago, I should say, to give credence to Adam. And then we have accounts that are written like 40 to 50 to 100 years after the event. I mean, all of that is very like curious stuff. And so I think this question of like, how do you know things actually happened in your own time or any time? That's like a very deep philosophical question. And you know, even the things that you see with your own eyes, how can you be sure of what you actually saw? And I think one of the things that makes these types of questionings useful is that you can actually engage like in a more substantive way with thinking about the past.
And I would encourage Christians that are in this space, if you got angry and your blood pressure went up, to think about that, because you're going to be in all kinds of these types of situations where you're dealing with people that believe different things than you. And if you get emotional and you let yourself get emotional to the point that you can't reason, you lose, not them. Just FYI.
That is exactly correct. And for what it's worth, any position that you hold near and dear to yourself, you should have not just thought through why you believe that, but also be able to defend it against all those things that would be obvious to poke holes in. And that's why when I asked Adam earlier about contentions that other individuals have with his positions, he was able to very well articulate them, because he actually goes out there, he stands in front of the masses, and he takes the slings and arrows of those people who disagree with him. And it takes a lot of conviction and confidence and real expertise around your subject matter to be able to do that. So with that in mind, let's go to Rabbi. and then we'll go through everybody that's up here right now that has not gotten a chance. So we'll do 60 seconds or so. Give your concise argument for why you believe Jesus Christ absolutely walked the earth. Let's hear it, Rabbi.
Thanks. The question I was going to answer was how I can validate the discussion. And before we proceed, I need to point out a fundamental fallacy in the discussion as framed. We have no evidence that Abraham ever washed his face. We have no evidence that Moses wasn't gay. We have no evidence that Muhammad never masturbated to thoughts of his male cousin. We have no evidence that Jacob never tried to orally molest his brother Esau. Trying to prove any of these things is by definition a fool's errand when the ancient troglodyte cultures they existed in were too busy warring, killing, and raping each other's children to preserve anything we can examine today. We can admit that there is no definitive, conclusive proof that Jesus existed, but then we necessarily have to admit that we have exactly as much proof for literally every other religious figure and most historical figures beyond what was written about them. There is more irrefutable objective evidence that Genghis Khan existed, tree rings, than there is that Anne Frank did, which is why I don't care, because Jesus' message is objectively, morally leaps and bounds ahead of the primitive, caveman-like animal and occasional human sacrifice cults of the Hebrews and other assorted Canaanites and Baal worshippers. And I'm not saying that because I like Jesus. Jesus' philosophy is literally 2 moral levels ahead of the Jews on the Kohlberg scale, and that scale was made by a Jew. And superior moralities make better, stronger societies, and the dominance of European societies over the past few centuries is clear evidence of that. And I will conclude by pointing out that there is exactly as much objective evidence that Jesus was made up by Jews as there is that he was exactly what was said to be in the Gospels. And that brings us to the key question here. Can you, Adam, offer more objective proof or even evidence that Jesus was made up than the historical record, as flawed as it is, can offer that he existed more or less as recorded? Because it is the only way you're going to change anyone's mind here. Thank you very much.
Bro, 10 Goldblums out of 10 possible Goldblums. That was exceptional, Rabbi. The delivery, the messaging, the thematic music in the background, not courtesy John Williams, I don't think, but man, I am pumped up and ready to go. Chuck giving some thumbs up. David giving some thumbs up.
I mean, it was
World
a bit
loves
much. It was a bit much, I've got to say, but I enjoyed it nonetheless.
The Jews have a thing for theatrics, don't they? Jeez.
Is this a real rabbi?
I love it.
Is any rabbi real? I mean, isn't that the larger question, Adam?
Is any Christian real? If
another
Christianity's not real, can there be a real Christian? That's the question. I didn't hear any argument or defense on why we should believe in a historical Jesus there.
Can I ask you, Adam, what do you think is the greatest argument against your argument? Like, what is something that you still kind of think about, or sort of like, what's something you're kind of teasing out as you kind of think about this question of Jesus existing or not? Or are you fairly well convinced that you're correct?
I'm very convinced that I'm correct, but I would say the best argument that a historicist could make would be Paul knowing James, who was the brother of Jesus, because he says James, the brother of the Lord. That would probably be the best thing, but it could easily be explained, and I'm convinced that the explanation is that he's just calling anybody, like Brother Dave, like they say at church. This is my brother, brothers and sisters in Christ. So not a blood brother, but a spiritual brother, like everybody's brothers in Christ. So that would be it. And I mentioned it earlier too. When you look at the book of James and all the other apocryphal books of James, it's clear that because the official story is that Jesus handed the baton to his brother James after he died, and he was to be the leader of the Jerusalem church. But if they invented a celestial Jesus and they wanted to give authority to James as the leader, they would still have him give like the Gnostic revelation of wisdom. And in the book of James, he doesn't identify himself as the brother of Jesus. In the book of Jude, Jude calls himself the brother of James, but doesn't mention that James is the brother of Jesus. So I think it's very clear that it was just a spiritual brother.
Well, and sorry, go for it, Chuck.
Well, I would just, the question I would sort of raise around this is, do you think that James, if he was the actual brother, that he was himself maybe targeted or put down, and maybe that makes an argument in favor of what you're saying about Jews controlling Christianity? Maybe they kill Jesus and then they can kind of control it after the fact anyway. So maybe he did exist, but that they just sort of control the messaging around his church after he's gone. I mean, have you considered that possibility as well?
Yeah, no, there is possible. Even Richard Carrier says his conservative estimate that there's a 1 in 3 chance that there was some historical figure at the core. So there's nothing impossible about there actually being some historical figure. I just think all the evidence best explains that he began completely mythical, whole cloth. And a lot of the historicists like Bart Ehrman, they always like to cite. He says, like, there's only a couple things we know about Jesus, that he was crucified by the Romans. He exonerates and absolves the Jews, by the way, and says it was the Romans because crucifixion is a Roman punishment. So he must have pissed off the Romans. And he also says Jesus never claimed to be God. So he's promoting scapegoating the Romans. And it's interesting. There's also a book, The Gospel of Peter. And in that, it doesn't have... This is interesting. So obviously Pilate and the Romans are blamed in the Gospels, but actually in the Talmud, it doesn't implicate the Romans at all in the death of Jesus. They have him being stoned and hung on a tree according to Jewish law. And in Toldeth Yeshu, they have the same thing, stoned, hung on a tree, in the secret book of Jesus. And in the Gospel of Peter, they have Herod and the Jews killing Jesus and not the Romans. So all very bizarre if there really was a historical Jesus that was crucified by Pilate.
So one quick question, and then we're going to go to Billy and to Mega for their 60 seconds. But Adam, one quick question. So you just brought up the presentation of Jesus in the Talmud, which would have me ask the question. In the Talmud, it supposedly states that Mary was just a common street whore and that Jesus is forever burning in a vat of excrement, which is kind of, commonly accepted flying around X, the exact, the exact wording of it. I don't want to necessarily state that with, but that's kind of the commonly accepted overarching thesis. But that implies that Jesus existed. And so in the Jewish text, you there have the presentation of somebody known as Christ fighting with the Jews. So in this idea that you have, which is that Jesus never existed, if he is in the Talmud, and in the Talmud it also says don't ever allow the non-Jews to read this, why have Jesus present there at all?
I told you, as a polemic for Jews. Jews are encountering Jesus, so how are the Jews going to stop the other Jews from believing in Jesus? They talk some shit. It's polemics. Having polemics is polemics about the Christian story. And that's also why you see Jesus. There's Jesuses in the Talmud that are dated to different time periods. They don't match up completely with the story. If the Romans really crucified Jesus, why would the Jews in the Talmud? Why would they take credit for it? If the Christians are persecuting them and blaming them as a polemic against Christianity. There wasn't the internet. They couldn't look up, hey, did Jesus exist? Especially after the temple was destroyed and Jerusalem was sacked. So they can't look it up. All these people are saying they believe in this person and he was crucified by Pilate and these things. So they go, okay, well, born of a virgin, that sounds like bullshit. So they say she's born of a whore and a prostitute or whatever.
Watch it. This is endangering on blasphemy here.
Well, yeah, but just to stick with that, if the assumption was the Talmud was never going to be read by any non-Jews, that the Jews would forever deny things that they didn't want the non-Jews knowing, why not just list in the Talmud, oh, by the way, we tricked them all and Jesus is a myth?
No,
why have him in there at all?
They wouldn't do that. Because I told you, to discourage other Jews from falling for Jesus. It's like, if the Christians are blaming the Jews for killing Jesus, and they're saying they're the children of the devil, is anybody going to be surprised
We did do that first, okay? St. Paul called them the adversaries of all men first, before they
exactly.
wrote what they wrote
And then
in the Talmud.
Gentiles
That is
came
true.
in, and then so the Gentile church is hating on the Jews. Like, are we surprised that some Jew said something nasty about Jesus like hundreds of years after the fact? Because the latest layers of the Talmud where we find that are probably could have been written in 400, 500, 600 AD. And
Fair enough.
also the verse that the Christians love to mention about Jesus being raised from the dead, it actually has Jesus saying, like, it's almost speaks nicely of Jesus, saying that he mocked the sages, so he's suffering, but he also wishes, like Jesus in that passage wishes the well-being of the Jewish people. If you actually read the whole thing, they have Jesus saying pro-Jewish things.
Yeah, but it's like he wishes the well-being in the context of now knowing how he's being punished.
I mean, let's keep in mind, David, this is also the guy that, while dying after being stabbed in the side, after being nailed to a cross, said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." It wouldn't surprise me if he said, "Yes, peace be upon the Jews, even though they are doing all these terrible things." I think that's maybe a statement more on the righteousness of Christ than it is on Christ's view of the Jews, personally. But
they have him saying in the Talmud, Jesus says, "Their welfare you shall seek. For anyone who touches them is regarded as if he were touching the apple of his eye," which is just Zechariah. You know, they say the Jews are the apple of their eye. And it also calls him, it says Jesus was a Jewish sinner, sought the well-being of the Jews. So that's like the full context of it.
yeah, I mean, there's some rather curious.
But your
ones.
best answer, I would say, a book I bet you nobody's read in the space, The Jesus the Jews Never Knew. It's a big book, goes through all the references of Jesus in the Talmud and the Total Yeshu, and he concludes none of them are proof of a historical Jesus.
Well, all right. Well, let's
see. Jesus
see.
the Jews didn't know. Yeah.
Well, let's see if we have 3 shots here. We've got Mega, Mythos, and Billy. We'll give each of the 3 of you, why don't you take 60 seconds, give your conclusive thoughts on why Jesus certainly existed. Feel free to add in thematic music or other things to enhance the experience. We'll start with Billy, who's got his hand up there.
I don't know if Christ actually existed or not, but I don't think he was Jewish. Aren't Jews not allowed to kill other Jews? I think if he was Jewish, they would have just banished him. I'd like to hear Adam's thoughts on that.
The Old Testament says that for breaking the Sabbath, picking up sticks for a fire on the Sabbath is stoning to death, death penalty. If a man sleeps with another man, stoning. If blasphemy, stoning. So there's no law about not killing another Jew. What's silly is that the Jews couldn't, if Jesus broke a Jewish law, they would just take him out and stone him according to their laws. They wouldn't hand him over to Pilate. And Pilate was like a ruthless killer. He wouldn't be like, "Hey, crowd, who should I give back?" The whole Jesus Barabbas story and give us Barabbas and may the blood be on our children. That's all complete fictional. It's a retelling of Yom Kippur with the 2 goats where one is released. That's what they're doing, a retelling of Yom Kippur, identifying Jesus as the goats, the atonement and the scapegoat.
Well, and very, very good question there, Billy. Let's go to Mega. Mega, what are your thoughts? Why do we know Jesus existed?
So I'd like to begin by asking Adam, do you believe in God?
I'm agnostic. So no, definitely not the God of the Bible or any other God.
But agnostic means that you are undecided, I guess, or?
I don't completely rule out the possibility of some type of higher power, but I don't claim to know one.
But where does that come from? Like, why would you not rule it out? Like, Does it come from anything, or you just don't know? You're just kind of keeping it open?
Because I don't believe in having complete certainty on something.
Okay, that's a fair point. From the perspective of Jews, isn't there a difference between essentially like Ashkenazis that are basically from a European descent that don't trace back to Israel?
That's not what DNA studies show. Ashkenazi do share DNA with Sephardic that goes back to the Middle East. They just mixed with some Europeans some time ago, and that's what Ashkenazis are.
But I thought that's why in Israel, like the DNA testing kits are banned because most
They've
of them
done lots of DNA tests on Ashkenazi. They do. There's Ashkenazi Jews that do DNA tests in America, and it says 99% Ashkenazi.
Correct, but that doesn't trace back to the land of Israel.
Ashkenazi has related DNA to Sephardics, and they do date back to Israel.
But Sephardic is not from like a Spanish descent.
Yeah, it's Jews that left there and mixed with Spanish. Ashkenazi Jews that left there and mixed with Europeans.
Right, but these are not Semites. They're not tracing.
Dude, what does this have to do with Jesus? Okay, they're the fake Jews. They're not the real Jews. You're the real Jews. Like, what's the point? This has nothing to do with Jesus. Sorry, I've been on here for almost 7 hours, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
so.
Meg, I was gonna say this is not what we had in mind here.
The problem isn't the fake Jews; it's the Torah and the prophecies and the messianic meme and the messianic agenda. That's what the issue is, not fake Jews that say they're Jews but not.
And it is. I mean, I do think there's a time and a place maybe to have that conversation. This certainly isn't it. Adam, you just mentioned, going on 7 hours, you've been giving us your time, your thoughts, your expertise on this subject. And we've had a bunch of different folks come up here, try to poke holes in your argument. And I don't want to say you've been bulletproof, but pretty damn close. And so I just want to commend you for your grasp on the subject matter. Oh, Mythos. Okay. Has
bulletproof, guys. You
Mythos,
heard it.
We will give one final 60-second go. Then we'll turn it over to Adam for some parting words, and we'll wrap up the space. So go for it, Mythos.
Thanks, Ian. Outstanding job. I was here for probably half of it. Adam, great job. Scholar. I was really impressed with the delivery. I wish I had something that just absolutely established the proof of Jesus existing. I sadly do not. I will say that a couple of points that I think were very poignant in the discussion was about Superman, as well as the myth-making process. So real quickly, probably 45 seconds, I will dial this down. So Superman, if we go back to the early movies of Superman, they were quite the thing when they came out. It was amazing cinematics, him flying around, and people watched that and were very impressed by it. Some probably still watch it and still think it's a pretty good movie. I will watch it and think that it is completely fake and unbelievable. And that goes to the suspension of disbelief that people have about these stories, which I think you have to have in order to buy any of it. Because to those of us like Adam or myself who have been able to understand and see clearly and have no emotional attachment or sentiment to this old story, we just have there's nothing to believe about it. But I think that Charles and Richard did a great job articulating some great points. I'll just end it there, Ian. Mitch, much thanks. Thanks for letting me up. And thanks for hosting this. I think everybody in this room is a better person for having heard this entire conversation, whether it changed their mind or not. It is a lot of information to sift through. Adam, a scholar, and I think a gentleman, and most of the other speakers too. So thank you. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.
Oh, what a wonderful remark there, Mythos. Really appreciate that.
And as I always do, I'd love to turn it over to Adam. And I know we've been going forever, Adam. And so to ask you for even 30 more seconds, I feel like is a lot for me to do. But if you wouldn't mind, just kind of your closing remarks here. We've kind of been up and down all around the block on this concept, but it's been really, really fascinating. And so if you have any final words for the space, I would certainly welcome that. And then we'll wrap things up.
Thank you so much, Ian, for hosting and spending your whole night with us and giving me a platform to talk about these controversial, taboo topics that a lot of people really shy away from. And I want to leave people just with one verse, Romans 15:12. Paul writes to the Romans, he says, Isaiah said, there shall be a root of Jesse, that's the Davidic Messiah, and he shall rise to reign over the Gentiles. In him shall the Gentiles trust. And that's citing Isaiah 11:10, where it says that the Messiah, the root of Jesse, will stand with a banner to the people, and to him the Gentiles shall seek. And that's why they came up with the idea for the Messiah to, quote, reign over the Gentiles. We always hear it's attributed to Lenin, right? The best way to control the opposition is to lead it. So who is leading the opposition to the Jews? Is the best way to oppose the Jews to believe in their covenant, believe in their holy books, worship their God, and bow down to the King of the Jews? I don't think so. I don't think you're actually opposing Judaism and Israel and Zion if you worship the God and believe in the prophecies and believe in the holy books. So I have a playlist on my Odyssey, The Jesus Deception. I also have an epic rabbi compilation that really outlines a lot of stuff as well. I checked that out. I've got a book coming out soon called The Jesus Deception. And if you can't wait for that, I suggest Richard Carrier's On the Historicity of Jesus, David Fitzgerald's Nailed and Mything in Action. And those are the first two to get you started. Appreciate everybody for their questions and everybody for their input and their comments. And super thank you to you, Ian, for staying up so late and hosting this space for us. And all the other great spaces that you do as well.
Oh, thank you. And for all the other great speakers that were up here, we got some really wonderful questions. We've been all around. We had the cinematic music behind Rabbi Malleus with his words. We've talked about baboons. We talked about Superman. We talked about a whole bunch of things I didn't expect to. And I have to say, I didn't know exactly how I would feel when we started the conversation at the end. I presumed, I obviously have these religious tenets and they're unshakable. And I think in my heart, I would still walk away from this conversation with that. But in my mind, you certainly give me a lot to think about. And the one constant in most of the things that I cover is this concept of the JQ and the manipulation of our world, the matrix that has been built through which we understand our past and our present. And I usually focus on the past going back to about the 1850s, winding all the way back to maybe 50 BC. And doing so with you and going forward, certainly see a lot of parallels between the Bolsheviks, Weimar, the present world that we're in, and perhaps how Christianity could mirror a lot of those psyops, whatever you want to call them, that we've all been bombarded with. And so, Adam, I have to give you a ton of credit. You put in a ton of time into this space, and for the folks that were listening in, I just hope they can appreciate that you were up here so that you could really engage with everybody and share all your expertise. So I just want to thank everybody that listened, everybody that came up and asked questions, certainly to Richard and to Chuck that came in, and David that joined the conversation with us and really spent a lot of time in here. This is going to be recorded, so the moment this shuts down, if anybody wants to go back and replay it, I've gotten a bunch of DMs asking about that. And Adam, I think it's just because you've provided so many thought-provoking kind of concepts here today. And so, again, I just want to thank everybody involved. I want to wish you all of the best. I hope everybody has a wonderful
wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. So God bless to all of you, whether you believe in God, you're certain of him, you think he might be out there, you don't know, you're unsure, or you're convinced that he is not there. Either way, I wish upon you a blessed day, and I look forward to connecting with you guys in the next space. So Godspeed, everybody.
Oh, by Odin's Raven. All right. And we're closed out. And that's a wrap. I'm so tired, hungry, thirsty, headache, way past my bedtime. Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with me. Still tired, hungry. That's weird. It started playing. Still almost 400 people on Rumble and 100 people on Odyssey staying up late for the 7-hour Did Jesus Exist stream. Can't wait to see what everybody has to say in the comments. What did you think? Did anybody have any good evidence? How I should have ended it, I should have just said that we have a story of a magical ancient Jewish superhero that fulfilled hundreds of prophecies that violate the laws of nature and miracles. What's more likely, that they all happened, or an ancient Jew made them up to trick, as theological warfare, to conquer the minds of the Romans and the Gentile world, which we see playing out today? And I think the answer to that is obvious. Huge shout out to Bo Hunter for the big donos today. You're awesome. He says, great stream, Adam. Thanks for the good work. Wheezin' the Juice. Watch the collapse. Says, love you, Adam. Man, so much of this is so pointless and pathetic. I haven't heard one person argue a single point for Jesus existing in my entire life. Game, set, match. It's fake and gay. I gave the best arguments for Jesus existing, I think, actually. I don't care that Jesus was a Jew. Fucking hopeless, and tell everything you need to know about this con. Thank you, Snap Out of It, for the big donos as well. Friendly Misanthrope, Ernst Yunker, Liam T. Jarrett, Indomitably Based for the big one. White Pill, Drum and Bass World. Where'd that 100 go? Bo Hunter with the 100. Love you all. I'll be on Killstream tomorrow. I can't remember what time, with Ethan Ralph. Everybody get to bed. Have a nice night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know why the music's not playing on that one. None of the music's playing. I'll just say bye. No outro today. Too tired to figure it out. Good night, guys.